Hey listeners, this is your host, Cosmic Naruto. Thank you so much for being here. You can check other videos too. Now let's get on to the video. It was another dreary November day. The heavy clouds overhead promising a night of freezing rain. The winds had picked up, crisp and cool in the already chilly autumn weather. James Potter tried to ignore the wind and the clouds, concentrating on not looking as awkward as he felt compared to the self-assured man in front him. A particularly strong gust of wind knocked his glasses askew and the young man reached up to right them self-consciously. So, you know the details already, right? He asked nervously. He was having second thoughts about this whole situation, but the deal had already been made and it was a little late to be getting cold feet. Besides, James Harold Potter didn't get cold feet. The other man almost looked old with the long white hair he sported. But his skin, what little of it that could be seen around his eyes, was not wrinkled, and that combined with his stiff manner of standing and muscular build suggested he wasn't much older than the Englishman himself. The white-haired man nodded once, expression giving away nothing. What little of an expression could be made out around the mask covering the bottom half of his face. James shuffled his feet slightly. What was Ulraya? An awkward situation becoming even more awkward. Look, he started, it's really important that she doesn't realize you're not me. He glanced the other man over dubiously. Are you sure you can do that? Magic could hide pretty much anything, James knew, but even if the other man looked like him, it was more the behavior he was worried about. Even after having just met him 5 minutes ago, he could tell that they were as different as Lily and her sister, Petunia. The white-haired man stared blankly at him in response, waiting just long enough to make the Englishman feel like an idiot for asking. Suddenly his hands were moving, flashing through strange signs faster than the younger man would have imagined he could move. James coughed, waving a hand in front of his face as a cloud of dust was abruptly displaced into the air, hiding his opposite from view. As it settled he could only stare in surprise. Will this do? The other man asked, a smug smirk appearing on his lips. All traces of the somber foreigner gone. Hastily, James covered up his surprise. He was too old to be gaping at magic tricks he'd seen a dozen times before. It wasn't much more than a simple glamour. Even if he hadn't used a wand to spell it. Yeah, that should do it, he agreed awkwardly. Shifting nervously, James glanced anxiously at the shadows of the park around them. He had a hard time bringing himself to meet the other man's eyes, now an all too familiar hazel rather than the black they'd been a moment ago. Just, please make sure she's safe. The man opposite him raised an eyebrow, smirking. I haven't failed a mission, yet, he boasted arrogantly, in such a good imitation of the younger man that it made him blush slightly. Your wife will be safe with me, Potter-san. James nodded jerkily, then noticed a shadow moving along the edge of the small forest on the other side of the park. Well, listen, I've got to go now. He ran his fingers through his messy hair awkwardly, adjusting his glasses more out of habit than necessity. Just try to do what I would do, okay? The other man nodded again, face betraying none of the annoyance he felt at being told the same things over again. Reluctantly, James turned and ran off to join the shadow. It was weird. He already felt guilty about this and he hadn't even technically done anything wrong yet. The other man brushed an irritating strand of black hair from his eyes and turned as well, heading back to the road in the opposite direction. It was dark by the time he arrived at the house, but his keen eyes were hard. Lee hampered and he walked straight up to it, opening the door like he owned the place. Lily, he called out into the quiet house, I'm home. There was a sound from another room as he removed his shoes at the door. And he looked up as a young woman with dark red hair stepped into the room. She smiled, crossing over to him. James, she greeted affectionately, embracing him and giving him a small kiss. It took a moment for the man to force himself to respond to the affectionate gesture. Thank you, I know you wanted to go with them, but it's just that I have a really bad feeling about this mission. Anything for you, Lily. The man replied softly, forcing emotions he didn't feel into his words like it was natural and reflecting on the information he'd been given. Mooney and Padfoot can take care of themselves. The woman smiled. I know you don't really mean that, she said, but, thanks, anyway. Namikaze Minato could do very little other than stare at the Sandaime Hokage, valiantly, trying to wrap his mind around a concept that seemed to have ripped apart the entirety of the universe at the seams, only to rearrange it in an odd jumble and tape it sloppily back together. Finally, he gave up. "Excuse me, what?" the baffled Junin asked. The older man seated on the opposite side of the desk sighed, removing his large, red hat and setting it aside on top of his overdue paperwork. "As I said," he repeated, "the child's family was murdered in a sloppy assassination attempt, so keeping him there wasn't much of an option. After I heard his story, I agreed that he should come to live with Kakashi." "Yes, but how did this happen?" Minato couldn't help the incredulous tones that found their way into his voice. It was just that unbelievable. Sarutobi smiled slightly in a patient, fatherly manner as he explained. "Sometimes things are required on missions that a shinobi would rather not do. When it came down to it, he really didn't have a choice." Minato still couldn't believe it. "But wouldn't they have known sooner? I mean, if it's really true." "It seems he looked ordinary as an infant," the Sandaime said. "The details aren't known, but it's suspected that his true appearance was hidden by genjutsu when he was born. There was an incident, when he was 1, and the genjutsu was broken. However, his change in appearance was believed to be a side effect from the event, so no one suspected anything." "This is unbelievable," Minato commented, still overwhelmed by it all. "But they're sure it's his?" "Apparently so," the Hokage confirmed. "They used some sort of jutsu which reveals one's heritage. And the name of his father was revealed." "You're sure?" Minato pressed. "I mean, you said it was only one night, right? What are the chances?" The Hokage raised an eyebrow. "I have seen him myself," he commented dryly. "There can be no mistaking that chakra. The results of his blood test won't be in for several days, but that's really just a formality for the records." "Wow," Minato sighed, feeling tired. At least his universe was sorting itself out to look a little less like a first-year academy student's craft project by now. "I'd like you to take Kakashi down to meet him today," the Sandaime continued. "He'll need clothing and such." Everything of his was destroyed. Shuffling through some papers, the old man withdrew a small sheet of paper and held it across to him. "I asked the nurses to record his measurements when she gave him a physical earlier, so you can pick up some clothes for him right away. You'll be compensated for his needs, of course." "Hi," Minato agreed faintly, taking the paper more out of instinct than any conscious choice. Sarutobi smiled slightly at the miffed look on the young man's face. "Please, Minato, this is hardly unheard of. Shinobi have children outside of the village often enough." "Yeah, but this is a little different," Minato argued weakly. "I mean, it's him." "I know what you mean," the Hokage agreed somberly. "Now," he started, adopting a professional manner, "you don't have any problems with this arrangement, do you? If need be, I can find someone else too." Minato shook his head, firmly getting a grip on himself. "It's not a problem for me," he said. "We shouldn't separate them just because of little things like that." The third nodded, pleased by his response. "Good. Now, I believe you're going to be late for your team if you don't leave now, Minato-san." "Hi, Hokage-sama," the young man confirmed formally before taking his leave, still trying to wrap his mind around the baffling concept he'd been presented with. The 13-year-old raced through the trees. He had to be there on time, he just had to. He'd been late yesterday. They'd murder him if he was late again today. He pushed himself to go faster. His teammates really needed to lighten up a little. It was just training. It wasn't like he'd been late for an important mission, or anything. Finally he burst into the training field only to find everyone looking at him. He flushed, rubbing the back of his neck nervously and reaching up to adjust his goggles. "Am I late?" For a tense moment no one spoke. Even Kakashi didn't say anything. Then his sensei smiled down at him. "Actually, Obito, you're on time today." The black-haired boy lit up immediately and clenched his fist, pumping it in victory. "Oh, yeah. But, and interrupted his celebrating with a vaguely amused expression. "I'm sorry to say that training has been cancelled for today." "What?" Obito cried in disbelief. "The one day I'm on time and it's cancelled. Why?" "That's what we'd all like to know," Kakashi put in dryly, eyeing his teacher blankly. how can we expect to grow stronger if you cancel training on us all the time, sensei? Grinning, the blonde reached down to ruffle the younger boy's white hair, earning himself a glare from the boy in question. One time is hardly all of the time, Kakashi, he said cheerfully. You cancelled before, too, Kakashi stated. That time you snuck out to meet with Kushina-san, and that time Ichiraku Ramen was having 2-for-1. And there was that time when. You're very cute, Kakashi, but that's enough, Minato interrupted. Rubbing the back of his neck, geez, how long ago was that? And you still remember? Kakashi returned his gaze blankly. Sensei, the third member of the team spoke up, the young girl concerned. Why aren't we having training? Has something happened? No, nothing like that, Rin-chan, Minato excused, there's just something I need to do, Kakashi, too, actually. What? Obito broke in, you're canceling training just to show Kakashi super cool secret techniques. That's not fair. Minato's sweat dropped. I didn't say that, Obito-kun. Anyo, sensei, what do you and Kakashi-kun need to do? Rin asked curiously. You see, it's kind of a personal matter, Minato offered awkwardly. Kakashi eyed him with a frown, but it was Obito who spoke up. What kind of personal matter? A personal one, Minato repeated. He shook his head briefly and grinned again. Now, enough of that. Kakashi, you're with me, Rin and Obito. Well, you can go on training if you want. Kakashi fell in step with his teacher as the blonde turned to leave the clearing, leaving the other two chunin to turn towards each other. After several seconds, the boy's mouth quirked up in a smirk. Oi, he said, adjusting his goggles so they covered his eyes, are you thinking what I'm thinking, Rin-chan? Sensei was acting very suspicious, Rin admitted reluctantly. Obito's grin widened. Yosh. Let's go. But, he said it was personal, Rin said slowly, maybe, we should just train. We can do both, Obito said happily, we'll train our tracking skills by following them. Sensei will always approve of such a hands-on training method. Rin finally smiled and nodded, letting herself be talked into the clear breach of protocol. If it's training, I'm sure he won't mind. Silently, the two slipped from the clearing, following after their teacher and teammate. Here we are, Minato said, stopping abruptly and turning towards a small store. I knew it was around here someplace. Akashi glanced up at the name and frowned. A children's clothing shop. Aren't you a little big to shop here, sensei? Minato laughed, leading his reluctant student into the store, unfortunately. The 12-year-old regarded him dully. That had better be a joke, sensei. The Junin laughed again, saying nothing one way or another. Instead he pulled out the paper he'd brought. We're looking for clothes in this size, he said, showing it to his student. About 4 or 5 outfits should be fine for now. Is this a mission? Kakashi questioned, quickly looking down the list and committing the numbers to memory. Not exactly, Minato said, but kind of. It was the Hokage who requested it, after all. The Chunin eyed his teacher suspiciously, but didn't reply. Minato ignored the boy's reaction and walked in, looking for clothes that might fit the measurements he'd received. After a few minutes of browsing he pulled out a bright red shirt with a strange, green face on the front. What do you think of this? The Junin asked cheerfully, turning to show his find off to his student. Kakashi frowned at it disapprovingly. It looks stupid. Laughing, Minato put it back on the racks and searched for something a little less strange. You could help, you know, he added over his shoulder. The 12-year-old folded his arms, eyeing him blankly for a moment before he sighed, stepping forward. What are we looking for? Just some clothes for a boy with those measurements I showed you, Minato replied lightly. Kakashi shot his teacher an annoyed look, but began rifling through the clothes regardless. After a few minutes of searching, he pulled out a plain black t-shirt and held it out to his teacher. The man sighed. You know, he's not a ninja, Kakashi, the Junin said blithely. It's better than a stupid shirt like that screams, kill me. The boy commented, frowning at the bright orange t-shirt his sensei was holding. The blonde grinned, turning the shirt around to show off the front. A small green toad smiled at Kakashi, but it's so cute. What are they doing? Obito hissed at his companion, trying to keep an eye on the two shinobi who constantly seemed to be moving out of his range of vision. Buying clothes, Rin supplied, sounding as confused as the boy felt. But, why? Obito asked, pressing his face closer to the window, and, it's a little kid store, too. Rin blinked in surprise. Maybe sensei. Obito frowned when she broke off and turned to look at the girl. Maybe sensei, what? His teammate flushed, nothing. Shaking his head and deciding he didn't want to know. Obito turned back to his spying, squinting through the window. What are they talking about? Frowning, Rin squinted through the window as well. You can't tell with Kakashi, she complained. And sensei isn't even looking over here. Obito groaned in annoyance. What good is learning how to read lips if no one lets you do it? Rolling his eyes, he stood up. Come on. Where are you going? Rin asked, getting to her feet and following the boy. They're so busy, they probably won't even notice us, Obito said, moving towards the door. Rin sighed. We're going to get caught, she mumbled, following after her teammate. Can you just get something already? Kakashi asked testily as his teacher pulled out a shirt that was a horrible clash of neon green and orange. What do you think of this one? Kakashi-kun, the man asked cheerfully. The boy stared dully at it, then crossed his arms, annoyed. I don't care, he said. It's stupid, but since it isn't for me, why should I care what it looks like? He sighed in annoyance as his teacher put the shirt back on the rack. Why did you bring me along just for this? Sensei. The man smiled in a knowing way and responded mysteriously, you'll find out. Kakashi shot him a glare. Why don't you just tell me? Minato's smile widened. You wouldn't believe me if I did. Leaving it at that, Kakashi reluctantly turned back to another shelf of clothes. Still smiling, the Junin half turned towards the entrance and called out, since you two are here already, you may as well help. Behind a rack of clothing near the door, the two Chunin in hiding looked at each other in surprise, incredulous that they had been found out so easily. Well, it is sensei, after all, Rin commented as they reluctantly stood up. Obito rubbed the back of his head, grinning embarrassedly as he offered, Anyo, sensei, we were training our stealth techniques. Obviously not very well, Kakashi grumbled, not even looking back at the other two. Minato laughed, it's fine. Obito-kun. The man excused, holding out another article of clothing, this one a camouflage tee with ninja printed across the front in bold, black Romaji. What do you all think of this one? Kakashi frowned, obviously not impressed. Obito scratched the back of his head awkwardly, not quite sure what to say. Anyo. Well, what's it for, sensei? Rin asked. Ah, well, there's this boy. And it seems all of his belongings were destroyed in an attack on his home. The man explained evasively, so Hokage-sama sent us to buy a replacement wardrobe. Kakashi scowled. Why is Hokage-sama sending us on a mission like this? He demanded irritably. We're a Chunin team, sensei, and he's using us for D-rank missions. It's not exactly a mission, Kakashi-kun, Minato said again. Rubbing the back of his neck, more like a favor. The boy harumphed but didn't argue further. Although by the way he was glaring at the nearest rack of clothing, his teacher was sure he wanted to. So, what do you think? The Junin repeated, jiggling the shirt to bring his student's attention back towards the clothing. Rin frowned. Well, what does the boy look like? She asked. That's important for knowing what kind of clothing to buy for him, isn't it? I don't know, exactly, Minato admitted, frowning at Kakashi thoughtfully, but I think he probably has white hair and a cute pout. Obito's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Are you buying clothes for him, sensei? He demanded, poking a finger at his teammate accusingly. Idiot, Kakashi snarled. Sweat drops formed on the other two members of the team and Rin quickly supplied. That couldn't be the case, Obito, all of these clothes are way too small for Kakashi-kun. That's true, Minato agreed somberly, but, now that you mention it, I think the person might look a lot like Kakashi. That makes it easier, Rin put in, we can just look for things that would look good on Kakashi, then. The blonde grinned, alright, he said, pulling out the sheet of measurements again, that's the spirit. We'll split up and meet back here, each with an outfit that would look good on Kakashi and would fit a little boy this size. 4 or 5 outfits should be about enough for now. Rin took the paper from her teacher, and she and Obito looked over it quickly. Minato didn't wait for them to finish before giving the order for them to move out. His students quickly complied, some more enthusiastically than others. They met back at the front of the store 10 minutes later, each of them dutifully holding an OU. TFIT, the way Obito was snickering caused Kakashi a little unease, though. The white-haired boy glanced over the clothing his team held and frowned, eyes pausing on the set his teacher held. "I thought we agreed red was stupid," he commented, frowning at the red T-shirt in his teacher's arms, accented with yellow and blue lines. "I don't remember that," Minato replied with a grin. "Besides, bright colors are happy." Obito snickered. "Is that why Kakashi always acts like he's got a stick shoved up his?" The boy was cut short by a glare and a sharp, scandalized reprimand from his female teammate. Ma, the Junin placated. Grinning. "Let's see what the rest of you have." Rin showed the man her clothes, a light blue t-shirt with a pair of matching pants and a darker blue button-up shirt to go over top. Flushing a little, she admitted, "I think Kakashi-kun looks good in blue." Minato nodded approvingly and accepted the clothes from the girl to add to his t-shirt and shorts. He raised an eyebrow as Obito's snickering started all over again, and the boy proudly held up his own selected t-shirt in silent explanation. It was a light gray t-shirt with the round, chubby face of a large-eyed puppy on the front. He had found shorts to match. Kakashi's disapproving frown only made the boy laugh louder. "What's wrong, Kakashi?" he asked not so innocently. "I thought you liked dogs." "It's cute," Minato said with a smile. "Good work, Obito. That's the ugliest dog I've ever seen," Kakashi grumbled, shooting a glare at the other boy as he handed his clothes to the Junin. Obito smirked at him. "It's cute," he argued, repeating their teacher's earlier sentiment. "Besides, your pig-kun or whatever you call him is way uglier." Kakashi's scowl deepened, his glare sharpening. "It's Pakun, moron," he growled. "And he's not ugly. I've seen Nikago's cat drag home nicer things than that pig-kun," Obito argued. The younger boy's eyes flashed dangerously. "Maybe you'd like me to sue Mon him so you can tell him that yourself." The tension between the two was continuing to rise, and they were already attracting many glares from parents who had brought their children to the shop. Minato thought it prudent to interrupt before things could escalate to violence. "Kakashi, why don't you show us what you found?" the man suggested loudly. A shinobi really couldn't have asked for a more practical outfit than the one that was thrown at him. The black pants ended short and the long-sleeved shirt was as black as any shadow, even with the dark outline of the leaf emblem adorning the front. Minato smiled, mostly to keep himself from laughing. "Something that would look good on you. Nay, Kakashi," he commented with amusement. Kakashi didn't respond, crossing his arms and glaring at nothing in particular. Minato was glad that at least his argument with Obito seemed to have ended. The team filed out of the clothing shop only after Minato had paused to pick up some sandals and underwear. And the camouflage tee he'd been admiring earlier, declaring that it was just too cute to pass up. Kakashi somehow found himself ending up with all three bags, and he bore the burden with only a slight twinge of annoyance. "Can we train now?" the white-haired shinobi questioned, irritated at spending the last hour shopping for clothes, especially since his teacher had made it clear that it wasn't part of a real mission. "Actually, we still have a few more things to do, Kakashi," Minato said. "What?" Obito asked curiously. It's kind of a personal matter," the Junin said again. His three students shot him dull looks. Like buying clothes was a personal matter. Rin asked dryly. Minato sighed, rubbing the back of his head for a moment before turning to look at his students with calm, complete seriousness, an expression that was usually reserved for dangerous missions. "This is something Kakashi and I have to do alone," the Junin stated, all traces of his earlier cheerfulness gone. "Obito, Rin, I'm sorry. But I don't want you two to follow us this time." "Ah, why not?" Obito grumbled without real feeling. The man smiled slightly, the serious expression lingering in his eyes. "It's important that only Kakashi come with me. I'm sure you two will learn the reason soon enough, but for now only Kakashi." His expression hardened again, glaring slightly. "Understood." The boy's eyes widened slightly in surprise at his teacher's threatening expression. High. At his side, Rin was quickly agreeing, as well. Kakashi remained silent, wondering what the big deal was about. Minato nodded in approval, and allowed his expression to soften again. I'll see you both tomorrow, he said, before turning to lead his remaining student away. Winters. Hey, thanks to everyone who reviewed. I'm glad you're enjoying the story so far. It's kind of a different story, so I'm eager to find out how it's accepted. Not much to say at the beginning of this chapter. I'll just warn you there's mention of violence. In case you're wondering, on August time, Harry has recently turned 6, Kakashi is 12, Obito is 13, and Rin has recently turned 14. Which puts this in late August. Chapter 2: Situational Awareness. The dark-haired man lay back in the bed, trying to ignore the woman beside him. It wasn't like he'd never slept with anyone before, but there hadn't been anyone since his wife died 3 years prior. He hadn't really had the time or desire between missions and spending time with his son. Missions of this sort were always a little awkward. He wasn't lying with just any woman, but the wife of his employer. He didn't have much choice, but it didn't make him feel any more comfortable. As long as he was impersonating the man, he'd be stuck here. After all, what kin of husband would refuse to sleep alongside his wife? James, came a soft whisper from the woman beside him. Hastily, the man shut his eyes before she could look over. Making no response, he feigned sleep, and soon felt her settle down again, this time nestling against his side. He may have to sleep with the woman, he allowed, but he wasn't about to use the bed for anything else in a situation like this. Kakashi frowned up at the building in front of them before he followed his teacher through the doors. "Sensei," he started, catching up to the man's side again, "what's this about?" "I told you," Minato said. "You'll find out in a few minutes." Kakashi's frown deepened. "What kind of personal matters do you want to attend to at a hospital?" His eyes narrowed, glaring at the Junin in suspicion. "You don't want me to get a physical, do you?" "I feel fine." The blonde chuckled, ruffling the boy's white hair. "It's not like that, Kakashi-kun, relax." "What is it like, then?" Kakashi persisted, refusing to be distracted. The man sighed, thinking for a moment before he replied, "There's someone here you need to meet." "Who?" Kakashi questioned, even more confused than before. "Why would I need to meet anyone here?" "He's in room 342, Minato said instead of answering. "Come on, Kakashi." With growing irritation, Kakashi followed. Why wouldn't his teacher just give him a straight answer for once? He'd even be satisfied with a name. It didn't make sense. His teacher had never hauled him off for something like this before. If he didn't recognize the man's chakra signature, he would have thought it was an imposter. Kakashi was not overly fond of the hospital. He was even less fond of the medics that manned the hospital. He understood the importance of their jobs, and even allowed that their assistance was usually necessary, but he couldn't bring himself to like a place or people that held such unhappy memories for him. "Here we are," Minato said at last, breaking the silence before Kakashi could become lost in his thoughts. "Now, Kakashi, I should probably warn you, this might be a little surprising." The boy stared at him blankly and the man smiled awkwardly. "Ready?" Minato asked. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, but dutifully answered, "Yes." "Right," the man agreed and, unable to delay the moment any longer, he pushed open the door, leading the way inside. Kakashi followed right behind him, pausing as his eyes landed on the figure standing in front of the window on the opposite side of the room. It was a small child dressed in the standard light blue hospital clothes. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him, from what Kakashi could see. Just another scrawny brat with a head of messy white hair. The Chunin looked up at his teacher with irritation. To Minato the boy looked strikingly familiar. How many times had he seen Kakashi like that as a child? Standing in his hospital garb after being injured on a mission or in training. It was an almost eerie resemblance, as though he'd stepped back through time. Curious, he felt the boy's chakra, and even after being warned, was surprised by the familiar pattern. "You cancelled training to bring me here?" Kakashi questioned with annoyance. Minato glanced down at his student, a little confused. "Yes." "Why?" Kakashi asked with obvious annoyance. "I've never seen him before in my life." "Ito?" "Yes. But," Minato looked between the two awkwardly. He'd expected Kakashi to at least recognize their similarity. "Kakashi, doesn't he look a little familiar?" The Chunin shot his teacher an annoyed look, and turned attentive eyes to the child's back again. I suppose he resembles that Mizuki guy, he admitted at length, frowning, although this one's scrawnier. Minato raised an eyebrow, taking a moment to remember the other. White-haired boy in Konoha. Or, he looks kind of like Jiraiya-sama, Kakashi supplied after a long moment with a thoughtful frown. Is he related to Jiraiya-sama? Is that why you brought me here, sensei? Minato's second eyebrow joined his first. The boy didn't really look much like his teacher, his body structure was much slimmer. Other than the white hair, he couldn't see much resemblance. Kakashi, isn't there someone else he looks a lot like? Kakashi was silent for a long moment before answering, no. Minato smiled at the obvious denial. That's kind of strange, he said thoughtfully. Because I think he looks an awful lot like you, Kakashi-kun. So, the boy asked, looking at his teacher guardedly. It makes more sense that he looks like you, Kakashi, Minato supplied, bracing himself. Seeing as how he is your brother. The 12-year-old stared at the man blankly for a long moment, then looked back at the younger boy again. Sensei, that's impossible, he stated bluntly. Okasan died after giving birth to me. She never had a second child. He frowned up at his teacher. Even if she had, he isn't old enough. Well, half-brother, at least, Minato supplied. Kakashi shook his head. I would have known, he dismissed. Otusan would have said something. He wouldn't have necessarily known, Minato excused. He still isn't old enough, Kakashi argued. He's 6 years old, Minato supplied. The boy was quite small for his age, and almost dangerously thin from what the Junin could see. He was born shortly before your father's death, as I understand it. Kakashi shook his head again. That's not possible. The blonde frowned. Kakashi, test his chakra. I'm sure you'll find that you recognize it, because of the white chakra. You Hatake have always felt very different from other shinobi. The 12-year-old shook his head. I'm telling you, sensei. It doesn't matter what his chakra is like, I'm the last one left. Minato frowned severely at his student. Try it. Kakashi. Kakashi frowned up at his teacher for a moment longer before reluctantly doing as ordered. He glared at the younger boy for a few seconds and closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses. He felt a small thrill at the powerful, familiar energy rolling off the younger boy, but quickly stamped it down. There was no way he could have a brother, even a half-brother. It was just impossible. He was Hatake Kakashi, the last of the Hatake line. Opening his eyes again, he looked up at his teacher. It doesn't prove anything. Stop being difficult, Kakashi, Minato snipped in annoyance. You know as well as anyone, chakra signatures can't be faked. It's possible some other clan has the white chakra, Kakashi argued. Maybe he's part of an old offshoot of the Hatake. We would know about something like that, the Junin argued back. Besides, even if you say that, they're running a blood test. You can't ignore the results of something like that. Kakashi frowned and didn't respond. Minato sighed. Even if you don't believe it now, you'll have to accept it someday, Kakashi. The test results should be ready in a few days. Until then, come over here and meet him. Kakashi reluctantly followed his teacher as he led the way across to the boy, pausing several feet away. Minato stepped up to the smaller boy, stopping beside him and smiling as he spoke. Hari-kun, the man started. The boy's head tilted back in surprise, wide, dark green eyes staring up at him. The boy turned, gaze moving from the blonde man to the older boy and back again. Kakashi, Minato introduced. This is Hari-kun. Hari, meet Hatake Kakashi. The boy's dark eyes followed his gaze to the other boy, but he said nothing. Kakashi met his gaze for a second, then looked away, grunting. Minato sighed. I see you're both men of few words, he commented. Hari, you're going to be coming home with us today. The green-eyed boy stared up at him blankly, wide eyes showing no response. He's coming with us, Kakashi interrupted sharply. Minato looked back at his student. Yes, he confirmed. Do you have a problem with that, Kakashi? We don't even know who he really is, Kakashi stated coldly. Glaring at the younger boy. If the Hokage says so, that should be enough for you, the Junin reprimanded with a disapproving frown. Kakashi scowled and looked away, making no reply. Minato turned back to his new charge and smiled. Just ignore Kakashi. Hari-kun, he advised, he's shy. The older boy grunted in defiance, but continued to hold his tongue. Minato's smile widened slightly. Now, let's get you dressed, then we can leave, all right? The 6-year-old continued to stare at him blankly. What? Kakashi demanded, surprise evident in his voice, looking awkwardly over his shoulder from where he was retrieving the extra futon from the top of the closet. Harry was crouched nearby, wide eyes fixed on the older boy who was easily sticking to the edge of the frame of the closet. Crouched on the balls of his feet on the vertical surface as naturally as though on the ground. Minato scratched the back of his head. I said we need to move the extra futon to your room, Kakashi. The boy frowned severely, eyebrows drawing together above his mask, and made no further movement to pull out the futon. Instead, he stood, walking casually down the wall to the floor, arms crossed over his chest. Why does it have to be in my room? The 12-year-old demanded, glaring challengingly up at his teacher. Minato ignored the glare, smiling, well, he is your brother, Kakashi. It makes the most sense to move him in there. Kakashi's frown only deepened, additional lines forming on his forehead. It doesn't, he argued, we don't know he's my brother. Besides, there isn't any room in my room. He should stay in the living room. Minato frowned. There should be space for another futon, he stated, unless you've been leaving things on the floor again. Kakashi scowled. I need the open space to exercise in the morning. You'll have plenty of room to exercise after you both fold up your futons, Minato pointed out. Why can't he just sleep in the living room? Kakashi demanded. He could, Minato reluctantly agreed, but I'm sure he would feel more welcomed if he didn't have to sleep out here. It was the first time he'd ever regretted having such a small apartment. Usually, who slept where wasn't a concern. Not only was it usually just Kakashi and him, each with their own room, Kakashi's having been converted from a small study, but they were away on missions as often as they were at home, so the size of their apartment hadn't really been an issue. Who said I wanted to make him feel welcome? Kakashi asked coldly. Minato frowned at him. Kakashi, he chastised sternly. You're acting like a child. I understand this isn't an easy situation for you, but it isn't easy for Hari, either. Even if you won't acknowledge him as your brother. He is still our guest and you need to be polite. Kakashi stood silent for a moment, eyes glaring at the floor and hands fisted at his sides. When he spoke, his voice was low with barely checked anger. Fine, he practically growled. Let him sleep in my room. You can let him have my seat at the table while you're at it. And you can give him my kunai, too, since he doesn't have any of his own. Before Minato could reply, the boy formed a quick seal with his hands and disappeared in a swirl of wind. The man sighed, rubbing his forehead with a hand before turning back to the 6-year-old, who'd watched silently through everything. Eyes wide, the Junin forced a smile. It's okay, Hari-kun, he said cheerfully, Kakashi-kun just needs some time to cool off. I'll show you your new room, okay. Reaching up, he pulled out the extra futon and started across the room, pausing to look back at the young boy expectantly. After a moment, the child got to his feet and followed him into the other room. It was as bare as the man had expected. Kakashi's futon was folded up and pushed against the wall, next to a small dresser that held extra clothes and weapons and was topped by the latest scroll that Chunin had been studying. Minato set down the extra futon on the end of the room farthest away from the other items, but close to the door. He unfolded it with a flourish, waving it a few times before setting it on the ground. It's been up there for a while, he confided to the child, so we'll let it air out for today. Come on, let's get a blanket, too. Kakashi looked down at his fist, glowering at the blood staining his knuckles. He flexed his hand into a tighter fist, ignoring the damage as he returned his eyes to the log he'd been beating on for the last hour. It was slightly worse for the wear, chipped and cracked, but it had held up under such conditions before and wasn't about to fall apart now. The boy released another string of attacks in quick succession, kicking and punching the tree with a variety of techniques. After about 5 minutes of this he paused, feeling a hand land on his shoulder. He wasn't surprised. He'd felt someone enter the clearing shortly before, and had known enough to expect some kind of confrontation. He didn't move, still staring at the target, breathing heavily. Kakashi, Minato spoke at length. The 12-year-old reluctantly aloe. His teacher to turn him around, and the blonde's eyes gazed over him, looking him up and down and taking particular notice of the cuts on his hands and the dirt on his clothes. The man sighed, wondering where in the Junin job description it said you had to deal with temperamental kids, perhaps a byline in the teacher addendum. Kakashi noticed the man's gaze and looked down at his hands again before looking back up. They aren't bad. Minato smiled slightly. You should have covered them before you started. The boy shrugged, averting his eyes once more to intently examine the chips of wood littering the ground beside the stump. Minato sighed again, allowing his eyes to wander as well. Kakashi. He started again. I know it's hard to deal with changes like this, but... Kakashi looked up at him sharply and interrupted. How do you know? Did you wake up one day only to have everyone start telling you that some stranger is your brother? Otusan wouldn't have done that. You don't get it. You didn't know him. He would have told me about something like that. Otusan trusted me. He might not have known. Minato countered calmly. It happened while he was away on a mission. He couldn't have predicted what came after. Kakashi glowered at the ground and didn't answer. Smiling slightly, Minato took the boy's hand and began tugging him away from the stump. Kakashi let himself be pulled along, glower still on his face. Once they'd reached the edge of the clearing, Minato pulled his student to sit on an old log laying on the ground, and took a seat beside him. Kakashi waited silently for the man to speak, as his demeanor was clearly that of someone gathering their thoughts. Believe it or not, Kakashi, the same kind of thing happened to me, Minato said at length. Of course, I was very small at the time. And it wasn't a complete surprise because I'd been told he was coming before, I just hadn't met him until then. Kakashi was looking at him at least, which was a good sign. A lot of things changed when my brother was born, and it took me a while to get used to it. Kakashi scowled. That's not the same thing at all, sensei. No, but it's still a little similar, I think, Minato defended. I didn't have to share my room, but I did have to get used to him becoming the center of my parents' attention, and later I had to share my things with him and help take care of him. Even if you know he's coming, it doesn't really help prepare you for everything that's going to happen because of it. Kakashi didn't reply. Even if he isn't your brother, Minato continued, why? Oh, you should still make an effort to welcome him. Hari-kun comes from a difficult situation himself. He paused, considering how to word things without giving too much away. In his old village, Minato explained, Hari's parents made enemies with a very dangerous person. When he was still an infant, his parents were murdered by the person, and an attempt was made on his life, as well. It's not clear how he survived, but he was found to be the only one alive later that same night, so he was given to his mother's relatives to be raised. He paused again, glancing at his student, but Kakashi's lank face gave nothing of his thoughts away. 8 days ago, the followers of that man attacked Hari and his family, apparently trying to finish the job their leader had attempted. The whole family died and, again, Hari was the only survivor by the time help arrived. There was a long moment of silence after he'd finished before Kakashi finally spoke. Who was the enemy? Minato rubbed the back of his head. Hokage-sama didn't say, exactly. Kakashi's frown deepened. Then how do you know he'll be safe here? His old village is very far from here, Minato supplied, and not easily accessible. Where is his old village? Kakashi asked. Ah, Hokage-sama was vague on that, as well, Minato replied awkwardly. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, but he insisted it was impossible for anyone to get here from there without help. The man supplied, they don't even know he's here, anyway. The boy looked away, expression bored again. It's not like I'm worried, he pointed out, it would be easier if we knew what to look for in case someone does come. A shinobi should always be aware, Minato intoned, even if you don't know whether someone's after you or not, it's important to be aware of your surroundings and the people around you. Kakashi shot the man an annoyed look. I know that. He looked back at the clearing. Where is the runt, anyway? I left him with Kushina-san for now, Minato said. The boy nodded shortly. Ready to go back? Minato asked. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then stood. I'll stay out here a little longer. Okay. His teacher agreed. I'll save something for you for dinner. He stood, but paused once more before leaving. make sure you bandage those hands, too. I know, sensei, Kakashi replied, back to the man. Minato smiled fondly at the boy before leaving. Kakashi lay on his futon in the dim room, awake, as he'd been pretty much all night. He glanced across at his roommate out of the corner of his eye. The other boy was laying with his eyes open, as well, staring blankly up at the ceiling. They were almost right next to each other, the room being just big enough for the two futons to be laid out, with only a little space to spare. He returned his eyes to the ceiling. Harry had been awake pretty much all night, too. He'd been listening to his breathing and had found the other boy's quiet, uneven breaths very distracting. During the few occasions the younger boy had actually fallen asleep, breathing slow and steady, he'd been able to catch a bit of sleep himself, but was usually woken up again when the other boy shifted and stirred restlessly. Kakashi stubbornly shut his eyes, deciding he never wanted to have a roommate again. A soft knock on the door made him open them again, and he watched as his teacher cracked the door open, peeking inside. Both pairs of eyes watched the man and he smiled slightly. "You're both awake already?" he asked. Kakashi just nodded, sitting up. "How long until our meeting?" "There's still an hour," Minato supplied. "I thought we could go to breakfast on the way, since you're both awake." Kakashi shrugged and got out of bed, moving to put away his futon. Harry watched him carefully for a moment before copying him, crawling out of bed to fold up his own futon in poor imitation that resulted with a sloppy pile. Harry stared at the two smiling faces, vaguely wondering what they were saying. A girl with light brown hair and red marks on her cheeks was grinning and saying something, looking between himself and Kakashi. A black-haired boy was shifting between laughing at Kakashi and talking to him in an oddly pitched voice, routinely adjusting the goggles that rested on his forehead. He looked up at another voice, this one belonging to the blonde man who was, apparently, his new guardian. The man smiled down at him, eyes squinting slightly as he said something, motioning to the two older children. His words followed a vaguely familiar pattern and Harry realized he was being introduced to the two children, although he wasn't sure which was supposed to be Uchiha and which was Tanaka. They both sounded like strange names to him. He glanced across at the fourth figure. Kakashi stood off to the side, arms crossed and not looking at the rest of them. He looked tired, the skin under his eyes a bit discolored, and his eyelids even more droopy than usual. He wasn't quite sure what to make of it. His guardian had introduced the other boy as Hitaki Kakashi, but usually just called him Kakashi instead of Hitaki, which was a little strange since he still called him Harry and not Potter. The boy shrugged it off and looked back at the blonde man as he spoke again, this time with the attention of the other kids on him. They nodded in response to whatever he was saying and moved to the far side of the clearing. The black-haired boy pulled his goggles down over his eyes and the light-haired girl adjusted the pouches she wore around her waist. Kakashi just stood there, staring blankly at the others. The blonde man spoke again, smiling down at him, and motioned towards the ground before sitting cross-legged at the base of a tree. Harry hesitated for a moment before following his example and sitting beside him. The man grinned at him again before turning back to the others and shouting something. The children all shouted back, and immediately they began moving. Rai watched with wide eyes as the black-haired boy jumped to the left while the brown-haired girl went to the right, each of them throwing a handful of objects at Kakashi. They moved too fast for Harry to tell what, exactly, they were. Kakashi blocked some of the objects the boy had thrown with what looked like a small knife. There was the distinctive clashing noise of metal against metal. He rolled out of the way of the rest and they hit the ground harmlessly as he twisted around, throwing something of his own. The black-haired boy cried out in surprise as whatever it was grazed his right arm. He shouted something, but Kakashi wasn't paying any attention, already busy with the girl, who he'd thrown a punch at. The girl blocked and slipped to the side, smoothly pulling out another black knife. She didn't get a chance to use it as Kakashi knocked it out of her hand with a kick, spinning all the way around to kick her in the torso with his other leg. She was sent flying back just in time for him to confront the other boy again. Things continued in this manner for some time until the girl was struggling to unpin herself from a tree. Several small, shiny star-like things through her cloth kept her successfully restrained, and the dark-haired boy was pinned under Kakashi's knee, another black, knife-like object at his neck. Minato stood as yet another training session ended in favor of his star pupil. He glanced down to shoot a quick, reassuring smile at Harry before crossing over to his 3 students. "Kakashi, you can let him up now," he stated, smiling slightly in amusement as the boy obeyed his orders stoically before crossing over to help Rin off of the tree he'd pinned her to, expertly pulling his shuriken from the thick bark. "It's not fair," Obito grumbled, dusting dirt off his clothes as he stood up. Shooting a dirty glare after his teammate, "He's been doing this longer than we have." Minato raised an eyebrow, "But you had him outnumbered 2-1, he pointed out reasonably, "besides, you're all the same rank right now. But he's been a chunin since before we were genin," Obito exclaimed defensively. The man shook his head, "It shouldn't matter that much who has more experience. If you and Rin get better at working together, you can beat just about anyone. Besides, you've been doing a lot better lately." Kakashi and Rin joined them again and Kakashi spoke up derisively, "Sensei, it's boring just fighting them. When can we spar? Sensei, when are we going to go on a mission again?" Obito complained. "We should be going back to our usual missions tomorrow or the day after." Minato replied, "Hokage-sama wanted to give Hari-kun a little while to adjust. We'll break into pairs now. Obito and Rin, you two should practice your timing. It doesn't help that you're on different sides of your enemy if your attacks don't coincide." "Hi," the 2 teens confirmed reluctantly. "Kakashi, you and I will practice one-on-one sparring. Go all out, even using genjutsu and ninjutsu," Minato directed. "They won't go easy on you in the exams by only using taijutsu." Kakashi nodded, dark eyes cold. The Junin nodded, ready. Kakashi didn't respond. "Begin." Harry watched, eyes wide, as the blonde-haired man and the older white-haired boy suddenly burst into motion in 2 blurs of speed that were far above anything he'd seen before in his life. They dashed here and there, the blonde matching Kakashi's speed, appearing clearly only as they clashed together, the loud clang of metal accompanying them. Kakashi's hands flashed through seals without his body ever slowing, and a moment later several small fireballs were flying towards the blonde from different directions. Minato grinned, blocking each of the balls with his own kunai and sending the small, flame-wreathed projectiles back towards the Chunin. Kakashi dived to the left, then turned his dodge into a roll, quickly extinguishing the small flame that had ignited in his shirt when one of the weapons grazed him. Harry stiffened suddenly as the smell of burnt flesh reached him, eyes wide in alarm. The blonde hesitated, saying something, to which Kakashi responded by throwing another projectile. The room burst into flames around them as the family backed away from the masked intruders to their house. Kakashi threw several more weapons, this time trailing wires, and propelled himself off a branch to get behind his teacher. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, pushing his face down into his arms. One of the figures laughed in a cold, high tone as it waved the stick again, his uncle's chest bursting open with a spray of blood. Kakashi grunted as his teacher met him in midair, shoulder striking him in the abdomen. Harry's arms wrapped around his head, hands clapping over his ears to block out the screams. With a malevolent grin, Minato grabbed his student's shoulder and tossed him towards the ground. Kakashi's body dissolved into dust upon impact and Minato looked around quickly only to find that the boy was suddenly descending on him from above, leg outstretched in a kick. With a quick sign the man disappeared and Kakashi's kick broke through a hastily borrowed branch. He landed on the ground, opposite his teacher, both breathing a little heavier than usual. A muffled cry diverted both of their attentions to the small boy curled up at the base of a tree. They exchanged glances once before running to his side. Kakashi hesitated, stopping short of the tree and glancing anxiously at his teacher, who had approached the boy's side. "Sensei," he asked, "what's wrong?" "Rin Kree, Ed." Kakashi turned to see Rin and Obito running towards them. "We heard a shout," Obito called out, kunai in hand, "is everything okay?" Minato, kneeling by the 6-year-old's side, hesitantly reached out to place a hand on the shaking shoulder. "Hari-kun," he started softly. The boy didn't react. "Hari," he repeated, a little louder. This time the boy's head came up, wide eyes rimmed with red, breathing choked and ragged. Minato smiled, hand moving to rub the boy's back. "Shish, it's all right, Hari-kun." For a moment, The child's face reflected confusion and fear. Then, as though he had understood, he suddenly moved forward, grabbing hold of the man's clothes and burying his face as he cried. The three Chunin watched dumbly, too surprised to do anything. Minato faltered for a moment in shock before he continued rubbing the boy's back, patting it periodically and whispering comforting words. At length, the boy quieted, but Minato continued to hold him. Disgruntled, and a little unnerved, Kakashi turned away, choosing to inspect the injury on his arm instead. What's wrong with him? Kakashi. Rin gasped in surprise, turning on her younger teammate. What's wrong with you? Don't be so rude. Kakashi looked at her strangely and didn't respond. Is he going to be okay? Obito asked in concern, crouching awkwardly across from his teacher, goggles pushed hastily above his eyes. He'll be fine, their teacher assured the three young ninja. He's just afraid. We'll stop here for today. Kakashi frowned. The exams start next week, sensei. Obito turned on the other boy. Quit being such a selfish jerk. Kakashi. He snapped. Can't you see that he's really scared about something? He's your brother. You should care more than that. Kakashi remained silent, but his expression didn't change at all. Minato sighed. Kakashi. We should get Hari back. The 12-year-old stared mutely at him for a moment before turning abruptly. Take him back. I'll come later. His 3T.E.M.its watched mutely as the Hitaki blurred, disappearing into the forest. Obito scowled. Why is he always such a jerk? He demanded of no one in particular. He acts like he's the most important person in the world. Some things are more important than training and tests. That's just Kakashi's nature, Rin pointed out, but, still, you'd think he'd be a little nicer when it's his brother. Minato sighed. That it's his brother is part of the problem, I think, he stated. Until yesterday, Kakashi didn't even realize he had a brother. Obito's eyebrows drew together as he frowned. That doesn't make sense, he said, standing as his teacher stood, Harry still in his arms. How could he not know? Minato smiled slightly. Kakashi feels that way, too. He thinks that since he didn't know about him, it isn't possible that he's his brother. So, he doesn't think Hari-chan is his brother. Rin asked, doesn't he see how much they're alike? I think it's more that he doesn't want to see, the man corrected judiciously, his students keeping in step with him as he led the way back to the village. It's complicated. Well, I think it's stupid, Obito declared loudly. Any idiot could tell just by looking at them that they're related. He should stop being so thick-headed and just accept it. Minato smiled vaguely. It's not always that easy. So what? Obito demanded. Everyone keeps saying he's a genius. So he should be able to do it. Winters. I meant to get this up early. Well, it's a little early, right? Sort of. Anyway, it's longer than usual. I added about 2 pages near the beginning. Because everyone seemed eager to see the shinobi's reaction to Harry's speaking another language and, well, I'd pretty much left the immediate reaction ambiguous, originally. So, hopefully you'll enjoy that bit with the Hokage. Some people also wondered how Lily could think Sakuma was James. Hopefully, this clears it up a bit. Thanks to the people who added this to communities, favorites, alerts, and what have you. And, of course, thanks for reviewing and reading in general. I'm glad to see people are enjoying this. Chapter 3 Pseudo-Sparring. A week into his mission things were becoming strained. Lily had begun to regard him uncertainly, and it was clear that she wasn't sure what was going on in their relationship. She'd apologized many times over the last few days for asking him to stay behind while his friends went into danger, but he'd brushed it off, assuring her that he wasn't angry and would do anything to be with her. She'd yelled at him a few times, asking what was the matter with him and why was he acting so strange. He'd passed it off with a suitably confused and forlorn expression and apologized, saying he was just tired and worried about his friends. But none of the trouble they'd run into thus far had prepared him for retiring to their chambers that night, only to find her already in bed, crying. He wasn't a man who was used to dealing with emotional women, or any emotional people in general. Even his young son rarely showed strong emotions. His wife had been in the same profession as him, and he had never seen her cry. He almost turned around and left. As a husband, he knew it was really his duty to comfort her as well as he could. Reluctantly, he approached Lily? He questioned in a soft, uncertain voice, imagining James to be just as awkward in approaching a crying woman as he was. The woman didn't respond directly and he crossed the room to her side, sitting carefully on the bed and gently rubbing her back, trying to seem patient and loving even though all he wanted was to get out of there. She didn't seem to notice the tenseness in his shoulders. James, she said at last, her voice stressed and broken from crying, what's wrong with us? Is it something I did? Feeling distinctly awkward, he responded gently, what do you mean, Lily? There's nothing wrong. The woman shot him a look, her vibrant green eyes obviously angry. He almost cringed. He'd seen that look enough, and the outcome was never good for him. How can there be nothing wrong? She demanded. You've been so cold and distant lately, James. Was it something I did? I'm sorry I asked you to stay behind, I just thought it was for the best if you did. Is that what this is about? Lily, I've told you before, I'm not angry, the man answered awkwardly. A horrible understanding beginning to dawn on him. I haven't been feeling up to it lately. Why? The woman demanded, emotionally distraught, am I not attractive to you anymore? James, please, what did I do? Isn't there any way we can make things right again? The man really hoped he didn't look as awkward as he felt, dashing out the window and abandoning this particular Ishan was looking more and more attractive. He hadn't been warned about this at all. He supposed it had been too awkward a situation for his employer to bring up, even in print. At that moment he decided that he really hated newlyweds. It's nothing like that, Lily, he insisted, you're very beautiful, really. It's nothing you've done. His mind dashed through excuses hastily and he reluctantly grabbed hold of the only plausible lie that might console her. I didn't want to tell you, but he allowed an embarrassed blush to spread across his cheeks because he knew he'd be embarrassed too. Have a conversation like this with his wife and imagined his employer would feel much the same. Awkwardly, he continued, lately I've not been well, Lily. Lily looked at him, frowning slightly in confusion. Hesitantly, she started, you mean? The woman trailed off, a little pink, herself. He nodded quickly, avoiding her eyes in an awkward, self-conscious fashion. I've been taking medication, he offered. I should be fine in another week or so. He glanced at her hesitantly through the glasses he didn't need. Can you wait, Lily? Please. The woman smiled, tears still staining her cheeks, of course. James. She agreed readily. We can get through this, I just wish you'd told me sooner. He cracked a wry, embarrassed smile and replied, well, it's not exactly something I like to bring up over the kitchen table. He was rewarded for his efforts with an embarrassed giggle and another quiet night. 2 days after meeting the boy, Minato was becoming quite concerned. He was a worrying man by nature, at least. That's what he told his students when they accused him of mothering them, and 2 days seemed excessive, even keeping in mind culture shock and the loss of loved ones. He'd tried cajoling the boy. Come on, Hari-kun, you like ramen, don't you? Tell me you like ramen. Harry didn't respond. He'd tried reasoning sternly. Now, Hari-kun, we can't order what you like if you don't tell us. The boy had been unresponsive. After finally reaching his wits' end that very morning, he'd even snapped a little. How can you expect people to know what you want if you don't say anything? Harry had only stared at him a moment, then run back into his room. Minato guiltily suspected he'd made the 6-year-old cry and felt horrible about it. Kakashi didn't seem concerned. He's just being stupid, sensei. The 12-year-old had assured him. The other kids at the academy gave me the silent treatment all the time. Just ignore him. It wasn't particularly encouraging. Minato couldn't help but think it wasn't some childish games. Besides the lack of speech, Harry wasn't all that reclusive and seemed to like them, or at least prefer being around them to being alone. He was worried something may be physically, or mentally, wrong with the boy. And he really needed to get this settled now, since in the morning his team would be departing on a mission and he wanted to be able to tell Kushina what to expect. The woman had volunteered to watch Harry while they were gone, since she'd been put on temporary suspension by orders of the police, after getting into a fight with one of their own. Minato suspected it was really only because the Uchiha ended up losing that they pressed for punishment. Minato-san, the man looked up to see an older shinobi in front of him. The man nodded to the door over his shoulder. "We're done," the Hokage said, "to send you in." The blonde smiled. "Thank you," he remarked gratefully, looking across at the two boys with him. Kakashi was already moving forward, still looking a little annoyed that he'd been made to come, and Harry was looking up curiously from where he'd sat next to the wall. "Come on, Hari-kun," he beckoned to the boy, "let's go in now." Harry stared at him blankly with his usual disturbing lack of acknowledgement. It always gave the Junin the distinct impression that he was babbling like an infant. Minato held out his hand and motioned the boy forward. "Well, come on," he intoned again, stepping towards the door. Kakashi was already there, staring dully back at them with veiled impatience. At last the boy got up and followed him into the room. The Hokage acknowledged their presence warmly once the doors had closed again. "Ah, Minato-san and the Hitaki brothers," the old man must have seen the PPY furrowing of Kakashi's brow at his salutation, but he didn't comment. "How are things going? Settling down well, I trust." "Actually, Hokage-sama, that's why we're here," Minato admitted. The Sandaime looked concerned. "Oh, are you having problems, Minato?" Minato shifted and rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. "I wouldn't really call it a problem," he said, "but it does make me worried. You see, Hari-kun hasn't spoken at all, and, well, it has us a little concerned." "Ah, yes, I see," the Hokage agreed somberly. "Well, he has made a large cultural jump from his home country to here. So a little shock is only to be expected." "That's what I thought, at first, as well," Minato agreed, "but he doesn't respond to what we say at all. It's almost," he hesitated uncertainly, "almost as if he doesn't understand us." Quote, "For several seconds the old man didn't say anything. Then, abruptly, he laughed." Minato stared at him, aghast. The Hokage was quick to rein himself. Still chuckling a little, he spoke. "I apologize. Minato, I shouldn't be laughing, but I thought you'd understood me before. Hari-kun comes from a country far away." Minato continued to stare blankly, wondering what he was missing. "I told you before," the Hokage continued, "he grew up there and the native language is called English." "Yes, but Minato started. The Hokage grinned widely at his subordinate's confusion. "Hari-kun speaks his native language, of course." "Hari-kun," the Hokage turned to the boy, abruptly switching between languages, "are you settling in all right?" The 6-year-old's face lit up immediately at the first intelligible words he'd heard in days, and he responded eagerly, "You can talk. I mean, you can talk English." "Where am I? Why doesn't anyone else talk English?" The old man chuckled and answered amiably, "You are in Konoha, Hari-kun. Do you remember, we spoke before? You were a little out of sorts at the time." Harry thought hard and decided the old man did look vaguely familiar. He couldn't remember any conversation, though. "I'm afraid there aren't many people here who speak or understand English, Hari-kun," the Sandaime informed the boy. "You will avenue to do your best to learn our language now." Frowning in determination, the 6-year-old nodded. The Hokage smiled at him. "Are you settling down well, though? Do you like living with Minato-san and Kakashi-kun?" Harry glanced at the two people in question and shrugged self-consciously. "I guess," he agreed quietly, reminded of the reason he was with these new people to begin with. "They're nice, I think. But they're kind of weird, too." He flushed as he realized what he'd said. The Hokage laughed good-naturedly and Harry felt some of his anxiety ease. The two shinobi could only watch in wonder as the Hokage and 6-year-old conversed rapidly in some foreign language neither of them could begin to understand. At last, the Hokage turned back to them, a smile still lingering on his lips from laughing. "Good news," he told Minato, easily switching back to his own native language. "Hari-kun is not mute and he seems to like living with you. He says you're mostly nice and a little strange, by the way." "He must come from a very distant country," Kakashi commented, frowning slightly, "if he speaks a different language." The Hokage nodded grimly. "Very true," he confirmed. "Hari-kun comes from very far away." He looked back at Minato. "I hope this alleviates some of your concerns, Minato-san." "It does," Minato agreed, glad that the boy hadn't suffered brain damage in the attempted assassination. "But what do we do now? He needs to learn our language, doesn't he?" You teach him. Naturally, the Hokage replied, raising an eyebrow. Children pick these things up better than you might think. If he continues to be surrounded by the language, he will learn, in time. Can't you? Minato started. The Sandaime cut him off gently. Now, Minato, you know I am a busy man. I don't have time to teach him. He will learn fine on his own. Is there anything else that you need? Minato sighed, a little disappointed despite himself. No, Hokage-sama, thank you. He bowed and Akashi did the same as the three were dismissed. Goodbye, Harry called back in English, waving to the Hokage enthusiastically as he followed the others out. The amused old man called back in like. Minato and Kakashi were gone again. They had returned the night before, but had disappeared again early that morning, leaving Harry, again, in the care of Minato's acquaintance. Harry leaned on the ble to get a better look at the pictures in the book she had laid out. Before turning the page, the red-haired woman looked down at him and, meeting his eyes, she smiled. The boy smiled back, looking back at the page as she continued to read, pointing to pictures as she went. He couldn't quite understand her, but he'd never had anyone read to him before. It was a novel experience that he thoroughly enjoyed. Oji-san came with lots of presents, the woman read, pointing to the picture of the gray-haired man with an armful of packages. Oji-san is father's father. Oba-san brought her hugs and kisses. Oba-san is father's mother. Oji-san came with colorful fireworks. The woman had turned to the next page, depicting a middle-aged man with thinning black hair, bent over to light the fuse on a small rocket. I watched with Itoko as lights filled the sky. Oji-san is father's brother, and Itoko is uncle's son, just like I am father's son. The woman turned the page and opened her mouth to continue, but paused when she heard a sound at the door. Looking up, she smiled as it opened. Welcome back, she said. How did it go? Minato stepped inside, moving aside to let a taciturn Kakashi in behind him, as expected. He supplied, the DNA is a match. The woman smiled, looking down at the little boy beside her. That's good news, isn't it? Now we know for sure that you're Kakashi-kun's Otudo. Harry just stared up at her without comprehension. The woman smiled again and he smiled back. It's nice to have these things confirmed, isn't it, Kakashi? Minato asked. The boy didn't respond, face blank. The man sighed and shook his head. Sorry for asking you to watch him today, Kushina-san, he apologized. Her suspension was over and he knew she was leaving again in the evening. The woman smiled. It's fine. I don't mind. Hari-kun is a very nice young man. Minato grinned. That's good to hear, he said. I have to take Kakashi in for the first part of the Junin test tomorrow. I was thinking of having Obito and Rin watch him while we're gone. Kushina nodded. I'm sure they'd manage just fine, he's very well behaved. Hopefully they will, Minato agreed, turning to grin at his student. Kakashi-Nisan is going to be pretty busy for a while. The masked teen shot him a glare. The Junin grinned unrepentantly. We're aiming to get through to the finals this time. Kakashi's glare turned to a glower. We're aiming to win this time, he grumbled. That, too, Minato agreed cheerfully. His student glowered. I can't believe you're actually going to be a Junin soon, Kakashi-kun. Rin exclaimed excitedly. Kakashi grunted with disinterest and continued to check his equipment. He'd done it once already, and twice the night before, but figured you could never be too careful before a Junin exam. He tried last year, Obito put in sarcastically, and he failed then, remember. What's to say this year will be any different? Kakashi glared at his teammate, from the guy who failed the Chunin exam twice. That's nothing you should be talking about, he stated. Besides, the Junin exam is a lot harder, and I'm going to pass it this year. You're going to have to start calling me captain. Never, Obito cried, sticking a tongue out at the younger boy. Kakashi, do you have your papers? I can't find them, Minato asked, voice wafting out from the kitchen around the corner. I put them with my stuff last night, Kakashi said, didn't want to have a repeat of last year. What happened last year? Rin wondered curiously. Sensei thought he had the papers, but he forgot them, Kakashi stated dully. I had to stall Hokage-sama while he Hiraishin-ed all the way back to the apartment to find them. Minato laughed, rubbing the back of his head. It worked out, in the end. Why do you have to go? Anyway, Obito asked, We could be doing cool training while Kakashi's gone. It's just for the first day, Minato said. He needs a sponsor present, a Junin who will vouch for his ability. Usually the Junin instructor from his Genin squad. Which is you, Obito grumbled. Rin smiled at him. Come on, it'll be fun to watch Kakashi's little brother, anyway. Obito thought about it for a moment. Just him, Rin, and some kid who didn't even understand anything they said. He grinned. It might not be so bad, after all. I thought we could take him to the park, Rin added, to her teacher. There'll be lots of kids there today since the academy doesn't have classes during the examination days. Minato grinned. That's a good idea, maybe he can meet some of the other kids around his age. Kakashi slid his last kunai back into his pouch and stood from the table. Sensei, I'm ready. All right, the man joined him. Did you say goodbye to your brother yet? The boy shot him a blank look and the Junin raised an eyebrow. Eyes narrowing in annoyance, Kakashi turned back to the table, where Harry was finishing up his breakfast as he stared around at how busy everyone was. "Ya, Hari-san," he muttered before turning impatiently back to his teacher. The man smiled. It wasn't exactly warm, but he could work with it. "Yamada," he echoed, following after the Chunin, Hari-kun. "Be good for Rin and Obito." The 6-year-old stared after them mutely. Kakashi stepped up to the desk, handing over his papers, letters of endorsement from Junin and Chuni. And he'd worked on missions with before and the recognition of sponsorship signed by his teacher. The Sandaime accepted them and flipped through the pages briefly. "Seems to be in good order, Kakashi-san," the older man confirmed. "Please wait with the other candidates." Minato stood behind the desk with the other sponsors, waving at and greeting a few that he recognized, which was more often than not returned with silence and rolled eyes. Kakashi joined the other Chunin up for promotion, all of them at least 5 years older than him, most even more. He ignored their stares, already knowing that most of his peers didn't like the fact that someone so much younger than them could rise above them in skill. "We're expecting one more applicant," the Hokage announced, glancing at a clock on his desk. "We'll give her 5 more minutes. And then begin." Kakashi waited impatiently with the rest, certain that whoever it was that was coming late was only doing so to try and get a mental edge over the opposition. When the door opened again, almost 4 minutes later, everyone turned to look at the woman who rushed in. "Namiko-san," the Hokage acknowledged, "how good of you to finally join us." The dark-haired young woman flushed slightly, bowing briefly once she'd reached the desk, papers in hand. "My apologies, Hokage-sama, we were delayed." The Sandaime raised an eyebrow and looked behind her. "Yes, and where is Tamaki-san?" The woman turned around, a look of surprise on her face, then she scowled. "Tamaki-sensei. Get in here, now." "I won't," came a voice from outside. A small ripple of laughter that started with the Junin sponsors invaded the Chunin ranks. "Tamaki-sensei, hurry up," the woman called, stomping back to the door. "If you get me disqualified, I'm never going to speak to you again." "Promises, promises," the voice muttered. The Hokage raised an eyebrow, lips lifted in amusement. "Tamaki-san, if you would please come in, then we can get started." There was a brief silence. The dark-haired woman watched the door expectantly, then the voice replied, resignedly, "Hi, Hokage. Sama." More laughter rippled through the room as the man entered, clothes soaking wet. Eden clutching his pants up desperately. They were torn and wouldn't stay up on their own. The man scowled at the ground, head bowed so his wilted brown hair covered most of his blushing face. In the silence, a familiar chirping was heard and the man winced, blushing deeper as he pulled a cicada from his hair, squashing it self-consciously in his hand and jostling a small reed leaf to fall out, as well. The Hokage's eyebrow rose further. Namiko rolled her eyes and reached into a pouch to pull out a short coil of wire, holding it out to the older man. "Just tie them up already, sensei," she grumbled. He took the wire without a word and promptly hid himself behind the group of Junin. None of the shinobi pressed the issue, although a few chuckles were slow to die out. Kakashi just sighed. Why couldn't these things ever happen the way they were supposed to? The Hokage stood, his chair scraping against the floor a little as it moved back. The last of the laughter went silent and everyone turned their attention towards the man. First of all, the man started, voice strong and loud in the still room. I would like to congratulate all of you on getting this far. You all started out the same way, as mere genin. And I can remember sitting with each of you upon your graduations. You are all extremely talented individuals who have shown impressive skills. That said, I will warn you 1L. Ask time never to underestimate your opponents. For each Junin, there is someone out there stronger, faster, or smarter. You all still have a long way to go before you reach the top. Today we will begin with a series of instant death matches. The Hokage continued. It will be a free-for-all in training grounds A through F. Anyone who steps outside of the designated area will automatically be disqualified. Anyone who is hit by another's technique is disqualified. This match will continue for 5 hours, or until one shinobi is left standing. At the end of the testing period, I will discuss your demonstration with the sponsors. The Hokage continued. You will all report back here tomorrow morning at 0600 for further orders. Hi, Hokage-sama, the Chunin chorused dutifully. The Hokage nodded, forming seals with his hands. He looked out at the group from under his hat. The test will begin as soon as you are on the training grounds. He disappeared in a swirl of wind and leaves, with the Junin immediately following his example and the Chunin doing the same an instant later. Harry stood uncertainly in front of the two teens, looking out across the park they'd arrived at. It was noisy. Dozens of children ranging from younger than him to a few years older ran around everywhere, some in groups and some alone. Laughter and shouts and screams filled the air, and he seemed to be the only one who didn't know what to do. After a moment, the 6-year-old took a cautious look at the pair standing behind him. The girl was smiling, looking out over the park, and the boy was smiling, as well, looking at the girl. He sighed, wishing that nice lady that read to him was with him now. Abruptly, Rin took her eyes off the park and looked down at the little boy, smiling warmly. We're going to have fun today, Hari-chan. She announced cheerfully. What would you like to play? The boy stared up at her mutely. Having expected that reaction, she gathered up the small boy's hand and started leading him to the playground. I really used to like the swings, she confided in the child. Obito followed behind them a little less than enthusiastic. Obito and I can push you on one. Harry allowed himself to be led to the swing set, staring at the children going back and forth on the hanging boards. He remembered that the park down the road from their house had one of these. He had only seen it in passing on the way to and from school, since his aunt and uncle hadn't wanted him to be wandering around outside. They waited until one of the swings was vacated and the girl led him over to it, lifting him onto the seat. Ready? Rin asked, smiling at the boy. Harry grabbed at the ropes, casting a nervous glance at the other children. They seemed to be having fun, but it looked a little scary to be swinging around like that. Rin grinned. Okay, here we go, she said, grabbing the ropes and pulling the boy towards herself. Once he was a few feet off the ground, she let go, allowing him to swing backwards. Harry's eyes widened in surprise and his hands tightened on the ropes, not entirely certain if he liked it yet. Obito, you should get behind him. Rin chastised her teammate, who was standing to the side, watching. The dark-haired boy nodded and made his way back around the swings. Harry flinched as the girl pushed his swing again when he was at the highest point, making him go even faster. He glanced behind him to see the older boy take up position behind him, then turned his attention to the front again as he was pushed, this time from behind. Rin stepped out the way now. It was difficult to do much more than start someone off when standing in the front. She watched as the boy's face slowly began to light up, a small smile crossing his lips as he went forward for the 4th time. A spark of life in his dark green eyes. Harry was quickly beginning to enjoy the feel of the wind in his hair. He tilted his head back, watching the clouds as he swung forward again. Air blowing around his shaggy hair. There was a bank of dark clouds on the horizon, but they probably wouldn't arrive for another couple of hours. For now, he was enjoying himself in a way he never had before. Kakashi cursed silently to himself, pressing flat against the ground as he waited for the other Chunin to pass by his hiding place. It was already an hour into the melee and the 12-year-old had come to the conclusion that everyone was out to get him. Sure, there had been a few skirmishes between some of the other Chunin, but he'd been desperately fighting off 2 and Eve. N3 at a time. He'd only just made it out of the last battle alive, and was taking a few minutes to regain his stamina. He shifted slightly, joints stiff from laying in such an awkward position. He'd have to move soon. It was only a matter of time before he was found here. As though in response to his thoughts, the boy felt a sudden surge of chakra behind him and rolled away into his feet, jumping for the nearest tree branch just in time to avoid being pulled into the crumbling earth. Eyes narrowed, he turned to face his attacker, not wasting a moment for recognition to set in. All he dead to know was that in this test all other Chunin were his enemy. He pulled out a smoke bomb and threw it into the clearing at the Chunin's feet. Predictably, the Chunin jumped away, taking to the higher air of the trees. But Kakashi was already there, throwing a kick. The other Chunin blocked the kick and pulled an arm back for a punch, but Kakashi twisted his body around the arm he'd blocked with, and managed to avoid the punch, planting a palm heel strike straight up into the man's chin. The Chunin grunted in pain as his head snapped up, and his eyes glinted angrily when he brought them back down to focus on Kakashi. He closed his hands around the 12-year-old's arms and threw the boy across at another tree. Kakashi skillfully manipulated his body in midair, landing with a SK. It on a branch of the tree and managing to slow his fall down enough with his chakra so that he barely hit the trunk. The other Chunin was already moving again, letting out a ferocious yell as he came down towards the boy. His whole body a dangerous weapon. Kakashi quickly formed the sign for Kawarimi, but the blow never connected. He blinked. It looked like the man had disappeared in midair. Rai to his right drew his attention across, and the first thing his eyes landed on was the Chunin lying in a pile of splintered wood on the ground. Broken branches gave testament to his descent, and the boy quickly raised his eyes to find whoever had done this. Hanaki-san, you are out of line. A Junin Kakashi didn't recognize reprimanded from where he was standing on top of a high branch above the injured Chunin. Once you're hit, you are no longer allowed to participate. The Chunin groaned in response. The Junin turned to Kakashi, face unreadable. Kakashi-san, I suggest you leave this area, others will have heard that. Kakashi stared at him a moment longer before nodding, disappearing into the trees as soon as the motion was complete. What should we do next? Rin wondered as the Y gave up the swing to another waiting child. Harry looked around, eyes alight for new, fun things to do. This was way better than anything he'd done with the Dursleys. It was even better than being read to. His eyes paused as they landed on a tall slide. The children were taking turns riding down it, squealing and laughing in delight. It went fast, and Harry had found that he liked fast. It looked fun. Reaching up, the boy grabbed the girl's hand, tugging slightly and pointing across at the slide. You want to go on the slide? Rin asked with a smile, starting to walk in that direction. Okay, let's go. The 6-year-old happily walked beside her, excited at the prospect of this new game. Obito followed behind them a little grudgingly. When were he and Rin going to get their alone time if Kashi's brother kept dragging them along with him? Couldn't the kid play by himself? With a sigh, the Uchiha looked down to catch sight of the child's excited face, and he smiled slightly. He hadn't seen the boy smile before, and decided that maybe it was all right to be dragged around with the kid, if only this once. He frowned as a strange thought hit him abruptly. Had Kakashi ever smiled like that? Kakashi grit his teeth as he caught the bark of a branch with his hand, infused with chakra to stop his ungainly descent. The momentum sent him around the branch in a complete circle before he managed to land on his feet on top of it. A barrage of kunai came at him from several directions and his eyes widened. He barely had time to form the necessary seal for Kawarimi, but took the opportunity to replace himself with a small log, which the kunai impaled and tore apart brutally. He didn't take time to think of what would have become of him had he been a split second slower. From his new vantage point, he threw a kunai of his own, pinning one of his attackers in the shoulder. The man grunted in pain, pulling it out and applying pressure immediately, then with a sound of annoyance, headed away from the fight. There weren't as many Chunin left now, Kakashi knew. He'd been the cause of at least 5 disqualifications by himself, and the original group had only been 11. Things were going to get more difficult from here on out. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi wiped sweat from his eyes and jumped from his hiding spot, knowing he'd given away his position when he threw his weapon and couldn't stay there. The little boy sprawled on the grass, watching the clouds roll in with a neutral expression. He liked watching clouds. He'd done it often when his aunt took him outside to teach him about weeds and flowers. "Looks like it's going to rain soon," Obito spoke up, eyes on the heavy gray clouds that were fast approaching. Rin agreed. They lay there in silence for several more minutes until Rin finally sat up. She glanced at her two sprawled companions and smiled slightly. 3 hours had worn Harry out pretty well, and his eyelids were drooping in a way that made him look more like Kakashi than ever, that is, more like what she assumed Kakashi would look like if he weren't wearing his mask. "We should go," the girl announced. "We don't want to get caught outside in the rain." "Yeah," Obito agreed, continuing to lay where he was for a minute before lethargically getting to his feet. Rin crouched down next to Harry and smiled down at him, catching his eyes. "Hari-chan, it's time to go home now." The boy looked between her and Obito, then stood up, stretching with a yawn. Rin smiled. He was so cute. A noise behind her distracted her from the picture of cuteness, and she and Harry both turned to look at their third companion, who was rubbing his stomach sheepishly. "I guess I'm a little hungry," the teen excused, laughing nervously. Rin laughed. "On our way back, we should stop for Dango." Obito grinned. "Yeah, I'll bet he'll love Dango." Together, the three of them headed away from the park. It was less crowded by now, many people having had similarly wary thoughts about the approaching storm as they had, but there remained a few who would stay a while longer, testing their luck until the last minute. "Hey," Obito started after a few minutes, glancing across at his teammate. "Isn't it kind of weird that Kakashi can afford such a huge apartment?" Rin asked, then frowned thoughtfully. "Well, he does have more experience than us, he probab. Lee gets more missions than the ones he takes with us, I guess," Obito said reluctantly. "But how much do you think it costs?" "I mean, it's got 2 bedrooms. What could he be doing with 2 bedrooms? Rin frowned. "Hari-chan and him had their futons in the same room, didn't they? So, then, why would they need 2 bedrooms? Obito demanded, perplexed. "Well, his parents probably live there, too," Rin pointed out. "After all, he's even younger than us, so he probably still lives with them." The boy blinked. "Oh, yeah, do you think they're shinobi, too? Maybe they're on a mission right now or something." Rin nodded knowingly. "Yes, probably." After all, Obito laughed, Kakashi's parents couldn't be anything but shinobi, right? I mean, he must have graduated a few years ago, so, when he was, like, 7 or 8 or something. He frowned. "I wonder what they're like." Rin frowned as well. "I don't know. Maybe if we keep watching Hari-chan once in a while, we'll meet them." Obito laughed loudly. "Ha, ha. I wonder if his mom and dad wear those stupid masks, too." The dull thunk of a kunai hitting wood was hardly enough to stare at, but Kakashi noticed his opponent's eyes widen slightly as he glanced at the object. Kakashi took a quick look over, careful not to release his opponent's arm, or let up on the kunai battle the two were currently engaged in. His eyes widened as the Y landed on a smoking slip of paper tied to the handle of the weapon. In mutual agreement, both Kakashi and his opponent pushed off of each other, barely jumping away before the tag exploded. "Damn it, Kuichi, watch where you throw those things, idiot," Kakashi heard the other Chunin shout. Kakashi steadied himself carefully on another branch, ducking to avoid a kick from another Chunin. The man landed on the trunk of the tree, running around it for another shot, but Kakashi dropped from the branch, running an arm over his eyes to get the rainwater out of his vision. It had started raining 10 minutes ago. Now it was pouring and even the trees didn't offer much shelter. Thunder grumbled overhead, and Kakashi imagined there'd be lightning, too, not that he could see the sky. He couldn't see much of anything, actually. He couldn't see where the 3 Chunin he'd been attacked by were lurking, and he could barely see the ground he was crouched on. It was nearly pitch black under a double canopy of clouds and tree leaves. The only good thing he could think of was that his opponents couldn't see any better. He'd taken a good look at all the Chunin when they first arrived, and there weren't any Uchiha or Hyuga testing this year. Still, someone had probably paid enough attention to be able to estimate where he fell. Soundlessly slipping out a kunai, Kakashi quietly moved, breathing a little heavy from the past 4 hours. He'd heard people say that the first part of the Junin exam was easy. Just a simple sparring match. He called it an A- rank pain in the butt. Things never went as well as you wanted them to. And it was a lot easier to win a real sparring match than this kind of tag sparring. The other guy barely had to touch you and you'd be out for the count. It shifted your whole strategy of fighting. Often, in real battles, you'd find times when it's better to sacrifice a stab to the arm, or a cut to the side, gaining your advantage in that moment. But in this pseudo-sparring, a single hit, no matter how inconsequential, meant immediate disqualification. Kakashi spun around as his back ran into another body, slashing with the kunai in the same instant. He propelled himself back into the treetops. I found him over here. A voice shouted from below. Kakashi hastily jumped to another branch. Was it just him, or were things actually getting darker still? Suddenly, a flare-off went 20 meters to his right, the almost blindingly bright light illuminating the whole area. Immediately on guard, Kakashi jumped, heart beating frantically as he searched for any sign of opposition. He brought his arms up in a cross guard just in time to block a flying kick, but was thrown backwards from the force. He skillfully adjusted his trajectory as much as he was able, twisting his body around, until he was able to land on another branch. The 12-year-old's eyes widened as his feet slipped on a rain-slicked patch of moss. Hastily, he sent chakra to his feet. But he was already falling again and the rain was blinding him. He wiped the water from his eyes once more. For once he wished he wore goggles like Obito, then immediately disengaged his chakra. As he saw the other Chunin standing above him, right side up on his branch. Forcing himself to breathe, and thereby not panic, Kakashi quickly dug into the lower left pocket of his vest and pulled out a long coil of thin wire. His breath crystallized into fog in front of his face as he fell, but he ignored it, instead working his cold fingers expertly to wind the end of the wire around the handle of his kunai and through the eye at its base. Tugging it secure, Kakashi glanced around for a target, then let the kunai fly towards another tree branch further away than the one he'd fallen from. He allowed the excess wire to slide through his gloved fingers, resisting the temptation to look down. He knew the ground was fast approaching, he didn't have much time left. The kunai soared over the branch and he sent a brief burst of chakra down the line, which caused the kunai to turn in mid-flight, wrapping around the branch. He tightened his grip on the wire and his downward trajectory was pulled into an arc. Kakashi gasped in pain as his shoulders collided with the base of a large tree. He'd taken too long to stop his fall and had run into the thick protruding roots of the ancient plant. Realization had barely occurred to him when blinding pain cracked through his head as the back of his skull hit the hardwood a split second after his back. Everything went black and his thoughts were fuzzy. He just barely held on to who he was and what he was doing, and even that wasn't exactly clear at the moment. The pain came back worse than ever, along with his vision, a second later, and took Kakashi several seconds to realize that the unfamiliar weight on his chest belonged to the man who was holding him down. In several more seconds he finally felt the tickle of metal against his neck and managed to grab onto enough of his cognitive abilities to roll his eyes down. The other Chunin had a kunai pressed to his neck, the tip of the blade pushing through his mask. The man grinned, teeth and eyes shining slightly in the reflected light of the flare while the rest of his face was in shadow. "Got you," he said with obvious pleasure. "Congratulations," Kakashi mumbled dryly. The grin fell from the other man's face and he shoved Kakashi a little as he got off of him. Kakashi's eyes widened at the same instant as the other shinobi's, and he rolled to the side as the older Chunin jumped. Both of them just avoiding being skewered by almost a dozen kunai. As it was, another stinging pain was added to Kakashi's collection of injuries as one grazed his arm. Head and back throbbing painfully. Kakashi pushed himself up a bit, out of the mud. He paused as his vision swam, darkness swallowing him again a second later. He held himself there for several seconds, on his hands and knees, waiting for his senses to return. But they didn't. Belatedly, he realized the flare had gone out. With a grunt of effort he pushed himself to his feet, then reached out blindly to steady himself on the very root he'd smacked into. He held a hand to his face, willing the dizziness to pass faster, and vaguely wondering if he had a concussion. Finally, the moment passed, and he stumbled forward, away from the sound of clashing metal and fighting. He was going to have a killer headache tomorrow. He hadn't gotten more than 100 meters before he felt a presence suddenly beside him. Clutching a kunai, Kakashi turned, lashing out even before recognition could set in. Another roll of thunder sounded overhead. His body disagreed with the sudden movement and the vision he'd managed to regain as he adjusted to the darkness. For the last 10 minutes swirled violently again, his legs wavered like rubber. A hand caught his wrist before the kunai could make contact, and a second arm looped under his other arm, keeping him from falling. Kakashi was grateful. He didn't want to end up in the mud again. "Steady there," a familiar voice said, almost drowned out by the rain and the wind. "You look awful." "I hate these things," Kakashi grumbled, recognizing his teacher's voice and allowing the man to reposition him for easier escort. The man issued a dry laugh. "Yeah," he agreed, "they're not as easy as everyone says they are." "Are they? They schedule them for bad weather on purpose, don't they?" Kakashi asked. Minato laughed again, this time with more feeling. "Maybe," he agreed. "What happened? Are you hurt badly?" "I hit my head," Kakashi admitted. "I might have a concussion." The blonde man nodded. Even though his student couldn't see it in the storm, "I'll drop you off at the hospital." Winters. "I'm updating early this week, sort of, in thanks to the many people who reviewed and the many communities that added this story. So, thanks. Enjoy the sort of almost kind of brotherly interaction. A few notes. MP means military police, not magic points, or mana points, or whatever you want to call those things you use to cast spells in RPGs. Update. Kakashi Do's blood when he summons with his scroll, as was shown in the chapter before the one I was quoting from. He doesn't use a scroll when summoning Pakun during the Chunin exams. From this I'm concluding that using the scroll makes more complicated summons, like when he summons multiple dogs, easier or something. Presuming Kakashi's young and not as experienced as his Naruto-era self, I don't think it's unreasonable to presume he would lean towards using the scroll every time he summons. Thanks for the correction, some anime gal. Also, a translation note, konbanwa means good evening. Technically, the hiragana is written with the character for ha, not wa. The wa at the end is traditionally a particle, as in tonight is konbanwa. However, konbanwa has become an accepted greeting, so that's the way I'm writing it. Just thought I'd let you know it's not technically spelled that way. Chapter 4 Big Brother. He knew there was something wrong the moment he entered the house. The last few days had been more awkward than the first, although they had been, at least, less tense. It was clear Lily had bought his excuse, because she hadn't mentioned it since, although the atmosphere had been heavy with uncertainty and fear. Today it felt decidedly lighter, almost happy. Warily, the man removed his shoes, choosing not to call out. He wasn't sure what could have changed. He was sure that it wasn't anything good. "James." He turned and forced a smile as Lily entered the room, grinning widely and practically glowing with joy. Dread crept into the man's heart. She looked far too similar to his wife the day she'd announced they were going to have a baby. Revising his earlier estimations, he decided that this was definitely bad news. Before he could open his mouth to ask her about the sudden change, the woman was right there, arms around his neck and lips pressed against his. Using every bit of his self-control, he managed not to push her away, and even reciprocated the affectionate gesture. When she finally pulled back, a full 3 minutes later, she was grinning more broadly than ever, her lips full and rosy. He returned her smile with a slightly bemused one of his own. "What was that for?" he asked lightly, with the air of innocent curiosity. Lily pulled out an envelope, unfolding the parchment that had been inside. "It's from St. Mungo's," she explained. "They said there's no trace of illness in your system. Why didn't you just go there in the first place? They probably could have helped you faster than any medication." The man felt his face ting up despite his own efforts to prevent it, and resigned himself to letting the blush show. It was probably appropriate, anyway. Well, it's kind of embarrassing," he offered awkwardly, guessing St. Mungo's was the hospital James normally would have gone to. "I didn't want to risk running into anyone I knew." Lily giggled. "It doesn't matter anymore, you're fine now and we can get back to normal." "Maybe we should wait until the week is over," Just in case, he offered awkwardly, hoping the woman would agree. A small frown formed on her lips. James, do you not want me anymore? His smile became even more strained. Of course I still want you, Lily, he replied awkwardly, forcing sincerity into his words. I just don't want to risk you getting sick. Lily rolled her eyes. Don't you trust healers at all, James? She asked in exasperation. If they give you a clean bill of health, then I'm sure we'll be fine. He really didn't want her to be sure they'd be fine. Glancing from the paper back to the woman, he hesitantly asked, how do they know, anyway? Lily had the grace to flush a little. Well, I was worried, James, so I sent them a small sample of your, Never mind. The disgruntled man interrupted with a sigh. I don't think I want to know. Lily laughed self-consciously. But, it's good news, right? Now we don't have to worry about being together. The man forced a grin that he hoped looked natural. Yeah, he agreed awkwardly. That's great news. Minato stepped into the apartment, stripping off his wet coat and shaking water from his spiky hair. Even before he bothered to greet any of the 3 children currently staring at him. Once he was out of his muddy sandals, he finally looked up, smiling at them. Konbanwa, the man said cheerfully. You're finally back, Rin sighed. Standing and moving across the room, away from the 2 boys. She looked around her teacher curiously. Where's Kakashi-kun? The hospital, Minato replied nonchalantly. The girl's eyes widened. What? She cried. The test's really that hard? Obito cried, jumping to his feet in surprise. On just the first day. Minato grinned, holding out his hands placatingly. Kakashi will be fine. It wasn't anything serious, he assured the pair, just a mild concussion. Just a mild concussion, Rin demanded. Sensei, that's serious. He's fine, Rin-chan, Minato insisted. A bit of bed rest and he'll be ready to go tomorrow. Thanks, you too, for staying so late. We called our parents, Obito supplied with a shrug. We made dinner, Rin added. There's some leftovers in the fridge. You can have them if you're hungry, Sensei. She frowned. I hope Kakashi-kun doesn't mind. Minato raised an eyebrow in amusement. I'm sure he won't, he said, herding the 2 towards the door. But you 2 better get home. We're going on a mission tomorrow, so you need your rest. But, Kakashi, Rin started. The Junin's grin widened. He won't be accompanying us this time, he said. He'll be busy down at administration and with Hari-kun. So, meet me at 0700, he added, then paused, frowning, and looked between the 2 Chunin. Do either of you have an umbrella? Rin and Obito looked at each other, then shook their heads. With a shrug, Minato picked one up from the corner, shaking it off a little since he'd thrown his wet coat on top of it earlier. He held it out. You'll have to share this one, he said. The rain will probably last until tomorrow morning, and I'll need the other one. Thank you, Sensei, Rin said, taking the umbrella gratefully. Oyasumi, Obito called, opening the door. Good night, Rin echoed, following her teammate into the hall. She paused long enough to add, good night, Hari-chan. Minato lowered the umbrella, shaking it off as they left the drizzle of rain for the hospital foyer. Harry stared at the place with wide eyes, tucked close by the Junin. Minato grinned down at him, resting the damp umbrella on his shoulder with one hand while he used the other to take the child's hand in his own. We're going to see Kakashi-kun, he told the boy. He was in the hospital last night. You were in the hospital before, too, remember? The boy stared at him. Come on, we have to check in, Minato said before leading the way to the front desk. He exchanged brief words with the sleepy-looking receptionist. It seemed her shift would be ending soon and she was looking forward to getting some rest after a long night. They were allowed in without any hassle. It helped that Konoha's yellow flash was recognizable to just about everyone in the village. With his bright yellow hair and his signature white coat, Kakashi was in a room on the ground floor and Minato wasn't surprised to see the boy already strapping on his weapon pouches when they arrived. He looked a little better than he had yesterday, clean, at least. How are you feeling, Kakashi? Minato asked, releasing Harry's hand as they entered the room. Kakashi looked up at him, then down at Harry, then up at him once again. Fine, no lingering effects, Minato pressed. You don't feel dizzy or lightheaded? The Chunin shot him an irritated look. I said I'm fine. Well, today will be an easy day for you, anyway, Minato excused, just paperwork. Ready to go. The boy was silent for a moment before returning his eyes to Harry, ignoring the question as he got to his feet. Why is he here? Quote, Kushina's on a mission, Minato supplied. I'll be gone with Obito and Rin today, so you'll have to watch him. Kakashi frowned. I'll be busy. Not too busy, Minato assured him. Besides, Hari-kun's a good boy. He smiled down at the 6-year-old. Aren't you, Hari-kun? You're not going to cause Kakashi-kun any trouble, are you? The boy stared at him blankly. Kakashi scowled, eyebrows drawing together above his mask. Whatever. The three of them made it to the conference room just before 6. Everyone else was already there, including Namiko and Tamaki-san. Most of them didn't look any worse off than Kakashi, but one man had bandages covering his right cheek back to his ear. They were all sitting around a large table, with steaming cups of tea set before them. As they sat, Harry between the two shinobi, Minato picked up the tea kettle, pouring some for himself and the two boys. The Sandaime waited until he was finished to speak. You all did well in the test yesterday. The Hokage started. We were glad there were no serious injuries, and you were all able to make it here today. His eyes landed on Kakashi as he said the last part, and the boy repressed the urge to look away. Obviously, there were those that performed more impressively than others. The Sandaime continued after a moment, and we discussed the results at great length yesterday evening. Only 5 of you will be continuing from here, but as for the rest of you, do not become discouraged. There is room for improvement in even the best. As the third fell silent, the Junin beside him spoke, lifting a scroll to read off of. The names of those that passed the first examination of the Junin test are as follows. Aburame Kurochi, Fujiwaka Yosedo, Hataki Kakashi, Jirei Tsutomoke, and Tsunode Takai. The man read. Namiko, the only woman at the table, groaned. She looked at Tamaki, seated next to her. I guess I'll have to try again next year, sensei. The Hokage's mouth quirked in a smile. But he continued seriously. All those except whose names were called are now dismissed and will resume regular duties as soon as possible. You 5 that have passed will remain here for further instructions. Quote, there was a general commotion as chairs were pushed out and people stood up, some of them exchanging comments as they left the room. Minato stood and Harry looked between him and Kakashi uncertainly. The blonde smiled, putting a hand on the boy's shoulder. You'll be staying with Kakashi-kun today, he said, indicating the older boy. Understand? Harry looked from him to Kakashi once more before nodding slightly and settling back in his chair again, looking a bit nervous as he was left with the older boy. One of the Chunin frowned as the door was closed behind the last nin, casting a suspicious look at the two white-haired boys. Hokage-sama, he started, what's that boy still doing here? The Sandaime raised an eyebrow in amusement. Kakashi-s. And performed exceptionally well in the exam this year, he commented, all things considered. The man frowned. I was talking about the other brat, he growled. Kakashi's eyes narrowed to glare at the man, but he didn't say anything. Hari-kun is the younger brother of Kakashi-san, the Hokage explained calmly. He will be accompanying Kakashi-san today. He raised an eyebrow at the Chunin. I trust you don't have a problem with this. The man's frown deepened. I don't mean to question your judgment, Hokage-sama, he said carefully, but doesn't a child compromise the security of this meeting? Normally, yes, the Hokage agreed. However, Hari-kun is an exception to this rule, as he has recently returned from a foreign land and does not understand our language. Several of the Chunin frowned at that, and another man spoke up. Hokage-sama, I wasn't aware Hataki had a younger brother. The third turned sparkling eyes to the man and replied, but there are many things you are not aware of, aren't there? Yosedo-san. The man flushed slightly, but agreed, bowing his head. Hi, Hokage-sama. Then, if there are no further complaints, let's continue with our business, the Hokage said, not waiting for anyone to voice possible further complaints. We have a bit of paperwork for all of you to complete, the man continued, gesturing to a small table that stood by the door. Holding a large stack of white envelopes, you have until 1200 today to complete them and bring them to me in my office, sealed. Please don't be late. The next portion of the test will take place in the next 5 weeks. The third explained, they will be individual examinations and you will receive further details upon obtaining your summons. Slowly, he pushed back his chair and stood. Now, I will leave you to your work. The Chunin slowly began to stand as the Hokage left the room, crossing to the table to take one of the envelopes from the top of the stack. Kakashi waited for the others to get theirs first, taking a second look at those who had passed the first leg of the test with him. Kurochi appeared to be a typical Aburame, wearing dark sunglasses and a tan, high-collared jacket with most of his skin covered. Kakashi didn't remember running into him the day before. He was glad that he hadn't needed to deal with any of the man's bugs, but a little disappointed that he hadn't gotten the chance to spar against one of their clan. Fujiwaka Yoseto was a tall man, with his hitai tied around his head in the style of a bandana. No hair was sticking out the bottom, or giving the material a normal bumpy appearance, leading the boy to believe he was bald. He was young and wide-shouldered, probably only 19 or 20 years old. Tsunade Takai was the youngest, besides Kakashi. His brown hair was almost as messy as Harry's, and his build was lean. He looked 17, but walked beside Yoseto, sitting next to him at the table. The two had probably worked together many times in the past, and upon closer inspection, Kakashi was pretty sure they were two of the three he'd been fighting in the end. Jirei Tsutomoke had dark hair and appeared a little older, maybe 21 or 22. He stood aloof from the others, keeping to himself almost as much as the Aburame. As Tsutomoke began heading back to the table, Kakashi stood and went to the small table to retrieve his own envelope. The last one there, giving it a cursory glance, just in case someone had tampered with it, the boy made his way back to the table. Silently, he took his seat again beside Harry, reaching to pull a small brush and ink well closer to himself from the center of the table. Kakashi immediately set to work, sliding the papers from the large envelope and glancing through them. It seemed pretty standard, the usual information including age, weight, height and other mundane necessities first, followed by a dozen blank pages for a formal report of his exam experience. Then there were a few less usual pages, including questions on personal fighting techniques and jutsu. There was another dozen or so blank pages at the end. With a silent sigh, Kakashi lifted his brush and set to work. Calligraphy had never been the boy genius's strong suit. He'd only been in the academy for his first year, and had been able to write well enough for his own age group, but being able to write like a 5 or 6 year old wasn't particularly impressive once one reached the rank of genin or chunin. His writing had improved slightly since then, when his teacher found out how miserable his calligraphy was. He'd devoted many unoccupied evenings to trying to get the boy's writing up to specs, but it hadn't gone over well. It didn't seem as important as the other things he was learning, and it hadn't hampered his ability on the field, so he didn't put much effort into it. Now, though, he was writing as well as he could, hoping it would at least come out as legible. Kakashi glanced down at Harry as the younger boy sighed tiredly. For the last hour he'd been sitting in that chair, fidgeting and occasionally dozing off for a few minutes at a time. Even to Kakashi he seemed painfully bored. There were only 4 of them in the room now. Yoseto and Takai had finished a few minutes earlier. Harry squirmed uncomfortably as his stomach made an interesting grumbling noise. After a moment's thought, the 12-year-old stood, pushing back his chair. Harry looked up at the movement, eyes slightly glazed and absent-mindedly rubbing his stomach. "Hungry?" Kakashi asked. The boy stared at him blankly for a moment before a small smile crossed his lips. "Hi," he said, standing as well. Kakashi hesitated, blinking in surprise. As far as he knew, it was the first time the younger boy had spoken since he arrived 10 days ago. Excluding the brief conversation he'd apparently had with the Hokage, he recovered quickly, expression never changing, and gathered his papers to stuff back into his envelope. Tucking the envelope under his arm, he turned from the table. "Okay, let's go." "Hi," Harry said again, following him from the room. The weather was beginning to turn warm, and the air was muggy, sticky with the not quite rain that hung in the air. Kakashi almost regretting coming out. The humid atmosphere made his mask cling uncomfortably. Harry was obviously enjoying being able to stretch his legs a little, though. Kakashi led the way to a nearby restaurant and ordered for both of them. The two brothers were silent as they waited for their food. When it arrived, Harry quickly reached for his chopsticks. He'd initially been very clumsy with the utensils, but had improved greatly since. Kakashi reached out to stop him, letting his gloved hand halt the movement of the boys. Harry looked up with wide eyes. The older boy took the chopsticks from the 6-year-old's unresisting fingers and held them up before the staring boy's eyes. Hashi, he said blankly, his tone as dull as ever. They're called hashi. Harry stared at him as he spoke before slowly lowering his gaze to the chopsticks again. He reached out, hesitantly repeating, hashi. With a twist of his wrist, Kakashi allowed the boy to take them. He picked up his own chopsticks and snapped them apart, using them to point to his plate as he said, yakisoba. Harry blinked, looking the older boy up and down before hesitantly capturing a noodle with his own chopsticks and repeating, yaki. Soba. Kakashi nodded and fell silent, turning his attention to his food. Harry smiled slightly at the older boy before returning his own attention to breakfast, as well. He still wasn't sure what to make of the other white-haired boy, but he thought that, maybe, he wasn't so bad after all. Once they'd finished, Kakashi paid and they headed outside. It was even hotter, the sun beating down mercilessly. Harry trailed lethargically behind the elder Hatake. The 12-year-old stopped abruptly, catching a paw-ir of shuriken single-handedly without even a scratch. There were gasps of surprise as pedestrians hastily stepped off the road, away from the attack. Harry looked up, eyes wide, to see the other boy. Now stood with the shuriken spinning on his fingers. Kakashi lifted his eyes, gaze landing on the young man standing on the roof of a building across the road. He frowned as the face registered in his memory. Hanaki-san, he acknowledged coolly. Brat, the man snarled in reply, you made a fool of me yesterday, but don't think for an instant that you're better than me. Kakashi snorted, turning away from the man to face the road again. Whatever you say, I don't care. Hanaki watched with ever-rising anger as the 12-year-old began to walk away. He growled. He would not be disrespected by a brat almost half his age. Kakashi blocked a kick, allowing the energy to slide him back and gain some distance from his attacker. It didn't really buy him much time as he was once again blocking blows a second later. Hanaki pulled out a kunai and Kakashi blocked with his own, reluctantly, dropping his envelope in favor of protecting his life. Twisting the weapon, he forced the other from the man's hand. Taking things to another level, Hanaki formed a quick succession of seals and two forms began to rise from the ground, taking form in the image of their maker. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, body tensing for action. All three men attacked at once. Kakashi impaled his kunai in the clone to his left, only to find himself unable to remove it again. The earth around the knife pulled, sucking the weapon from his hand and into the clone's flesh. The copied face of Hanaki smiled. Kakashi cursed under his breath and fended off attacks from the other two before leaping backwards, a small burst of Akra propelling him to the roof behind him. Upon landing he wasted no time to free another kunai from his pouch, simultaneously slipping a small scroll from one of his pockets. Swiftly, he cut a clean line in his thumb. The scroll carefully balanced between two fingers. In one fast motion he unrolled it and swept his thumb across it, leaving a line of blood on the paper. Just as quickly it was led up once more and the boy flashed through a set of seals, unhampered by the scroll still in his hands. Hanaki and his clones landed on the roof just as Kakashi was finishing the last of the seals, the dog. He frowned at the other ninja a second, then slammed his hand, scroll and all, into the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu, quote, kanji exploded out of the paper, absorbed immediately by the ground. Nothing happened for a moment and the three figures moved forward to attack, only to falter as two large dogs suddenly jumped out of nowhere, leaping upon the clones on either side of Hanaki and tearing at them fiercely. The Chunin started in surprise, distracted long enough for Kakashi to nail him with a side kick that sent him hurtling back down to street level and into the face of the building across the street. Kakashi followed swiftly, leaving his dogs to deal with the clones. He pressed his attack as the older man was slowly getting back to his feet. Roughly, Kakashi pushed Hanaki up against the side of the building. Kunai at the man's throat. Give up now and maybe I won't press charges, Kakashi advised, cold eyes narrowed in anger. Hinaki glared back furiously, eyes burning with hatred. Kakashi frowned slightly as the man's eyes slipped to the side, focusing on something behind him. With a cruel grin the man's hand moved, a tiny, swift motion that sent a Senbon flying past the 12-year-old. It only took him an instant to realize the man's strategy and he angrily shoved Hinaki aside before turning and running after the large needle, aimed squarely at his brother's face. Harry stood frozen, staring as everything happened far too quickly for him to comprehend. He recognized the danger he was in when he saw the object thrown in his direction, but it was coming too quickly and he didn't have time to move. It was less than half a meter from the boy and Kakashi was running out of time. In desperation he threw the kunai from his hand. The two weapons struck, ricocheting off each other. But they were both very close to the younger boy. Harry gasped in pain as the kunai grazed his cheek. Raising a hand, eyes wide, he felt the warm blood beginning to spill out. Kakashi B. Arlie saw the injury before he was tackled from behind. Distracted as he was, the 12-year-old wasn't able to react fast enough and went down, hissing painfully as the other Chunin's knee dug into his back. Still sore from the night before. You allowed yourself to be distracted, Hinaki taunted, a victorious smirk on his lips. Kakashi gritted his teeth to keep from crying out as the man shifted, pulling his head back by his hair to position a kunai at his throat. He glowered as best he could. You attacked a civilian of Konoha, he growled, the same you swore to protect. Hinaki shrugged the accusation off. He wouldn't have been hurt badly, even if you hadn't knocked my needle off course. He would have died, Kakashi growled back, your aim was off. The man on top of him hesitated, frowning as he reviewed the line of attack in his mind. Suddenly he was tackled from above as Kakashi's canine companions leapt on him from the roof, all teeth and claws and fearsome growls. Kakas. Hai winced as the man was pushed off of him, kunai drawing a line of blood on his throat. Kakashi turned around, on his feet in an instant, glaring down at the man his dogs had successfully subdued. Hinaki was kneeling, one dog with its mouth clamped on his left arm and the other holding his neck threateningly between fanged jaws. Saying nothing, Kakashi approached, drawing a coil of wire from his pocket. He swiftly and expertly moved about, tying the man snugly, securing him so even a Chunin wouldn't be able to escape easily. The dogs backed off, still standing nearby and growling fiercely as Kakashi finished. The boy made sure to pull the bonds tight before tying them off. I'm sure the MP will think of something to do with you, he commented, returning the man's glare coldly, at the veer. Why least you'll have traitorous activity on your permanent record. You're lucky I'm fast or you'd be getting the death sentence. Hinaki didn't respond, glaring hatefully at him. Cold expression never wavering, Kakashi walked pointedly away from the man, crossing the street to his forgotten paperwork. He frowned as he picked up the beat-up envelope, wrinkled, torn, and dirty. Hopefully, he'd be able to salvage the papers inside. Turning again, the Chunin crossed back over to Harry. His dogs growled one last time at the man before reluctantly turning away and following their master. Kakashi looked down at the younger boy mutely for a moment. Harry's hand still was covering the cut on his cheek, blood dripping from between his fingers. Kakashi reached into another pocket, pulling out some bandages and tape and quietly bandaged the boy's wound. Harry stared at him the whole time, mutely, with tears in his eyes. Once finished, he again turned down the road. Let's go. Harry asked an anxious glance at the dogs before hastily running after the older boy, Kakashi-san. Kakashi paused, looking back, and was surprised when the boy immediately gripped his hand, clinging to it tightly. He stared down at the teary-eyed boy for a moment before his expression softened minutely. Kakashi-Nisan, he corrected, voice neutral as he indicated himself. The boy stared up at him with wide eyes before hesitantly repeating, Kakashi-Nisan. Hi, Kakashi confirmed, turning again to lead the boy back to the office, his two dogs trailing protectively behind them. It took Kakashi another 3 hours to finish his paperwork, after requesting a new copy from the Hokage's assistant while the Sandame was in a meeting. He was, unsurprisingly, the last Chunin to finish when he turned in his stack of paper. Just a few minutes before noon. The Hokage looked up at him, eyebrow raised. You're the last one. Cutting it a little close, aren't you, Kakashi-san, he commented lightly. Hi, Hokage-sama. The old man's gaze lowered to Harry. I heard about what happened, he commented. Neither of you were hurt badly, I hope. He glanced up at Kakashi again. No, Kakashi confirmed, just a scratch. I'd like you to turn in a report on it. Regardless, the Sandaime said, Hinaki-san will be dealt with after I know the entire story. Kakashi nodded. Hi, Hokage-sama. He Hokage turned to Harry again and spoke in English. You are all right, Hari-kun. Why yes, the boy answered quietly. I mean, hi. Kakashi-Nisan protected me. The Hokage smiled at the two boys. With a knowing expression before dismissing them, that will be all. With a bow, which Harry copied belatedly, Kakashi left with his brother. When they returned home, Kakashi settled down to study a SC role. He was still trying to master the finer points of Shunshin no Jutsu, which had a lot of small nuances making it difficult to fully master. He'd rather not flicker into a solid wall or a tree. He'd heard far too many gory stories from older shinobi to risk something like that. Harry, however, had only one thing on his mind. The dogs that had come to help Kakashi and him had disappeared to somewhere just before they entered the administration building again. He couldn't remember having seen dogs around the apartment before, but for them to listen so well to Kakashi, they must be around somewhere. Random alley dogs wouldn't have acted like that. The young boy looked around everywhere, searching for any sign that dogs lived, or even visited, the small apartment. He was a little scared. The two dogs. They'd seemed quite vicious when they attacked that man, but they'd been docile as they followed the two boys through the streets, so maybe they'd just been protective. Whatever they were, Harry found himself curious, and just a little concerned. He smiled in triumph when he found a blue dish in one of the cabinets in the kitchen, next to a half-empty bag of dog biscuits. Still, there were no sign of the actual dogs themselves. Maybe they were just alley dogs, and Kakashi brought them home to give them treats sometimes. But Harry didn't think the landlady would like that very much. He knew his aunt hadn't been too happy when his cousin had tried to hide a puppy in his room once. Looking around in frustration, Harry decided just to ask Kakashi about the dogs. Maybe the other boy would show him where they lived. Pulling out the slightly gnawed bowl, he padded into the living room. Kakashi-Nisan, he called out to get the older boy's attention. Kakashi frowned slightly under his mask, marking his spot on the scroll with a finger before looking up, expression blank. He looked at Harry, then glanced at the bowl in his hand, frowning a bit more. Just what did the kid want now? What? The Chunin asked, gaze settling on the boy again. Harry shifted, frowning. He didn't understand much of the new language he was surrounded by, and had no idea how to ask Kakashi about the dogs. Still, he had to try something. Doggy, the little boy said in English, pointing to the bowl. His eyebrows drew together as he tried to think of a way to ask where they were, but the words eluded him. So he continued in his own language, where do the doggies live? Kakashi blinked at him, expression, what little was visible, remaining unreadable. Doggy. He repeated the foreign word blandly. Doggy. Harry repeated with a nod, pointing to the dish again. Kakashi looked from Harry to the dish, eyebrows drawing together slightly. Ninken. He asked uncertainly, did the younger boy realize the dish belonged to his dogs? Hi. The boy confirmed eagerly, hoping that the older boy had guessed what he was saying correctly. Kakashi blinked, staring at him for a moment longer before understanding dawned on him. I see, you're wondering where my dogs are, he mused. It had been the first time the younger boy had seen them, so it was natural for him to be a bit confused. The 12-year-old debated with himself for several seconds, trying to decide whether to bring them out or not. At length he drew a second scroll from one of his pockets. It wouldn't hurt. Harry watched, eyebrows drawn together in confusion as the boy set the scroll he'd been reading aside, taking the new scroll in both hands. He unrolled the scroll, then paused to bite down on his thumb. Harry winced. The 12-year-old quickly smeared his blood onto the paper and rolled it back up just as the paper began to absorb his blood. He formed symbols with his hands around the scroll, the practiced move. Meant only a little more awkward than usual with the impeding presence of the small scroll, then he slammed the scroll into the ground. Kanji symbols jumped from the scroll to the ground like lightning, and smoke and dust exploded out from around it. Harry wrinkled his nose, stepping back a bit from the clouded air, but it cleared away a moment later to reveal one of the dogs he'd seen earlier, a medium-sized orange and white dog with short fur and a headband like Kakashi's tied around its neck. Hari-san. This is Ryu-kun, Kakashi introduced, patting the dog on the head. Ryu-kun looked around before letting out a questioning yip to its master. Kakashi smiled thinly under his mask and concisely explained to the dog that he'd only summoned him to say hello. That settled, the dog stepped over to the younger boy, standing almost as tall as the 6-year-old. Harry stared at the dog with wide eyes, not sure what to do now that he was faced with it. As though sensing his fear, and really, that's what the dog did. The large creature carefully lay down in front of him and rolled over, yipping for attention as his tail thumped against the floor. Rolling his eyes, Kakashi complied with the demand and knelt down. Scratching the dog's stomach, Harry hesitated a moment before kneeling on the dog's other side and hesitantly reaching out a hand. Kakashi didn't say anything, but Harry was encouraged by the silence. If it was dangerous, he was sure the older boy would have told him. He carefully touched the soft fur on the dog's belly, smiling at the feel of it under his hand. Ryu-kun, he asked, looking up at the older boy for confirmation. Kakashi nodded. Ah. The dog rolled back to its feet, nuzzling the boy's hand and yipping another question to its master. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, looking down at the pair as he got to his feet as well. I don't think so, Ryu-kun, he commented coolly. It'll be a long time before Hari-san can handle a pack of his own. The dog barked in reply and licked the boy's face. Harry giggled in delight, scratching the dog's head with both hands. Ryu-kun lolled, eyelids heavy and tail wagging lazily as Harry hit his favorite spot. Kakashi rolled his eyes. You're becoming spoilt, he accused. The dog's reply was something between a whine and a moan as he leaned into the little boy's touch, and Kakashi shook his head with exasperation. He settled back down on the couch, opening his scroll again to continue where he'd left off. He didn't get far before Harry said his name again. Looking up, he found both boy and dog looking at him imploringly. The boy raised an eyebrow. Harry said something. What? He didn't know, and Ryu-kun pushed his bowl forward with a paw. That Kakashi understood. After a moment, he nodded again, then held up 2 fingers, but only 2, Hari-san. The boy stared at him quizzically for a moment before nodding and holding up 2 of his own fingers. Ni, he repeated. Kakashi nodded and watched after the 2, as they went into the kitchen to find the dog treats. Awa! Minato stretched with a loud yawn as he entered the apartment, dropping his vest and coat by the door. I'm back, that mission took longer than expected. Ohio, sensei, Kakashi acknowledged from the small table where he and Harry were finishing their breakfast, a conglomeration of rice and whatever leftovers Kakashi had been able to find in the fridge. Ohio, sensei, Harry echoed. Minato blinked, looking at the pair, then grinned widely. Ah. Hari-kun, you're talking now, that's great. The 6-year-old blinked up at him blankly. It's nothing new, sensei. Kakashi stated coolly. Hari-san has been talking since yesterday, after all. It's still great, even if it was yesterday, Minato said cheerfully. Did you help him out, Kakashi-kun? Kakashi shrugged. We didn't make any breakfast for you, sensei, because we didn't know if you were coming. Okay. Minato moved past the table to the kitchen, stomach suddenly grumbling at the prospect of food. I'll just find something for myself. Did everything go all right yesterday? Fine, Kakashi said simply. We aren't going to have training today, the Junin added. Obito and Rin are exhausted. If you want, we can go out later to practice together. The Chunin nodded. Hi. I'm pretty tired myself, Minato added with another muffled yawn, picking up an old box of takeout and sniffing experimentally. It didn't smell too bad, so he dug into it cold, wandering back over to the table. I'll take some rest after this. You don't mind watching Hari-kun for a little while longer, do you? Kakashi shrugged. I have to stop by administration. Oh, the man asked curiously. It's just to turn in a report, Kakashi said. Hari-san can come, too. Minato frowned. What kind of report? Just a report, Kakashi replied nonchalantly. There was an incident yesterday. The Junin's frown deepened further and he set down his food, turning his full attention to his subordinate. What kind of incident? Kakashi. Kakashi shrugged. It wasn't a big deal, we're both fine. His words made the Junin look over both of the boys more closely. Kakashi looked the same as the last time he'd seen them. But Harry was sporting a small bandage on his left cheek. Immediately the blonde started in concern. Hari-kun. Are you okay? Kakashi. What happened? The Chunin sigged, head inwardly and quit beating around the bush. He adopted as formal a stance as he could while sitting at the breakfast table. Yesterday at approximately 0845 Hinaki-san confronted me as Hari-san and I made our way back to the Hokage Tower after breakfast. He instigated a fight and when I tried to allay him peacefully he attacked Hari-san. I took steps to minimize the danger to Hari-san and forcefully subdued Hinaki-san, leaving him for the MP to pick up. Hokage-sama asked me afterwards to write up a detailed report and turn it into him today. Minato blinked, then frowned. Hinaki-san did this? He questioned. He has a bad attitude. He's a competent Chunin, Kakashi returned. Still, he shouldn't hold on to grudges against his allies, Minato said unhappily. Hokage-sama will deal with him, Kakashi said. Minato sighed but didn't reply. If it weren't for the war, Hinaki-san would be punished harshly for his actions. Attacking a comrade was a serious offense, and attacking a civilian even more so. Unfortunately, Konoha was at war, and since no one had been seriously injured it was likely Hinaki would get off with a sharp reprimand and some time at the front lines. Of course, that in and of itself could be deadly. Has he been to the hospital? Minato asked at length, picking up his breakfast again. Kakashi frowned at him. Sensei, it was only a small scratch. Minato frowned back. Take him today. After you turn in your report. Even though it's only a small scratch, it may get infected if left untreated. I disinfected it, Kakashi replied defensively. Minato smiled slightly. I'm sure you did. Kakashi-kun, he agreed, but remember, Hari-kun isn't from around here. Because of that, his immune system isn't used to the same things ours are and he'll be more susceptible to infections and diseases that he might not have been surrounded by at home. That's why it's important to get him professional medicine, even if his injury doesn't seem very serious. Slowly, Kakashi nodded, absorbing the information. Hi, sensei. He glanced down at Harry, addressing the boy. Are you done? Harry looked up at him curiously but didn't respond. Kakashi glanced into his bowl to find it empty and stood, clearing the table. Once done, he beckoned to the boy again. Come on, Hari-san, he said, let's go. Hi, Kakashi-nisan, Harry replied dutifully, standing and following the older boy. Minato grinned widely at the form of address, but Kakashi caught his amused eyes with a glare that promised pain if he dared to laugh. The Junin grinned innocently until his street Udent was outside and closing the doors and he was unable to hold back his laughter anymore. Kakashi scowled but ignored it. Edge of the forest. Winters. Thanks to everyone who reviewed. I'm gonna get a big head before long. But that's okay because it gives ideas more room to bounce around in it, right? Anyway, I hope this story continues to live up to your expectations. The jutsu Sakumo uses the beginning is styled after Jiraiya's fire sealing jutsu, as well as several other, similar sealing techniques. Fuinjutsu, sealing technique, art of sealing however you want to say it. Kengeki Huan, weapons seal. I think we know it's possible to seal weapons because Tenten, for one, has used weapons sealed inside a scroll, we just don't know how they got there. This technique is, obviously, made up. Kohago also isn't canon. I find it hard to believe that shinobi would be dumb enough to store all their eggs in one basket, so to speak, so I gave them outposts. This is one of them. Theoretically, this would be where clients would go to request missions. They could then be escorted to Konoha if it was deemed necessary. Well, it is supposed to be a hidden village, and I also don't think they'd be dumb enough to let a bunch of civilians know where they were. Civilians would be pitifully easy to break under interrogation. They'd be lucky to last 3 minutes with the likes of Morino. Chapter 5 The Edge of the Forest. He flicked his sword with a flourish, ridding it of imaginary blood, then walked across to where he'd left the sheath. He slid it into its protective casing, picked up his t-shirt and pulled it over his head, then grabbed the large, round-framed glasses beside it and put them on, as well. The exercise had done him well, serving the double purpose of working off his frustration and clearing his mind at the same time. Picking up the last item, he unrolled the scroll in a fast, practiced motion, just far enough to reveal a large, empty circle of intricate kanji. Setting it on the ground, he placed his katana across from him and formed several swift hand seals. Fuinjutsu, he said quietly, slamming his hand down in front of the scroll and allowing the chakra to flow from him into it. Kengeki, Huan. The sword glowed briefly, enveloped in blue chakra, and the seal on the paper glowed in resonance. The man maintained his concentration, watching sternly until the sword lifted from the ground and was sucked into the small circle on the paper, appearing to melt into the bold lines of the kanji for katana. He waited for the chakra to fully disappear, then scooped up the scroll and tied it, slipping it into a pouch hidden against his body. The sun had risen a short while ago, but he hadn't seen anyone out yet. He guessed he still had another hour or two before Lily woke. That would be plenty of time. As he made his way further into town, he ignored the few people who started to stir, fully intent on his destination. A small bell rang over the door as he entered the 24-hour drug store. Without even glancing at the tired-faced clerk at the counter, he made his way through the shelves of off-the-shelf medication until he found what he was looking for. He spent a minute scrutinizing the different varieties available before choosing something that claimed to be 90 effective if taken within 72 hours. Grabbing the small box of pills, he made his way to the front. The clerk looked from the pills to him and back, expression dubious. "You know what these are, don't you, Mr. Potter?" Tsukumo stared at him dully, mastering the urge to roll his eyes. "Of course I do." The other man tilted his head thoughtfully. "I thought you wanted to have a kid." Something came up. Tsukumo replied with some annoyance. "Leave it to him to be I am personating one of the most gossipy males in England." When he didn't say anything more, the clerk shrugged and rang up his purchase. "All right, I was just asking. Birth control doesn't actually control anything, it helps prevent conception." Tsukumo didn't reply, waiting silently until the man put the pills in a bag and told him his total. He swiftly handed over the money and left without a word. Once he was back on the street again did he allow himself a small smile. It was time to go home and make breakfast for his wife. "It looks like it's healing just fine, Hitaki-san," the medic assured the young shinobi as he put a new bandage on Harry's cheek. "I don't see any sign of infection. Keep it covered a few more days and clean it out with disinfectant and I'm sure Hari-kun will be as good as new before he knows it." He smiled at the boy as he helped him slide off the examining table. "Would you like some candy, Hari-kun? I think there's some around here somewhere." He turned to open one of the cabinets in the room. "Sweets are a completely unnecessary and unflattering intake of sugar and chemicals," Kakashi put in disdainfully. "Hari-san doesn't need any." The smile slipped off the older man's face. He glanced uncertainly between the two brothers before uneasily relenting. "Yes, Hitaki-san." Closing the door and turning his back on the cupboards again, he hastily dismissed them. "Well, then. Just bring him back if anything seems to be wrong with him." Kakashi nodded silently and beckoned to Harry before turning to the door. "Let's go, Hari-san." Harry looked between the older boy and the medic before hurrying after his brother with a mumbled, "Hi." It didn't take long to reach the Hokage Tower. Harry trailed behind Kakashi as he approached the Chunin at the mission desk, waiting patiently in line for the three shinobi in front of him to receive their missions. The Chunin looked up at him, frowning slightly. "I don't think I have a mission for you today, Kakashi." Kakashi pulled out an envelope from one of his back pockets and held it out. "I'm turning in a report." The older shinobi blinked, frowning as he looked down at his documents. What mission is that for? I don't see anything here saying you're behind." "It's a report on the incident involving Hinaki-san yesterday," Kakashi supplied. "Ito." The shinobi regarded his notes again before helplessly shaking his head. Sorry, but I don't have any record for that." Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly in irritation. Just give this to the Hokage, he said, holding out the envelope again. The older Chunin shook his head again. I can't take unsolicited paperwork, he argued. Are you sure you weren't supposed to bring it somewhere else? Kakashi stared at the man silently for several seconds before tucking the envelope away again. Never mind. Hari-san. Looking between the two shinobi with confusion, Harry quickly followed the older boy from the desk. Kakashi led the way upstairs to the Hokage's office. He knocked quickly on the door and stood at attention, waiting. Harry looked up at him oddly before awkwardly mimicking his stance. They waited about 3 minutes before the door opened. By then, Harry had long since been forced to give up on the stiff stance, every muscle in his body protesting painfully. A tall, stern-faced Junin glanced down at them as he brushed past, offering a stiff nod. Kakashi returned with a shallow bow. Kakashi, please come in, the Hokage beckoned. Kakashi led Harry inside, approaching the Hokage's desk. The 12-year-old pulled out his paperwork again and set it on the Hokage's desk, scowling slightly behind his mask. The Chunin downstairs wouldn't accept my report. Ah, yes, I'm sorry, Kakashi, the Sandaime apologized, smiling. After you left things became busy and I didn't get the chance to relay orders to the mission desk. He picked up the envelope and opened it, glancing over the contents. Kakashi frowned. Against the urge to fidget as the Hokage's attention was turned away from him and the room turned silent. But he hadn't been dismissed, so he held himself rigidly at attention. Harry wasn't so frugal, fidgeting awkwardly and wondering who, exactly, this strange man he'd spoken with briefly was, to command such responses from others. At last, the third set the papers aside, moving to retrieve a scroll from his desk. Kakashi. Do you have time for a short mission, while you're here? Kakashi hesitated, casting an uncertain glance at Harry. Hokage. Sama, he started awkwardly, I'm supposed to watch Hari-san today while Sensei rests from his mission. It won't be dangerous, the Hokage assured him. You can bring Hari-kun with you. He proceeded to explain, I need this scroll delivered to the outpost in Kohago. It will only take a few hours. Kohago was less than 20 miles from Konoha, still deep within Leaf territory. The chances of running into teams of enemies so close to the hidden village were extremely low. Still, Kakashi was hesitant to take the younger boy out of the village. Harry didn't know anything about protecting himself, as he'd seen personally during Hanaki's attack, and could not be counted on to understand anything he was told to do. If something were to happen, both boys would be put in considerable danger. We'll go, Hokage-sama, Kakashi found himself saying, in the end. It was still a request from the Sandaime Hokage, and he couldn't very well refuse his leader. Don't touch that, Kakashi snapped. Harry jerked away from the large white and pin flower he'd been admiring and looked back in surprise. The older boy's eyes were hard and annoyed, clearly serious. Let's go, Kakashi prompted with one of the few phrases that the boy understood. Harry looked at the flower once more before scrambling after the older boy as he passed. They walked together in silence for several minutes and Harry's attention began to waver again. The large trees and lush undergrowth were like nothing he'd ever seen before. They hadn't had anything like this on Privet Drive, and even the places they visited around the village didn't measure up. Kakashi grit his teeth in irritation. The boy acted like he'd never seen a forest before. Hurry up, he quipped sharply as the 6-year-old dawdled to stare at yet another tree. Kohago was just over an hour and a half away, running. And it could be reached in less than an hour with the help of chakra and pressing circumstances. It took a little less than 3.5 hours walking. At the pace they were going, Kakashi could only be hopeful they'd reach the outpost before evening set on. Harry stared up at the tree as he forced himself to continue moving. There was a knife embedded deep about 20 feet off of the ground, one of those black knives with the little hoop at the end like he'd seen Kakashi and Sensei using. There were other signs of violence, the 6-year-old noticed as he stared up at large trees and down to the foliage below. There were deep scratches in the old bark and snapped branches, along with small patches of crushed weeds. Feeling a little unnerved, Harry hurried to catch up with his brother. Tearing his eyes away from the forest, a hand on his shoulder made him stop and he looked up at the older boy, frowning in confusion. Kakashi glanced around the forest with narrowed eyes before bringing his hard gaze back to the boy. "Wait here," he ordered sternly, willing him to understand. With one last stern look, he released the boy and leapt into the foliage off the path they were following. Harry watched him go, eyes widening as he disappeared from sight. Was he just going to leave him here alone? The boy looked around himself warily, feeling nervous. Where before the large forest had seemed exciting and curious, now it was looming over him with a threatening presence. Kakashi didn't have to go far before he spotted what he was looking for and dropped to the ground. The signs of fighting had grown more numerous after he'd left the path, and now he had followed it to its natural conclusion. The body lay face down on the ground. Kakashi had smelt the blood as far as the path. His sudden presence frightened off a few crows and small scavengers, and he approached the dead body boldly. There was no threat in the vicinity, of that he was certain. Still, it never hurt to be over-prepared, he reflected, slipping a kunai into his hand as matter of precaution. The whole area smelled like blood rather than decaying meat, so it had to be a fairly recent kill. Cautiously, the 12-year-old crept close to the body, crouching over it. With a calm born of seeing such things many times, Kakashi reached out, pulling on the shoulder to roll the body onto its back. Its front was completely blood-soaked, along with the ground where it had fallen, and Kakashi could barely make out a few open wounds among the rest of the mess. His eyes immediately went to the H.E.T.I. tied around its forehead, and a frown pulled at his lips as he observed the lines etched into the metal plate. It was a leaf. This had been one of theirs. It didn't take long to come to the next obvious conclusion. Somehow, their enemy had made it this far into their territory. From the stiffness of the body, Kakashi didn't think it was more than an hour dead. It could be that no one even knew about this breach of security yet. His body tensed and his head snapped up at the sound of something crushing leaves and grass. His arm was poised to throw the kunai when he saw Harry emerge from behind a tree, and he relaxed. The boy noticed him a second later, smiling. "Kakashi Nisan," Harry called out, scrambling towards the older boy as relief washed over him. He stopped short, however, when he noticed the bloody form the older boy was crouched next to. Kakashi frowned. If they'd been by an hour ago, whoever did this might still have been in the area. He stood quickly and carefully walked around the body to approach the 6-year-old. Harry's eyes were wide, fixed on the dead body. "Hari-san," Kakashi started, catching the boy's shoulder to shake him out of his stare. He'd barely touched the boy when Harry suddenly turned towards him, clutching his shirt with both hands and hiding his face in his side. Bemusedly, the older boy stared down at the younger. What was wrong with him now? He followed the boy's previous line of sight to the dead body and frowned. It looked like it had been a relatively clean death. He'd seen bodies a lot more gruesome than that. And he was certain Harry hadn't known the man. Shrugging it off as one of the child's oddities, Kakashi attempted to pry the hands from his clothes. Harry had a surprisingly strong grip. Kakashi's frown deepened. "Hari-san," he said again. "We need to hurry on to Konoha and report this." "Hari-san." And now the 6-year-old was trembling. Kakashi sighed, glancing around again. He could make it there in 30 minutes by himself. As soon as the thought entered his head, he dismissed it. There was no way he could leave Harry here. He'd never hear the end of it if he did. Besides, whoever killed that nin might be coming back. But it would take hours, still, to reach Konoha with the younger boy slowing him down. Making up his mind, Kakashi turned to crouch in front of the boy, finally prying his fingers loose and holding his wrists so he didn't try to latch on again. He met the boy's eyes, red-rimmed and watery. "Hari-san," he said again, trying to force some of his calm onto the 6-year-old, "we need to hurry to Konoha. Do you understand?" Given the boy's shaking and frightened expression, he didn't. "You're going to climb onto my back, and I will carry you there, okay?" Still no acknowledgement of his directions. The 12-year-old stomped down his irritation, reminding himself sternly that Harry was still learning the language, and turned around. Harry's arms still trapped in his hands. With a little awkward maneuvering, he managed to get the boy's arms around his neck, where they clamped together as soon as he released them. Kakashi winced at the pressure, but pushed it from his mind. Awkwardly grabbing the boy's legs to hoist him up a little as he stood. Harry instinctively wrapped his legs around the older boy's waist when Kakashi's grip started to slacken, and he clung to his back as Kakashi readjusted him a little. The older boy attempted to get a little more breathing room, but Harry's arms were tight and wouldn't be loosened. "Ready?" Kakashi asked over his shoulder. "Har." Rai responded by burying his face in his shoulder. With a small burst of chakra, Kakashi pushed into a fast-paced run. Harry's arms and legs tightened further, but the Chunin ignored it. A few steps later, Kakashi propelled them up into the trees where he could make better time. Air whipped through Harry's hair and past his ears, rushing loudly. It ran over his arms and chilled the toes of his feet. Unprotected by the toeless shoes he wore, his muscles were all tense and he clung onto the back in front of him for his life. They were moving very fast. Harry bounced and jerked every time Kakashi pushed off the ground, jarring his grip a little so he had to readjust it again. He felt like he'd fall off if he let up even just a little. The image of that man's bloody body was burned into his eyelids, reminding him of another time and another place. There had been blood then, too, a lot of it. Blood and screaming and pain. He'd been terrified. There hadn't been any screaming this time. The man, whoever he was, had already been dead. Harry could tell because of how Kakashi had been acting. To think that there were people who would kill like that here, too. Harry froze, breath catching for an instant, and his limbs tightened further around the body underneath him. Fear filled him. Was it possible? Had those people followed him all the way here? He began shaking and clutched at Kakashi tighter. He didn't want them to find him. They were scary and they'd probably try to hurt him again. Maybe they'd kill Kakashi and Sensei this time. Hari-san, Kakashi croaked, reaching up to pull. At the death grip the boy's arms had formed around his neck. Harry blinked as the voice cut through his thoughts, and he glanced up, his face almost right next to Kakashi's. A second later he realized that he was choking the older boy, which was why his face was beginning to turn a little pink, and he loosened his grip a little. "Maybe you'll make a shinobi after all," Kakashi grumbled, putting his arms back to readjust the boy a little. "You've got a good grip." Harry smiled a little, uncertain, at the almost warm tone of the older boy's voice. It was the closest to warmth he'd heard from him, at least. Kakashi's eyes moved forward again and he continued running. A little more at ease, Harry turned his eyes forward, too. They widened as he noticed Kakashi wasn't running on the ground at all, but leaping from branch to branch. High up in the trees, he could see the ground rushing past far below, and trees whizzing by on every side. Unconsciously, he tightened his hold just a little bit more. If he fell from up here he'd probably die. Kakashi almost sighed in frustration as the grip tightened again. "Relax," he muttered, "I'm not going to drop you." Harry didn't relax. He didn't close his eyes again, either. Unable to look away from the surroundings that raced past. It was both terrifying and amazing. He couldn't have looked away if he wanted to, and he definitely didn't want to. His grip didn't loosen, but eventually the boy began to calm down a little, his heartbeat steadying out and his breathing easing into a normal pattern again. As his confidence in the boy carrying him grew he began to even enjoy it a little. The air flying past him and whipping across his face was refreshing and exciting. It was like he was flying. It was even better than the slide, Harry thought. It was a little scary, still. But Kakashi wouldn't drop him. It was exciting to move so fast. Tearing his eyes away from the forest, he glanced at Kakashi's face, eyes fixed ahead. He wondered if it was as much fun for him. He didn't look like he was having fun, but it was hard to tell for sure. Harry frowned slightly, eyes dropping to the older boy's mask. He wondered why Kakashi wore that. He hadn't noticed anything wrong with his face, and he'd caught glances at it fairly frequently. Kakashi didn't usually wear the mask to bed, after all, but even so he was very skilled in hiding his face with his blanket or something before the younger boy got a good look. Thinking again, Harry decided there was a good chance something was wrong with it, and he just hadn't noticed in the quick looks he got. It was like when his aunt and uncle made him wear a stocking hat whenever he went out, even if it was summer, to hide his hair. No one made him wear stocking hats here, though, and even Kakashi had height hair and didn't wear a stocking hat. Was his face even weirder than white hair? The trees began to thin out a little and Kakashi was forced to jump back to the ground. though his pace barely slowed as he did so. Harry clung harder at the sudden, unexpected movement, but eased loose again as he continued running. Kohago almost jumped out at them. One moment, all they could see was trees, and the next they suddenly broke away to reveal the small village. Long ago, it had been a single tower, here near the edge of the forest. A town had eventually grown up around it, though, and now the watchtower marked the center of a town, which spread out past the edge of the forest. Kakashi slowed to a walk as they approached the wall, and he eased Harry off his back, rolling the stiff muscles in his shoulders once they were child-free. Harry stuck close to his side as he walked up to the gate, stopping to turn to the gate warden in a booth to one side. "I have a message from Hokage-sama," Kakashi stated, cutting to the chase immediately. "Are you Shishido-san?" No, the shinobi replied, "He'll be down here soon, he's supposed to relieve me in 30 minutes. I can give it to him, if you want." Kakashi stared at the other shinobi as if he were an idiot, who would pass off sensitive documents to anyone but who they were meant for. That was a rookie mistake, at best. The other shinobi smiled. Right. He glanced behind him. "I'll go get him, shall I?" Kakashi nodded and the guard was quick to exit. He crossed his arms as he waited, annoyed. Apparently they were training someone new for gate duty. 4 minutes later the gate in front of them opened and the shinobi was blushing with an apologetic expression. Beside him was an older man with short cropped brown hair and a stony face. "Shishido-san," Kakashi prompted. The man nodded. "I apologize for Horyo-san's behavior. The village sent us another rookie and he's pretty useless." Shishido barely had to glance at the younger man before he jumped to bow. Hastily bending low and apologizing to the two boys, "I'm very sorry you were kept waiting." Shishido rolled his eyes, beckoning the pair in. "I hear you have orders from the Hokage for me," he said. Pausing to order Horyo back to his post, the teen hastened to comply. Kakashi nodded, pulling the scroll from a pouch on his belt and handing it over as the door closed behind him. "I also have a disturbance to report." The man stopped, looking back at him with a stern frown. "What sort of disturbance?" "On the way here I found evidence of a fight," Kakashi explained in low, calm tones. "There was one dead body, a Konoha nin. I don't know if it's been reported or not, yet, but it can't be more than an hour and a half old now." Shishido nodded in acknowledgement. "We'll send a team out to investigate." "Where did you find it?" 8 miles out from here, near the trail," Kakashi replied. "It was about 30 yards east of the trail. If you have a map I can show you." The man nodded and turned again, leading the way to a low, rectangular building nearby, the shinobi barracks. "There's a map. Here, we'll save more time with more accurate information." Kaka, she followed silently with Harry close behind him, and stepped inside when the large man held the door open for him. He had other things than the location of the body on his mind, though. "Do you have an extra room here?" the 12-year-old asked abruptly. Shishido paused, obviously caught off guard, then resumed walking, leading them down the hall. "Burub and Nagato are out right now," he said. "But they're expected back sometime tonight. The tracking team will probably be gone all night, though, I'm sure you could use one of those." It was a strange request. Konoha wasn't far and it was still before noon. He frowned. "Why not return to the village?" Kakashi explained coolly. "I would rather remain here until whoever killed that man is caught." The large man raised an eyebrow, beckoning the pair through another door. He took in the boy's clothing. "Aren't you a Chunin, boy?" Kakashi met his eyes calmly. "Hari-san is untrained," he stated coolly. "It could be problematic for us to run into enemies." "A civilian boy." Shishido looked down at the 6-year-old again. He was dressed similarly to a shinobi, but wore no hideite anywhere on him. "I see. I'll ask the team once I've assembled them. Someone will let you know what room is free." He led the way to a large map hanging on the wall. "Now, where did you say that body was?" By dinner Minato was beginning to get nervous. He'd woken up sometime after lunch and hadn't been too surprised to see that Harry and Kakashi weren't there. It was starting to get late now, though, and it would soon be getting dark out. Kakashi could take care of himself and his brother, Minato was sure, but even knowing that he couldn't help but be a little worried. Yesterday the boys had been attacked. What if something like that happened again? It wasn't entirely reasonable to assume that someone else would repeat Hanaki's mistake, but it wasn't entirely impossible, either. He forced his thoughts back to more probable things, thinking back on the brief conversation they'd had that morning. He frowned. What if something had gone wrong at the hospital? It was possible that Harry's condition had been worse than it appeared and they were delayed. Kakashi wasn't the type that would think of sending news to him, either. It probably wouldn't even occur to the kid that he might get worried. Sighing in exasperation, the man grabbed his yacht from the stand next to the door and pulled it on. He could at least check at the hospital, just in case. They were here this morning, but they left right afterwards, the girl behind the desk reported. Looking over the records of earlier that day. They weren't admitted again after that, were they? Minato questioned with concern. Shooting the man a look of exasperation, the girl leafed through the reports again and shook her head. No, I'm sorry, they must be somewhere else. Minato sighed, forcing himself to calm down again. They weren't at the hospital, so they were probably fine. They probably stopped somewhere for dinner or something. Lifting his head, he smiled at the girl. Ah, I see, they're not here, he said, thank you for your help. The girl blushed a little and smiled back, you're welcome. Yellow Flash Sama, she mumbled self-consciously. With one last grin, the man turned and left, his long coat swirling behind him in a flashy style. As he stepped outside he paused, debating whether to scour the village in search for the two boys. He frowned slightly. They were probably just having dinner, they'd be home soon. Making up his mind, the blonde headed back to the apartment. Determined to be there to yell at them when they arrived, Harry stared around at the unfamiliar room with wide eyes. It wasn't large, even smaller than their bedroom at home, and it was very cluttered. There was a desk pushed against a wall, covered with scrolls, books, and various writing utensils. A dresser on the adjacent wall seemed to have just as many clothes piled around and on top of it as it had inside. A raised bed was pushed against the third wall, old, sagging a little, and made up sloppily. It was all lit by the light coming from the hall and a small lamp sitting on the floor next to the bed. Kakashi frowned at the room they'd been given. He glanced up at Shishido and raised an eyebrow. He couldn't be serious. The other two are much worse, the gruff shinobi retorted to the boy's unspoken accusation. He grunted. Looks like we'll need to start enforcing those room checks more often. Resigning himself, Kakashi turned back to the room. It wasn't so bad if he looked at the bare spot in the middle of the floor. It wasn't even large enough for a person to lay down on. Anything else you need? The man questioned, sounding as though he didn't particularly care if there was. Kakashi shook his head. We'll be fine for the night. Thank you, Shishido-san. Shishido nodded in acknowledgement and backed out of the doorway. I'll leave you, then. It was better than sleeping outside, Kakashi decided. They'd spent the day exploring the small town. Kakashi had 3 reasons for wanting to do so. 1. There really hadn't been anything else for them to do. 2. He wanted to get Harry's mind off of their discovery of the dead body that morning, since it obviously had disturbed the boy. 3. He hoped if he ran the boy around enough he'd sleep quietly tonight. Kakashi had adjusted to sharing a room with the younger boy as any good ninja would. He'd incorporated the boy's sleeping patterns, the way he breathed and the beating of his heart, in with his own, recognizing them intrinsically. The nightly terrors the younger boy had were harder to acclimatize for. Every time Harry woke from a nightmare, Kakashi woke, usually well before the younger boy did, as Hi's breathing became labored and his heartbeat erratic. It was happening less often than the first few nights. Kakashi assumed Harry was adjusting to the new environment, just as he was adjusting to his roommate, but he was still lucky to sleep all the way through a night. He hoped the sudden change in accommodations wouldn't trigger a relapse. Hari-san, he spoke, drawing the boy's attention, it's time for sleep. Harry stared at him for a moment, then nodded. It was another of those phrases he recognized, as it was said to him every night. The two boys quietly got themselves ready. Harry removed his shoes but hesitated to remove any more, waiting to see what his brother would do. Kakashi stripped off his bulky ninja equipment and removed most of his hidden weapons, leaving him in little more than his shirt and pants when he went towards the bed. Harry followed, hanging back uncertainly as the older boy pulled back the covers. Kakashi paused, turning to him expectantly. "You first," he directed, motioning for the boy to get in. Hesitating only a moment longer, Harry climbed onto the bed and moved against the wall. Kakashi followed after, stooping to turn off the lamp as he went. Minato waited a full hour after nightfall before he left again. It gave his wayward student plenty of time to get home if he'd lost track of time. Recalling that Chunin had a report to hand in, he headed first for the Hokage Tower. After speaking with the Chunin at the mission desk, who didn't know anything, Minato went straight to the top, literally. He waited with forced patience to be allowed in, and managed a respectful salute before jumping on the reason he'd come. "Hokage-sama, did Kakashi come by here earlier?" he asked, keeping most of the worry from his voice. "Yes, he turned in a report I requested," the Hokage confirmed. "Did he say where he was going when he left?" Minato asked. The Hokage looked vaguely amused. "I thought you were confident in his abilities, Minato-san. Isn't th. at why you nominated him for the Junin exam?" "I am confident," Minato replied, frowning slightly. "Kakashi can take care of himself. And Hari-kun, too, but I can still worry when one of my students disappears." "Kakashi is safe," the Hokage assured the younger man. "He and Hari-kun are spending the night in Kohago." Minato blinked. What were they doing in Kohago? "Kakashi delivered a scroll at my insistence," the Hokage explained. "It seems he and Hari-kun found signs of enemy infiltration and opted to remain at the outpost until the tracking team finds them." Ah, Minato felt his anxiousness leaving him now that he knew the pair was safe, which allowed the full meaning of the second half of the Hokage's words to sink in. He frowned. "I went in, here. So it would appear," the Hokage replied grimly. "They killed Ashita-san on his way back to the village. So far there is no sign of the rest of his team." "Did they need help searching?" the Junin asked, a new worry sneaking over him. For the enemy to come so close was extremely unnerving. It reminded him of his own youth in the last war. The Sandaime smiled slightly. "They're doing fine, Minato." His expression turned serious again and he laced his fingers together. Elbows propped on the desk in front of him. "This war is reaching its peak, Minato. The next few battles will be pivotal in deciding the winners, and Rock is becoming increasingly aggressive." The blonde returned his somber expression, looking his rank for a change. "What can we do, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi lay awake on the lumpy mattress, staring up into the darkness above him. Harry's breath hitched and the boy let out a mewling sort of half-whimper. The older boy sighed, closing his eyes tiredly as he waited for the younger to wake. He listened to the uneven breaths and soft noises of discontent from his roommate. It only lasted a few more minutes, ending with a sharp gasp. The bed rocked as Harry shifted, breath coming in loud and uneven rasps. "Kaka." She listened as the breathing slowly began to soften and the boy became aware of his surroundings. The mattress shifted again and Kakashi relaxed a little more as Harry settled down beside him again. He was just starting to drift off when he felt the mattress shift again. Ignoring the younger boy's movements, Kakashi renewed his attempts to succumb to sleep. The Chunin stiffened when he felt something touch him. Tense, he opened his eyes and looked across at Harry. The room was almost pitch black, the only light coming from around the door, but there was just enough of it for him to see the younger boy cuddling into him. "Hari-san," he mumbled tiredly in protest. How was he supposed to sleep with someone clinging to him? The younger boy whimpered and fisted his fingers in the material of Kakashi's shirt. Tucking his head into the boy's side, "Shi-Nisan," he mumbled pathetically, voice muffled by Kakashi and the blankets. Kakashi sighed and closed his eyes again. "Just tonight," he mumbled back, too tired to argue. Harry smiled slightly at the acceptance in the older boy's voice. He shut his eyes drowsily, slowly slipping back to sleep. It took a bit longer for Kakashi to fall asleep. The touch of another person was uncomfortable, and he was hypersensitive to every move the younger boy made. He could even feel his breath against his arm. The 12-year-old closed his eyes, forcing himself to put the unwanted closeness out of his mind. When Kakashi was a child, he'd had his own room with a raised bed and a thick mattress. Every night his father had tucked him in, and every morning he would wake up to the warmth of one of his father's dogs curled up asleep next to him, watching over him even in the night. As he grew older it happened less and less, with his father taking missions more often. And those missions extending for longer periods of time. But there had always been times he would wake up with the dog curled next to him, a warm, soft body next to his own. For one sleep-dazed moment, Kakashi was completely convinced that the dog was curled up next to him and his father would be in any moment to wake him up. The feeling shattered as he recalled his father's suicide. The blood-soaked body he'd come home to find shocking him all over again. The 12-year-old jolted upright, hand automatically reaching for one of the hidden weapons he always had on him, even when he slept. His hand froze at the base of the weapon as his eyes landed on Harry. The 6-year-old made a sound of dissent at the older boy's sudden movement, and blearily opened half-dead eyes to peer around himself in confusion. He looked up at Kakashi, dark green eyes bemused and a light frown on his lips. Recalling last night's events, Kakashi relaxed and his hand fell away from his weapon. "Good morning," he muttered to Harry before sliding out of bed. Harry stared after him sleepily, obviously not ready to wake up just yet. Kakashi began the process of returning all his equipment to his body. Pausing partway through to look back at the drowsy boy with a raised eyebrow. "Are you coming?" he asked. Harry stared blearily at him. "Aren't you hungry?" Kakashi asked. After a moment, the 6-year-old yawned widely and nodded, slowly crawling out of bed after him. Kakashi resumed getting dressed and waited for the tired boy to pull on his shoes before leading the way from the room. Obito scratched the back of his head, eyes half closed. Tiredly, he addressed the blonde man that had way too much energy for so early in the morning. "Sensei, why did we have to meet so early?" "Today, we have something really important to do today," Minato replied smoothly. "Our mission is to rescue Kakashi and Hari-kun." Frowning in confusion, Obito glanced around, noticing for the first time that the cold boy wasn't with them. Rin frowned in concern. "Is Kakashi-kun all right?" The girl asked in concern. "Where is he?" "Well, right now he's trapped in Kohago," Minato answered, eyes narrowing determinedly. "Which is why we need to go there and rescue him." The man's students blinked at him slowly, taking in what he'd just said. "Anyo, but, sensei, isn't Kohago one of our outposts?" Rin asked uncertainly, frowning in confusion. "Yeah," Obito agreed. "Why does he need to be rescued from one of our own outposts? What's he doing there, anyway?" "There have been enemy nin spotted in the forest," their teacher supplied, a serious expression on his face. "It's too risky for Kakashi to escort Hari-kun home alone, so he's waiting there for backup." "Is everyone ready?" It's Nded pretty useless to Obito. He wouldn't really mind having his other teammate out of his hair for a few more days. Their last mission had actually been kind of fun, with just him and Rin and Sensei. But looking up at the man, he knew he could never convince him of that. The Junin was completely determined to rescue Kakashi, and nothing anyone said would dissuade him. With a sigh, the boy agreed. "Hi, Sensei." He couldn't believe he'd gotten up early for something like this. Return to home. R. Winters. Sorry about the chapter being a little late. I tried to post it a couple of times yesterday. But this site was being finicky and wouldn't let me upload any documents. It worked today, though, so here's the next installment. Not much to say about this chapter. Thanks for the reviews, everyone. I take all comments into account when writing, even if I don't end up using everything, but I appreciate your opinions and thoughts about what may be coming up or mistakes I may have made in past chapters. Hope you enjoy it. Chapter 6: Return to Home. James Potter was tired and sore. His clothes were wet from the rain which had yet to let up, sticking to him uncomfortably in various places. Dirt matted in his untidy hair was only being ground in further due to the rain, and the grime clinging to him seemed to be permanently embedded into his clothes. But he was alive. As the trio turned down the road, relief washed over them like a wave. They'd actually done it, and now they were home. James cracked a grin as Sirius laughed. "I guess we didn't have to worry after all," James commented with a grin. "Piece of cake." Remus chuckled. "I don't know if I'd go that far, James." Sirius laughed, jabbing the arm of his best friend as he chimed in. "Yeah, you look like something a muggle pulled out of a swamp." James rolled his eyes and retorted, "At least I don't smell like wet dog, Padfoot." The other man frowned slightly. giving himself an experimental sniff which caused both his friends to laugh again. "Well, I'm just glad that Lily's prediction was wrong for once," James commented as their laughter died away, smile still in place on his lips. Remus agreed without commitment. They weren't home yet. As close as they were, something could happen. Silence settled over the trio as paranoia crept up on them. Nothing would happen this close to home, right? They turned up the Potters' driveway and James paused to address his friends. "Wait down here for a while, will you?" Exchanging a look, the other two nodded reluctantly, pausing at the bottom of the driveway. The rain was slowing now, raindrops coming less frequently. James approached the door warily and knocked, huddled underneath his invisibility cloak, just in case. For a while nothing happened. He waited 3 minutes until the light on the other side of the door went on and he heard someone moving around on the other side. He didn't think it was Lily, she would have said something by now. The door finally opened and he found himself staring at a much cleaner version of himself, clad in a white t-shirt and black shorts. It was a little unnerving and James blinked a few times, reminding himself it was only a glamour. "It's me," James said quickly, carefully pulling his cloak off so as not to startle the shinobi. The other man looked him over carefully, muscles taut, before he finally relaxed a little and gave a short nod. "Potter-san." He acknowledged, stepping outside and closing the door behind him. "Is Lily all right?" James asked. The man nodded again. "She's upstairs." James looked at his reflection awkwardly again before requesting, "Hey, can you stop that now?" The other man stared at him for a moment, apparently not sure what he meant, then formed a single shape with his hands. "Kai," the man intoned and suddenly the visage was gone. The second James Potter replaced once more with a tall, sturdy man with unnaturally white hair and a mask over the bottom half of his face, pairing within the t-shirt he was still wearing. For some reason, the mask reassured James. He grinned. "Great. So, do you need to get anything?" James asked awkwardly. "Or, I've got your pay, are you leaving tonight?" The white-haired man nodded, expression unreadable. "Give me 2 minutes, he said, flashing through hand signs and reinstating the glamour. Before James could protest, the man had disappeared back into his house. With a sigh, he turned back to his friends and motioned them forward. "That's the guard you hired?" Sirius asked, looking at the door with obvious distaste. "Seems suspicious. You're really going to trust him alone in there?" "Sirius," Remus sighed, "he's been alone in there for a week already. If he was going to try something he would have done it already." "Maybe he did," Sirius leered. "He's been alone with Lily all this time, right? You can't trust people like that." "The headmaster recommended him," James pointed out, hoping his friend was wrong. "I'm sure he's trustworthy." "I hope so," Sirius grunted, still not appearing appeased. The door opened again and shut quickly behind James's doppelganger once more. He glanced over the additional two men with cold eyes and released his illusionary form once more. This time he was in uniform, just like the first time James had seen him. James dug out the gold he'd picked up for just this moment and handed the small bag over. The white-haired man opened the bag, sorting through its contents. "It's the price we agreed on," James assured him awkwardly. The tinkling of the small metal pieces seemed unnaturally loud in the otherwise silent night. James glanced at his friends. Sirius was glaring at the man suspiciously and Remus wore a small frown, though he didn't appear hostile. The ninja seemed unaffected by either gaze. James returned his attention to him as the man closed the bag again, stuffing it away somewhere within his vest. "So, thanks for looking after Lily for me," James said awkwardly. The man stared at him with dark eyes, saying nothing for a long moment, then walked between him and Remus without a word, soon disappearing into the darkness of the driveway. The rain had stopped completely by now. Creep, Sirius muttered. "We should check on Lily," Remus murmured, the closest thing to agreement he'd have in this situation. James nodded and reached for the door. "James," Remus interrupted. James glanced at him with a small, confused frown. The brown-haired man slipped his wand from the sleeve of his robe and flicked it at him, casting a cleaning charm. James flushed a little but smiled his gratitude before opening the door, allowing his friends in after him. He noticed the t-shirt and shorts the other him had been wearing folded up on the bottom street. And quickly pulled off his clothes to change. Remus coughed in embarrassment, looking away, and Sirius grinned, elbowing his modest friend in amusement. Once he was sure he looked just like Lily would be expecting him to look like. He quickly headed upstairs to the bedroom. Lily sat up in bed and looked up at his entrance. She smiled a little. "Who was it?" she asked. James smiled back, crossing to her side and pushing down the guilt he felt for lying to his wife, Mooney and Padfoot, he replied. The woman sat up straighter, her eyes widening. "Are they all right?" she asked in concern. "They're fine," James said, fingers gently caressing her cheek, smile never faltering. "Tired. I'll let them stay the night." "Of course," Lily agreed easily. "Are they hungry? Should I make them something?" Bending slightly, James gave her a short kiss on her forehead, smile more genuine as he pulled back. He'd missed her. "They're fine. Sleep, Lily, I'll be back." He kissed her once more. "I'll always be back." The woman stared up at him, smile faltering slightly in confusion, but still remaining intact. Her husband was an odd man, but she loved him all the same. "We'll be back in a few days. I've talked with the Hokage already. Someone will stop by every day to make sure you're doing okay. Kushina-san should be back soon, too, so she can stay with you until we return. That'll be fun, won't it? I bought some snacks in case you get hungry, and you can color in these books if you get bored." Well, not this one, but the others should be fine. "Sensei, we're going to be gone a few days, not a few years." Kakashi interrupted the rambling man dryly. The blonde grinned, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly and pausing in his movements. I know, but we haven't left Hari-kun alone before." "He's not a baby," Kakashi pointed out blankly. "I know," Minato said again, "but I don't think he really understands what we're doing." "He's 6, Sensei," Kakashi said. "I was a chunin when I was 6. "I know you were, Kakashi," Minato replied, a mixture of emotions in his voice mostly leaning towards amusement. "I'm sure Hari-kun will be fine. You hired Genin to check on him. So he won't even be completely alone," Kakashi said. The man grinned, ruffling the 12-year-old's hair, much to Kakashi's consternation. "You're a good kid, Kashi-kun." The boy glared. "Are you all packed?" "Hi," Kakashi replied with a sigh as his sensei moved off to finish with his own preparations. "It's only for a few days," the man said again, raising his voice as he moved into the other room momentarily. "Kakashi-kun will tell you all about it when we get back. You probably won't even notice we're gone. Maybe you'll be glad for a little time to yourself, Hari-kun." "Nay," Kakashi sighed again, blocking out his teacher's rambling and letting his eyes fall on the oblivious boy watching everyone hurry around him. More accurately, it was only his sensei hurrying around them. But the yellow flash was a fast enough person that with all his energy he seemed like 2 or 3 people in their small apartment. Kakashi suspected Bunshin. The 12-year-old frowned. His teacher did have a point, though. They would be gone for several days and Harry still didn't have a good grasp on the native language. It had only been 2 weeks since his arrival. Kakashi wasn't sure how long it took to learn a second language. Never having to learn one himself, but imagined it probably took a year or so, just like it took babies about that long to learn how to speak. Maybe it wouldn't take that long. Since Harry already knew how to speak, Kakashi wasn't too worried about the language barrier. Harry seemed quick enough to pick up a basic understanding of phrases, if not the meaning of the exact words. And he was pretty sure that would work itself out even without them. But the 6-year-old hadn't really shown any sign of self-reliance, and he was still having nightmares, after all. The genin would take care of him. But Kakashi wasn't sure he wanted to place his trust in a bunch of rookies who'd barely made it out of the academy with his brother. Minato blinked as he re-entered the main room, pulling up short and pausing in his monologue as he noticed his student forming seals, a scroll unraveled next to him. Frowning thoughtfully in silence, he waited to see what he was doing. Kakashi slammed his hand down and tiny characters in blood shot out from his palm only to disappear a moment later in an explosion of smoke. Minato frowned a bit more, eyebrows tugging Toget. As the smoke cleared to reveal a young, white and orange dog. It was the first of the pack Kakashi used for summons, Minato knew, but he wasn't sure that it was prudent to summon an animal in this kind of circumstance. What was his student getting at? The dog looked around, then back at his master, barking his own confusion. Kakashi knelt, petting the dog's neck and speaking to it softly. Minato heard anyway. "Ryu-kun," Kakashi said, tone low, "I need you to look after Hari-san while we're gone." The dog barked again, this time in confirmation, and stood, turning its head to find the younger boy seated a ways away. Harry stared back, glittering dark green eyes having fixed on the dog the moment it appeared. As the animal padded across to him, a delighted grin crossed the 6-year-old's face. "Ryu-kun," he called out happily. The dog wagged its tail as the boy moved to meet him halfway, immediately smothering him in affection. Minato grinned in understanding, shouldering the pack he'd brought with him. "Okay, ready." "Kakashi, you were the one I was waiting for, sensei," Kakashi pointed out bluntly, pack sitting beside him, where it had been for the last 15 minutes. "Ah, heh, well, let's go. Sayonara, Hari-kun," the man called out as he opened the door for Kakashi to precede him through. "Sayonara," Kakashi echoed blandly, stepping out the door. Minato caught up to him as they walked down the hall, an amused grin pulling at his lips. He glanced sideways at the boy until he caught his eyes, which looked up at him questioningly. "You seem to be getting along well with Hari-kun," he commented merrily. Kakashi scowled. "So, it came out sounding more defensive than he had planned it to be. I thought you wanted us to get along." "Sensei." If anything, his teacher only grinned wider at his words. He chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair again. "Don't get me wrong, Kashi-kun, I'm happy to see you and your Otuto getting along." Kakashi glowered, shrugging off E-man's hand when it rested on his shoulder. "It would be annoying otherwise," he grumbled, "since I have to share my room with him." "Oh, of course," Minato agreed, that irritating grin still on his face. It didn't take Harry long to realize that his friends hadn't just stepped out for a moment. He'd seen them carrying bags and they'd been gone for at least an hour now. He was beginning to worry. They were coming back, weren't they? But maybe they were worried about that man who attacked him the other day, and that dead body they'd found in the woods. Were they just going to leave him there alone? Standing up, Harry decided to take stock of the house. Maybe they were just going out for the day to someplace fun. But when they'd gone out without him before, they'd left someone behind to watch him. Like that nice lady or those other two kids. He peeked in the room that he shared with Kakashi first, looking around with wide eyes. Kakashi's bed was still there, folded up, against the same wall as his was. Stepping inside, he poked around a little more. The dresser only had 3 drawers, one for Harry's clothes, one for Kakashi's, and one that was always locked. To the 6-year-old's dismay, the older boy's already sparse collection of clothes had dwindled even further, leaving only a pair of pants that looked too small. The 3rd drawer, Harry knew, was where the older boy kept extra knives, needles, and other sharp things that he wasn't supposed to touch. He shook the dresser a little and could hear a few objects rolling around inside. It didn't sound promising. Apparently, Kakashi had pretty much cleared that out, too. Now even more concerned, the boy quickly went to the other bedroom. He hesitated outside before slowly pushing the door open. This was Sensei's room. He'd never been in there before. It wasn't as spectacular as he'd expected it to be. There was another bed mat folded against the wall, under the window, and a small closet, sliding door halfway open. Harry EPT inside cautiously and pushed it open the rest of the way. The man's closet was messy, with the odd clothing thrown on the floor and stuffed with things on hooks. Some of the outfits hanging up were obviously much too small for the adult, and Harry guessed they probably belonged to Kakashi. He relaxed a little. If they left so much behind, they had to be coming back, right? He turned as he felt something soft brush against his hand. Ryu-kun sat down beside him, looking up and cocking his head slightly. Harry smiled, scratching the dog's head. "It's okay, Ryu-kun," he told the dog in English, then paused, frowning. Kakashi's dog probably didn't understand English, since no one else seemed to. He racked his brain for an appropriate phrase and at length he came up with one. Smiling, he added, "Daijobu." Ryu-kun tilted his head the other way, then his tail thumped against the floor and he gave a short bark. Harry smiled, confident that he'd been understood. He headed back into the main room, making sure the dog was out of Sensei's bedroom before shutting the door again. Frowning, he looked around the house. Now what was he supposed to do? Are you sure Hari-kun will be okay? Rin asked in a hushed voice for what seemed like the 100th time. Kakashi was trying not to think about it. He'll be fine, Minato assured the girl. The four of them continued in silence. Obito stared at the back of the boy running in front of him as he brought up the back of the group. Kakashi had been acting weird all morning. He had never been much of a chatterbox, of course, but he was even more quiet than usual. He hadn't even yelled at Obito when he'd arrived 5 minutes later than their predetermined meeting time. Sure, he'd sent him a death glare that could boil away the sea and fry all the fish in it with one go. But he was usually quite verbal about his grievances. A sudden, crazy thought hit the 13-year-old. Was it possible Mr. No Feelings was actually worried about leaving the younger brother that he didn't seem to care much for alone? The thought was so baffling that the Uchiha almost tripped the moment it entered his mind. He had to pause his train of thought long enough to get his feet moving properly again before he could pursue the ridiculous notion any further. It seemed completely ludicrous as he thought about it. Kakashi didn't worry about other people. He was an insensitive, socially stunted jerk and Obito knew it. To even suggest otherwise would be like saying the sun only rose during the night, or that rivers tended to flow uphill. Still, he gave the younger boy a more critical look. He didn't look worried, although it was hard to tell anything from behind. Speeding up, he matched pace with the other Chunin as he arrived at his side, craning his neck to try to see the boy's face. Kakashi, catching sight of him in his peripheral, turned his head slightly to shoot a glare the other boy's way. Obito frowned, observing the little that was visible of his teammate's face. He didn't look worried from here, either. Reading his taciturn teammate was like reading a book in which someone had blacked out all the lines. Kakashi's glare darkened as the other boy continued to stare. Are you worried? Obito questioned abruptly. Kakashi's expression faltered a moment, a look of confusion flitting onto his face before quickly being covered by the darkest glare Obito had ever received. The Uchiha blinked, eyes widening, and the Hitaki increased his speed to pull ahead of the other boy again. Obito scratched the side of his head, mulling over the other boy's reaction. It didn't seem like a worried reaction. But, then again, this was socially stunted Kakashi he was thinking about. The 13-year-old groaned. It was just too much. Whether Kakashi was worried or not wasn't any of his business, anyway. His eyes returned to his teammate's back. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to keep investigating this interesting turn of events. Maybe he could even convince Rin to help, and Sensei, too. A small smile worked its way onto Uchiha Obito's face. Harry was staring out the window as his stomach growled again, accompanied by a small twinge of pain. It wasn't really pain, he thought, but it was clearly getting his attention. He was hungry, and he'd been hungry for some time now, and it didn't look as though Kakashi or Sensei were coming back anytime soon. Beside him, Ryu-kun whined, head laying down on his paws. Harry smiled slightly. Ryu-kun was probably hungry, too. He stood. That was something he could fix. Ryu-kun bone. Dead to the boy's side as he led the way to the kitchen, opening the lower cabinet where he knew the dog treats were. He pulled out the blue bowl and dug around in the cabinet a little more. A bag of dog food was in the back. Behind the biscuits, Harry pulled it out. Ryu-kun wagged his tail eagerly, large brown eyes watching every one of the 6-year-old's movements. Harry fumbled with the odd key over the opening and carefully tipped the bag to pour some of the dry food into the bowl. He'd never had a pet before, unless you counted the bird he'd kept in a cardboard box for all of 5 hours, which Harry didn't. The bird had been hurt, and when he'd refused to let his cousin play with it, Dudley had run to his parents. Aunt Petunia had a strict no-pet policy and had thrown the whole box, bird and all, into the trash can. That being as it was, Harry wasn't sure how much food to give the dog, and his attempt at pouring the food was a little clumsy. He filled the dish up a little over halfway, guessing that the food he'd spilt on the floor was probably enough to fill it up the rest of the way. He'd barely straightened the bag again when Ryu-kun pounced on his lunch, gobbling it up so fast that Harry wondered if he wouldn't have a tummy ache. If he did, the 6-year-old supposed, he could rub it until it felt better. The boy returned the food to the cabinet and shut the door, watching the dog eat for a few minutes. His grumbling stomach eventually broke his attention away again, and he looked at the small fridge. His stomach grumbled further at the prospect of food. Hesitantly, the boy approached, eyeing the small door warily before shooting an anxious glance over his shoulder at the apartment door. He was hungry, but he didn't want to get into trouble for taking food that wasn't his. Kakashi and Sensei had been nice to him, though, and he was pretty sure they wouldn't want him to go hungry. They seemed to like getting him things to eat, as they usually did at least 3 times a day, sometimes more if Sensei thought of it. Eating something offered you was one thing, though, actually helping himself to what was in their fridge was a completely different matter. Even if they were nice, wouldn't they still be angry for him taking their food without permission? Kakashi, he was pretty sure, would be angry. A lot of things annoyed the older boy, and Harry wasn't sure that he liked him all that much. Sensei, he wasn't so sure about. If experience was anything to go by, though, he'd probably get angry, too. Food was important and shouldn't be taken without first being offered. Ryu-kun had finished his own lunch and turned to look at the boy, tilting his head slightly. Harry glanced at him nervously and his stomach growled again. Finally, spurred on by his own hunger and hoping his hosts wouldn't mind too much, Harry opened the fridge. The boy had seen inside of it before. Usually, it didn't have a lot inside. Kakashi and Sensei ate out more often than they ate at home. There was usually milk and juice, some vegetables often rolled around in one of the drawers on the bottom, and there was usually a few boxes of leftovers. Today there were considerably more boxes inside the fridge, and they didn't look like leftovers. Tentatively, the boy reached out. He cast another nervous look over his shoulder before picking up one of the boxes. The container was plastic and translucent so he could see the food inside. The bottom was filled with white rice. They seemed to eat a lot of that here, and toppings were placed liberally over top. Harry could recognize some pale fish, a variety of chopped vegetables, and a few berries. It looked good. His stomach growled again and he made up his mind. Even if he would get in trouble for it later, it would be better to eat this now. Besides, Kakashi and Sensei might not be back before it went bad. He had no idea when they were coming back. Nodding to himself, he closed the fridge door and walked across to the food warmer. Obito cursed softly as he slapped another bug from the side of his face. "These bugs are eating me alive," he complained to no one in particular. "With luck they'll finish you off soon," Kakashi growled back, shooting the other boy an annoyed look. Obito glowered back but was too tired to argue further. He flopped down on his sleeping bag. "When are we going to get there, Sensei? We've been running all day." "You're too noisy," Kakashi snapped, eyes gleaming with annoyance. "Shut up," Obito shouted back, casting an irritated glare back at the younger boy. "I wasn't talking to you." Smiling, Minato intervened before the two obviously stressed boys could escalate their argument to something a little more dangerous. "We should arrive before midday tomorrow," he told Obito. "We'll get up half an hour before dawn to pick up camp and set out again at first light." He turned to Kakashi, frowning slightly. "Is something bothering you, Kakashi?" The 12-year-old snorted, averting his eyes. "Just Obito being an idiot." "Like always," he grumbled. The yellow flash stared at him thoughtfully a moment longer before dropping the issue. As they settled down to bed, Kakashi found himself staring up at the dark canopy of trees. They were still within fire country and fairly safe, but Kakashi's mind wasn't on their safety or the lack of guard they'd scheduled for the night. Obito's complaints about bugs and the rocks that always seemed to be poking into his back no matter where he moved eventually died out with a round of good night wishes he'd grudgingly included Kakashi on that list. Kakashi hadn't replied. Rin was the first to fall asleep, her breathing slowing and falling into a familiar nighttime rhythm. Obito soon followed. Kakashi reflected that the annoying boy was a lot more bearable while he was asleep. Even with the familiar sounds around him, sounds he had fallen asleep to countless times in the last several years, Kakashi still found himself restless. He lay awake for some time, thinking even as he tried to clear his mind and sleep. Harry was still having nightmares. The thought continued to pop into his head, even as he pushed it out time and again. Finally, he stopped resisting and followed the thoughts to their conclusion. Ryu-kun would be with him, after all, so he'd probably be fine. He was a good dog. Still, Harry didn't know him well, so he may not be as comforted as Kakashi might by his presence. Hari will be fine, Kashi, Minato's voice interrupted the boy's wandering thoughts. I know, Kakashi retorted, annoyed that his teacher thought he could be bothered to worry about the younger boy, and maybe he was even more annoyed because maybe his sensei was right. If he's anything like you, the man added, he'll probably appreciate the quiet. We've kind of been smothering him lately. When Kakashi didn't respond, he continued, I heard he had his own room back in his old house, so he'll probably enjoy that, too. Kakashi Fr. owned up at the single star that had found its way to shine through the trees. He did not think that Harry would like having that room to himself, not after the way he'd clung to him just 2 nights before. Kakashi, Minato prompted when the silence had dragged out for several minutes. Hari-san has nightmares, Kakashi stated, voice neutral and detached as though he were reporting about any number of things that had nothing to do with him at all, not voicing his concerns over the well-being of an estranged younger brother. Minato frowned a little, I didn't know that. Every night, Kakashi nodded. Minato must have seen because he continued the conversation as though the boy had answered, are they very bad? Kakashi hesitated, then nodded again. Minato didn't respond. He usually wakes up after a while. Kakashi supplied reluctantly, 7 or 8 minutes, typically. Well, he won't be completely alone, at least, Minato pointed out, Ryu-kun is with him. Kakashi nodded again, glad that his teacher had reached the same conclusion he had minutes before, Ryu-kun is good with nightmares. Minato looked at his student but didn't ask further questions and silence fell over them. Eventually, Kakashi slipped into a light sleep, and his teacher followed him. Harry started awake with a gasp, shaking. The image of men with skulls for faces standing around him was freeze. In his mind, and every shadow he'd opened his eyes to seemed ominous and threatening. Automatically, the boy turned his head to his right, only to see unbroken darkness and the faint, shadowy outline of Kakashi's futon. Still neatly folded, rather than the familiar shock of white hair above a pale face. With a small whimper, the 6-year-old curled in on himself, eyes focused desperately on the bee. As though expecting a mirage to suddenly lift and reveal the stoic older boy. Nothing ever seemed to move Kakashi, nothing frightened him or startled him, and Harry had unconsciously latched onto at steadfastness like a pillar of support. He wondered again where they'd gone. If they were coming back. Whether it was his fault, something he'd done, that made them leave. Movement to his left made the boy jump slightly in surprise. Then curl up further and shut his eyes tightly, body shaking slightly. His breathing escalated as he tried to keep himself from crying, listening to the noise in the darkness behind him. Something was moving across the floor, slowly moving towards him. From the footsteps he could hear, it sounded as though whatever it was had claws, a monster then. His mind settled on the first conclusion it reached. They had sent another monster after him. He shuddered fearfully, knowing he should move, but being too scared to even look. It came closer, whatever it was. Then something touched his back, sending a bolt of terror down his spine. Screwing up every bit of courage he could, the boy wheeled around, blankets flying messily around him. He wasn't sure what he planned on doing, as his wide, dark eyes met with a wide pair of brown, but he had to do something. White stood out stark around the eyes. Harry's heart pounded in his chest, waiting for whatever it was to make the next move. Mind racing almost as frantically as his pulse. He couldn't just let the monster eat him, he just couldn't. He was sure Kakashi wouldn't sit around, waiting to be eaten. The dowed face shifted slightly and the eyes tilted in a familiar manner. Relief washed over Harry as he recognized the dog, red fur that seemed much darker in the night combining with the white to form the mass of the body. Ryu-kun. The boy sighed, sagging tiredly as fear-born adrenaline slowly drained from his body, leaving him more exhausted than he'd been moments ago. He heard the thump-thump the dog's tail hitting the floor and the dog barked, apparently taking his words as invitation to do so. Ryu-kun moved forward to nuzzle at his chest and arms as Harry crawled back to his bed. He pet the dog thankfully with one hand as he righted the blankets with his other, easing himself back on his mattress. The dog barked again and Harry smiled, laying back down. He recalled how actively he dog had jumped to defend him and Kakashi when that man attacked them. Surely Ryu-kun wouldn't let the mean men get him. The 6-year-old felt much safer than he had when he'd woken up to find Kakashi gone. Harry patted his bed beside him in invitation. Ryu-kun, come. The dog obeyed eagerly, hurrying to his side, tail wagging and tongue lolling. He turned around twice, pawing at the bedding, and settled down right next to the 6-year-old before stretching out his neck a little so as to lick the boy's nearest cheek. Giggling with pleasure, Harry patted the dog's head again, snuggling into the warmth of the canine's body. Ryu-kun, it's time for sleep, he said drowsily, already beginning to drift off again. When Harry woke again there was light shining through a crack in the drawn curtain that normally covered the small window in the bedroom. He lay in bed with eyes half-lidded, idly running a hand over Ryu-kun's fur as he drowsily stared at the still-made futon of Kakashi's. A soft noise, the creaking of the front door, caught the boy's attention, pulling him closer to actual awareness. He frowned, shifting slightly and listening closely. Beside him, Ryu-kun lifted his head, staring at the door, as well. There was another creak as the door closed and a voice called out uncertainly, "Hello." It was male and young, but Harry didn't recognize it right away. "Hello, is anyone here?" a second voice put in, this one female. Ryu-kun was on his feet already, standing between Harry and the door, looking uncertain as to whether he should bark or growl or wag his tail. Harry tiredly pulled himself out of bed and padded across to the door, patting the dog's head on the way. Quietly, he cracked the door open, peering out. The boy had short, spiked blue hair, such a bright blue that Harry was sure it must have been dyed. He was dressed casually, with a jarringly bright green t-shirt and orange shorts. Whoever he was, Harry was quite sure he'd never seen him before. He was obviously quite colorblind. The 6-year-old was also quick to note the cloth tie he wore around his neck, fixed with the same metal plate that Sensei and Kakashi wore. The girl was more average-looking, with short, chin-length black hair tied to stay out of her face with a red ribbon. She wore a dark blue shirt and black pants, much closer to Kakashi's style of dressing than the boy. It took Ari a moment longer to find the metal plate she wore tied around her left arm. He didn't have much time to watch. They noticed him quickly. The girl spoke up first. "Hari-kun," she prompted, "come on out, we won't hurt you." Harry glanced nervously back at Ryu-kun, but the dog didn't seem at all alarmed by the presence of the two older children. His tail was now wagging, actually, and he seemed eager to get out of Harry's small bedroom. Reluctantly, the boy pushed the door open and stepped out. "So, this is him, huh?" the boy asked, crouching a little to look at him. He appeared a few years older than Kakashi, Harry thought. "Looks like it," the girl responded nonchalantly, not paying much attention one way or another. "Do you think he really doesn't understand us?" the boy asked, casting the girl a curious look over his shoulder before returning his eyes to Harry. "Hey, runt, can you understand me?" Harry stared at him blankly. The boy straightened, grinning and ruffling the boy's high R with his left hand. Harry noticed for the first time that his right was wrapped tightly in bandages. "Cute," he commented, "little bastard really can't talk." The girl rolled her eyes. "Sonoda, let's just do this," she sighed. "Quit messing with the poor kid." "Who's messing with him?" the boy asked, turning to her defensively. "He can't even understand." He turned back to Harry, grinning again. "Isn't that right, Hari-kun? You're a real idiot, aren't you?" Ryu-kun barked and Harry frowned slightly, looking between the older boy and the dog. The boy seemed friendly enough, but Kakashi's seemed to feel differently. His tail wasn't wagging now. "Look," the girl interrupted, shooting a mild glare at the boy before looking back to Harry. "We're just supposed to see if you need anything. You know, make sure you're not about to die or anything. You've got plenty of food, right?" She walked across to the fridge to check. Harry looked after her anxiously. The boy's attention turned back to the blue-haired teen when he spoke again. although he was looking over at the kitchen and clearly addressing his companion. "He's the White Fang's brat, right?" the boy called out, "the guy who killed himself a while back." Harry's frown deepened. Ryu-kun had begun growling softly at the boy's words. Looking up at the laid-back boy, he really wished he could understand what they were talking about. "Not here, Sonoda," the girl replied tiredly, shutting the fridge after looking at its contents, "not in front of the kid." "What's it matter? He can't understand," the boy retorted, frowning down at Harry slightly. "Besides, he can't help it if he's got a no-good father, can he? It's cause of the White Fang that my dad's dead." "Sonoda," the girl groaned. Ryu-kun was growling louder now and Harry wasn't sure what to think. Were these two dangerous? Or just the boy, maybe? Was that why the dog was acting like that? But if he was dangerous, Harry was sure Ryu-kun would have attacked by now. "What? I'm just saying. That traitor's the reason this war's still going on, isn't he?" the boy said. "Everyone knows it, except him, I guess." Ryu-kun had, apparently, had enough, and with one last growl the dog jumped at the boy, who backpedaled with a cry of alarm, raising his hands to fend off the angry dog. "Sonoda," the girl shouted, half in exasperation, half in concern, "I told you, shut it. This crazy dog's trying to kill me," the boy shouted back, ducking away from Ryu-kun's teeth as he reached for his kunai pouch. The dog, catching the movement, immediately bit down on the threatening hand. The boy let out a startled cry of pain. It had been his injured arm, too, and tripped over a small bulge in the carpet. Harry looked on with wide eyes, not sure if he should call Ryuki-un back from the obviously frightened teens or if he should be running to barricade himself in the next room. "You idiot, don't you know anything, Sonoda?" the girl demanded, slipping out a handful of shuriken and tossing them towards her teammate, just over where he was sprawled and aimed towards the angry dog. Ryu-kun released the boy's hand and jumped back from the incoming attack, allowing throwing stars to clatter harmlessly across the floor or stick into the carpet. The blue-haired boy scrambled to his feet and backwards, hastily jerking the door open with his good hand. "Hoshika, hurry, that dog's mad, that whole family's mad," the boy called out. Ryu-kun stood between the two young shinobi and Harry, the fur on his back raised threateningly and growling menacingly. The girl looked uncertainly past him to the still confused boy standing beside his door. Reluctantly, she turned away and followed the other boy out, still yelling at him for being such an idiot. Ryu-kun only relaxed once the door was closed behind them and the lock engaged itself. Harry stared at the door uncertainly before walking up to the dog and absently patting its head. The dog's behavior had been different from when they'd been attacked, but he had obviously been angry about something. Harry wondered if the dog had understood what the boy was saying. Did dogs get angry about things like that? This one must, Harry decided. And with a yawn, he headed to the kitchen to get them both breakfast. Life's surprises are winters. Well, this should satisfy some of you who thought some things should be explained to Harry. The drastic differences between English culture and Konoha culture should be made a little more clear in this chapter, as well. And, hopefully, the time skip part near the end isn't too confusing. If it is, let me know, and I'll try to find a way to do it more smoothly. The OCs in the beginning will probably never be seen again. They may or may not make a brief cameo appearance much later. But I'm not planning on it. The only thing I have to say about them is on their ages. Because of the war and the pressing need for more shinobi, graduation has been pushed forward to an average age of 10. Thus, 10-year-old genin are in no way, shape, or form even remotely genius-esque. Just want to make sure that's clear from the get-go. One more quick thing I almost forgot. Personal names, such as Kakashi and Hari, are usually written in katakana. According to Wikipedia, Kakashi's family name, Hitaki, is written in hiragana, which may or may not be completely accurate. Also, katakana and hiragana are both considered to be kana writing systems. Update. As Evil Spanker pointed out to me, in Chapter 316 Kakashi mentions that most Junin are able to manipulate more than 2 elemental natures. There has been a slight change to reflect this by adding the requirement to the test near the end. Thanks to everyone who reviewed. Your comments are very much appreciated. If you're still in school, have a good Maya weekend. Chapter 7 Life's Surprises. A loud, unattractive bleating noise broke the silence in the mostly abandoned hallway outside room 135. The young man from which the noise had originated smiled a little, cheeks pink, as he hid a broken party favor behind his back. The brown-haired man leaning against the wall across the hall from him frowned slightly, eyebrows lowering in annoyance. Can't you be serious for just a few minutes? The first man straightened defensively, dropping the discarded toy to the floor next to him. Come on, Mooney. It's not the first time a woman's given birth. You know. He rolled his eyes for good measure. Serious, it's respectful to keep your voice down in a hospital, Remus pointed out testily. The other male sighed, leaning his head back against the wall and staring up at the fluorescent lights affixed to the ceiling. You need to relax, Remus. Silence settled in the hallway when the other man didn't reply. At last a short, plump man with dirty blonde hair, who stood next to Sirius, piped up in a nervous tone, but they've been in there for a while, haven't they? Does it normally take this long? He turned his gaze from Sirius to Remus. Obviously worried. It's been noted to take longer, Remus said carefully. Firstborns usually take the longest, Sirius added. Mum always said Reg came a lot easier. There was another lengthy silence. Remus checked his watch. It's been 5 hours already, he murmured impatiently. It's already the 31st, now. Sirius groaned. We're going to have to change the decorations. Remus shot him an irritated look. Are parties and decorations all you can think about? You don't think Lily's in danger, do you? Peter squeaked fearfully. Lily's fine, Sirius retorted. She's not going to let a little thing like having a baby hurt her. She's got more guts than you, Wormtail. Peter lowered his head, twisting his hands anxiously. Don't start on him, Sirius, Remus groaned. He's just worried, and I'm just saying he doesn't need to be, Sirius snapped. This is Lily and James we're talking about. If Voldemort, Peter squeaked in fright, can't stop them, nothing can. Sirius, please, Remus started in exasperation. Their rapidly dissolving conversation was interrupted by the sharp cry of an infant in the other room, and all three males immediately turned silent. Eyes locking on the door. Another D-rank mission. A boy with rusty red hair tumbling off his head in unruly spikes complained loudly. The dark-haired man walking in front of him did not seem amused. One black eyebrow ticked above a pair of glasses. You lot should be grateful you're still allowed D-rank, he grumbled, after the farce you made on your C-rank. The children behind him shifted uneasily. It wasn't our fault, Sensei, a second boy complained, this one with longer black hair and one dark, horizontal line of paint smeared under each eye. Really? The man asked dryly, turning slightly to look at the 10-year-old dubiously. Then whose fault was it? The boy was silent for a moment before bravely intoning, it was those bandits. If they hadn't attacked, we would have completed it. Yeah, his rusty-haired teammate agreed. The man's eyebrow twitched again. Is that what you all think? Echo. His gaze turned to rest on the third teammate, a young girl with chin-length mauve hair. The girl flushed a little under his scrutiny and rubbed awkwardly at the bandages still covering her shoulder and most of her left arm, a final safety precaution after she'd had the large, clumsy cast removed a few days ago. She looked anxiously between her teacher and her two nodding teammates. Anyo. Yes, Hiko-sensei. The man's eyebrow ticked a third time. You idiots, he roared, earning surprised and disapproving looks from the others that shared the street with them. His three students looked marginally chastised. As soon as we're done with this mission, you three are going to run laps around the village until you figure out what's wrong with that conclusion, he announced, pausing for a moment before adding, or until your feet bleed. Whichever comes first. He had a sinking suspicion that it may be the latter. The three 10-year-olds looked horrified. But, Sensei, that's not fair. The rusty-haired boy complained loudly. I know it wasn't really the bandits. The second boy insisted. His teacher regarded him coolly as they turned up another street. Do you? He asked dubiously. Then whose fault was it? Masao. The dark-haired boy flushed slightly. Ito. Hiko snorted and looked at the other boy, Toshio. The rusty-haired boy frowned in thought before asking, nobody's. The man rolled his eyes. Eiko. Anyo. The girl studiously avoided looking at her teacher's face, a blush coloring her cheeks. Hiko let out a heavy sigh. Idiots, he grumbled again, turning towards the apartment building they were approaching. Why do we have to babysit a 6-year-old? Anyway, sensei, Masao asked moodily, isn't he kind of old? Hiko rolled his eyes and led the way to the stairs. It's not babysitting, he corrected, we're just checking on him. For what? Eiko asked curiously, blush subsiding. The man shrugged, you know, to make sure he's still there, isn't starving himself, still has enough food, that kind of stuff. Quote. Isn't he kind of old? Masao repeated after a moment. His teammates nodded their agreement. Hiko sighed, as I understand it, Hitaki Hari is from a civilian village somewhere outside Fire Nation. He hasn't been home alone before and his guardians just want to be sure he can handle it. Oh, Masao said flatly, not looking entirely convinced. Here it is, Hiko announced, stopping in front of a door and knocking 3 times. Sensei, Toshio started hesitantly, when you said Hitaki before. I remembered that, too. Eiko gasped, looking up at her teacher with wide eyes, isn't he the guy who started the war? Hitaki, something. Masao frowned, looking between his teammates with confusion. Stupid, he said to the girl, it was Rock who started the war. No, it was him. Toshio exclaimed, Ojizan told me. And he was Hitaki Tsukumo, I remember cause he killed himself afterwards. Yeah, Eiko agreed. Masao frowned in disbelief. Now, Hiko interrupted, Tsukumo-san didn't start the war, you guys. Actually, the war started because his team failed their mission, just like you guys that time. The 3 genin stared at him with disbelief and shock. Hiko knocked on the door again. But, sensei, Eiko started in alarm. How could a whole war start just because of one mission? Masao demanded, eyes wide. There had been a lot of fighting already, the Junin admitted. That mission didn't even start it, really. More like, it solidified it, you know. But Kasen said, Eiko started. This isn't the place to talk about it, Hiko interrupted sharply as he heard the lock scraping open. Let's focus on completing our mission. For now, got it. Reluctantly, the trio agreed, yes, sensei. The door opened and a small, white-haired child stared up at them blankly. An orange and white dog standing protectively at his side. That's him, Toshio blurted in surprise. He looked nothing like Toshio imagined the child of a man who single-handedly started a war between 2 nations would appear. Hiko suppressed the ticking of his eyebrow. Hari-kun, may we come in? We were told to check in on you. The boy stared up at him blankly, head tilting slightly in acknowledgement of his name. Anyo, Eiko started uncertainly. Is he stupid? Toshio asked tactlessly. Moron, shut up, Masao hissed at his teammate. Hiko scratched his head in bemusement and slipped out the concise briefing they'd been given at the mission desk. He quickly scanned the contents again as the 5 of them stood awkwardly in the doorway. Oh, it was a small postscript hastily scribbled onto the bottom of the briefing. He'd failed to notice that small detail the first time he'd skimmed their orders. What? Eiko asked. Quote. It seems Hari-kun speaks a foreign language, the Junin explained. Foreign language, Toshio repeated dubiously. There are some people that don't speak the same language as us, Hiko explained uncertainly, I think. I mean, there must be, that's what it says. The genin still looked uncertain. Anyway, Hiko said, it seems like we'll have to do more showing than telling, since he doesn't understand what we say. The man crouched down, until he was about level with the small boy. Hari-kun, he started again to get the boy's attention. He spoke loudly and slowly, using as simple of words as he could and accenting them with motions of his hands that were meant to explain his meaning. We are here to help you. May we come in? Harry blinked, frowning at the man. Hiko stood, scratching his head and adjusting his glasses a little in bemusement. We're here to help, he repeated helplessly, taking a step closer as he did so. Harry stepped back quickly, moving out of the way of the incoming man. The Junin blinked in surprise, then smirked and led his team inside. See, he asked them, that wasn't so hard. Masao, you go check the kitchen for food, he pointed to the kitchenette on the left, then at a door on the right, and Toshio. Make sure the bathroom's clean. The boy groaned and complained, but drug his feet in the indicated direction. You check his room, Eiko, the man added, pointing to the open door further back from the bathroom. He hesitated and looked down at Harry. Yours. The boy stared at him blankly. Your room, Hiko repeated more insistently. Hari-kun's. Frowning, Harry looked between the man and where he was pointing, then nodded. Hi. Hiko smiled slightly and urged his student on. Go on, Eiko. He looked at the 6-year-old uncertainly. That is, I'll try to talk to Hari-kun. Crouching down, the man dropped to Harry's eye level again. I'm Kimoto Hiko, he explained, then hesitated and repeated, Hiko, a little louder. Hiko, Harry repeated with an uncertain frown. Was he going to live with this man from now on instead of Sensei and Kakashi? Hiko grinned and nodded encouragingly. Right, hi. And this is my team. Masao, Toshio, and Eiko. He oceaned in the direction each student had disappeared in. Harry's head twisted around rapidly in an attempt to follow the man's gestures, then returned to the man, his eyebrows drawn together in confusion. Right, well, Hiko scratched his head. Have you been eating well, Hari? At the boy's continued blank expression, he repeated, eating, and accompanied the louder word with exaggerated hand motions. Harry flushed and ducked his head, shifting awkwardly. After several seconds, he reluctantly nodded and offered a meek, hi. Baffled by his response, the man nodded slowly and asked, so, you have been eating? Yes, Harry confirmed again. Ryu-kun nudged at his arm for support and Harry instinctively scratched the dog's head in response, feeling a little better for it. Good, the man nodded. Then smiled confusedly. I don't really get you, Hari-kun, he admitted, but it's good that you're eating, right? Harry stared at him uncertainly. The bathroom's fine, Toshio announced. Emerging from the small room in a huff, there's enough toilet paper and soap and stuff, too. Hiko nodded and stood. Good. How's the kitchen, Masao? He called over his shoulder. I think there's enough food for a month. The dark-haired boy decided, meandering back out. Eiko emerged from the bedroom, as well. It looks fine, Hiko-sensei, she reported. His futon was still out, so I folded it up, okay. The Junin nodded. Does he have clean clothes? The girl hesitated, then nodded. I think so. Good, Hiko said. He looked back down at Harry uncertainly, then reached down to ruffle his hair. Looks like you're doing okay, Hari-kun. Harry stared at him with a small frown of confusion. Well, we're done here. He moved towards the door, ushering his students in front of him. Harry trailed uncertainly behind him. Make sure to lock the door behind us, okay? The Junin added, pausing in the doorway to look back at the small boy. Harry stared blankly at him. The lock, Hiko offered lamely, pointing to it on the door. Okay. Got it. Harry gave no indication one way or the other. Hiko scratched the back of his head again. Goodbye, he offered awkwardly. Ling the door after him as he stepped into the hall. Sayonara. The 3 genin echoed just before the door closed. Harry stared at the door dumbly for a moment, wondering what had just happened. At length, he stepped forward to slide the lock back into place. Once it settled, his hand lingered a moment longer. Sayonara, he whispered forlornly before drawing his hand back and turning around. Ryu-kun barked cheerfully, bounding to his side with his tail wagging enthusiastically. Harry smiled slightly and scratched the dog's head again. Maybe they could go outside later. Animals liked being outside, didn't they? Harry frowned up at the building he'd been thrown out of twice now, Ryu-kun at his side. The first time had been by a rather gruff, tall and muscular man with one of those metal plates tied around his head. He'd spoken roughly as he escorted Harry out, and the 6-year-old thought the marks from where he'd grabbed him were starting to bruise on his arm. The second had been a woman, and she'd been much nicer about it, speaking gently as she steered him back outside. The more he thought about it, the more he thought Kakashi must be in there, and everyone was trying to keep him away. He knew the older boy spent quite a bit of time there. The day he'd spent with him they'd been there half for hours. He couldn't figure out why everyone would want to keep him from Kakashi, but it was becoming annoying. Sensei and Kakashi had been gone for a long time, Harry thought. Days and days, 3, at least. He often found Ryu-kun staring out the window, and he was pretty sure the dog was watching for his master. So he thought they should have been back by now. Hari-kun. The 6-year-old looked up at the feminine voice speaking his name, surprised. Kushina had a surprised look on her face. And she was dressed similarly to Sensei, in rugged black pants that ended around mid-shin, a tight black shirt with long arms that ran to just below her elbows, a large, bulky green vest and the metal plate that was becoming very familiar tied around her forehead. She smiled, still looking a little confused, and held a hand out to him. Harry looked balefully up at the building he wasn't allowed in, and went to her, Ryu-kun pacing after him. "What are you doing here?" the woman asked. Closer now, Harry could see that she was very dirty. She smelled of mud and something unpleasant that he couldn't quite place. It seemed vaguely familiar, but he wasn't sure. Harry frowned, thinking of how to communicate his concern to her. He raised his free hand and pointed up at the building, Kakashi-Nissan. The woman blinked and her smile softened. "Did Kakashi-kun go in there, Hari? Are you looking for him?" Harry stared at her. He recognized Kakashi's name, but wasn't sure what she'd said about him. He pointed and reaffirmed his previous statement a little more emphatically, "Kakashi-Nissan. We can go in and ask the Hokage about him," Kushina suggested, stepping towards the building with his hand in hers. Harry smiled a little, sure that she'd understood, and went with her. She was always nice to him, and he was sure she wouldn't let any of those mean people throw him out again. People greeted the woman as they entered. A few eyes lingered on Harry, but he was ignored for the most part. He preferred it that way. If they were ignoring him, they couldn't be yelling at him or trying to get rid of him. She led the way upstairs, where Harry had seen Kakashi go a few times before. Ryu-kun trailed after them. Harry waited impatiently for them to be allowed into the office. "Hokage-sama," Kushina acknowledged. Harry watched her salute, belatedly remembering he was supposed to bow. The Hokage looked her over, then to Harry at her side with a single raised eyebrow. Before turning his attention back to the woman, "Kushina-san, I have been expecting you." "It took a little longer than planned," the woman replied wryly, dropping Harry's hand to pull a scroll from one of her pockets and hand it over. The Hokage gave the scroll a cursory look before returning his attention to the pair. "And you found Hari-kun already, I see. He was waiting outside when I arrived," the woman supplied, dropping a hand on the boy's messy white hair with a bemused smile. "I'm not sure, but I think he thinks Kakashi's here." "Ah, Kakashi and his team are on a mission right now," the Hokage supplied. Looking at the boy thoughtfully, "They should be returning today or tomorrow, certainly very soon. I believe Minato-san is hoping you will watch Hari-kun until his return." "He's been left alone," the woman asked with surprise. "How long have they been gone?" "We've had shinobi out there to check on him," the Hokage assured her, "and, as you can see, he was not left entirely alone. This will be the 4th day since their departure." Kushina still looked unhappy, but she reluctantly dismissed it. Harry was living with 2 very important shinobi. He would have to get used to being left alone. Besides, he didn't look much worse off. He looked better than the last time she'd seen him. In fact, if she ignored how forlorn he appeared as he searched for his brother. "I'll look after him," she relented. She turned to the boy. "Hari, Kakashi-kun isn't here right now, do you understand?" The boy stared at her blankly, head tilted slightly in question. "Kakashi is with Minato-san on a mission," the Hokage explained carefully, addressing the boy in his own language. "He'll be back soon." Harry frowned in confusion. "Mission?" he repeated. The Hokage nodded. "Kakashi and Minato are 2 of my important shinobi," he explained. "They go on missions to protect the village." "Oh," Harry said, still looking a little confused. Ryu-kun stood, tail wagging as he barked. Blinking, Kushina looked at the dog. At least one of them had understood. "They are coming back, though?" Harry asked uncertainly. The Hokage smiled. "Yes, they are," he confirmed. "They'll probably be home by tomorrow." Harry thought a moment longer and nodded. He could wait another day for them. The Hokage turned back to Kushina. "I believe Hari-kun now understands the situation, to some extent," he said. "It seems he was worried they would not be returning. I have explained things to him." The woman smiled slightly and bowed briefly to the man. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. He nodded and she took hold of Harry's hand again, leading him from the room. Bemused, the boy allowed the woman to lead him from the building again, absently listening to her speaking to him, tone light and friendly but words foreign. Harry looked up from the scroll he was writing on when the door opened. Ryu-kun was already at the door, tail wagging like it would break off his body at any moment. And Harry's face lit up with excitement as the older white-haired boy stepped through the doorway, patting the dog absently on the head and tolerating its exuberant welcome. He looked like he hadn't slept in several days. His hair was much more bedraggled than usual, plastered down and stained with mud in some places, and dark circles stood out against his pale face under his eyes. His clothes were even worse, muddy and disheveled and even torn a little. "Kakashi-Nisan," Harry called out excitedly, running over to the older boy before stopping short as he remembered Kakashi's aversion to physical contact. "Tadaima," Kakashi responded tiredly, patting the boy's head absently as though he were another dog. Behind him, Minato encouraged him further into the room so he could enter as well. He grinned at the tired boy and ruffled his hair. For once Kakashi didn't protest, then did the same to Harry with a warm greeting. "Welcome home," Kushina put in as the pair began dropping their bags and vests beside the door. Minato looked up, his tired grin widening at the sight of the woman. "Kushina-san, I'm glad you made it back safely." "I always do," Kushina retorted, "you look terrible." The blonde laughed breathlessly. "At least I don't look as bad as I feel, then." Kushina laughed. "Welcome home, Kakashi-kun," she added, turning to the younger shinobi. Kakashi grunted a response, already moving towards his room. "Hari-kun was looking for you down at the Hokage's tower," she said. "I think you really had him worried, running off like that." Kakashi grunted again, hand on the door. "Kakashi-Nisan," Harry called out excitedly, having retrieved his scroll from the table and now wheedling his way up next to the older boy to show him it. Dully, the 12-year-old's eyes lowered to see what the younger boy was holding aloft. He stared blankly at the poorly shaped hiragana and katakana that, despite the poor penmanship, clearly spelt out familiar names. Hitaki Hari was written several times, and Kakashi was written a few more times below that. "I thought he should at least know how to write his name," Kushina said by way of explanation for the boy. Kakashi grunted, before moving into the bedroom and shutting the door for a little privacy before stripping off most of his clothes and collapsing on his futon almost before he'd rolled it out. Harry stared at the door in mute surprise for several seconds after it closed, then he looked back at the two adults, confusion evident in his expression. They smiled at him. "Kakashi-kun's just tired, Hari-kun," Minato explained with a yawn of his own. When the boy showed no sign of understanding, he tried again. "He's tired," he emphasized, "had to go to sleep." "Sleep," Harry mused, recognizing the word. "Kakashi-Nisan, tired." Minato grinned. "Right, he's tired, so he has to sleep. Show him again in the morning." The boy stared at him for a long moment before nodding and taking the scroll back to his table. Minato turned to Kushina. "Think he understood any of that?" The woman smiled and shrugged. "I don't know," she replied. "He's doing much better though, isn't he?" "Yeah," Minato agreed, watching the boy thoughtfully. "Ever since he spent that time alone with Kakashi." "Oh?" Kushina asked, turning to him curiously. "The rest of us went on a mission while Kakashi stuck around to finish off some details for his test. He explained, so I left Hari-kun with him for the day. The next morning he was talking and everything. I just wonder what Kakashi did to get him to break out of his shell." "I guess Kakashi-kun is better with kids than we thought," Kushina said thoughtfully. "It's cute that Hari-kun calls him Nisan." "Does he know what it means?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Minato replied with a shrug. "I guess Kakashi must have taught him to say it, though." He grinned. "When I asked him about it he wouldn't answer one way or another, but it's not like Hari-kun could have heard it anywhere else." "I think it will be good for both of them," Kushina said, "to have real family again." "Yeah," Minato agreed absently. He felt a familiar warmth radiating from nearby as his body slowly began to rouse. Something touched him, rough and wet against his face. His instincts would normally jolt him awake at finding someone so close to him, but the feeling was familiar in a comfort way and his barely conscious mind soon identified the perpetrator. A cold nose prodded at his neck and his eyes shut more tightly in protest. One arm snaked out from under his covers to pat the dog on the head. Then scratch behind his ear. Ryu-kun made an appreciative noise, instinctively leaning into Kakashi's fingers. A moment later he remembered himself and pulled back, grumbling deep in his throat. Kakashi's eyes blinked open at last and he frowned slightly in confusion as he looked up at the dog. Somewhere in the back of his mind he recalled forgetting to release him when he'd returned the day before. The dog growled again and Kakashi's expression sharpened, frown hardening and eyes sharpening as the lingering effects of sleep and exhaustion left him. He sat up. What? He demanded of the Ninken. The series of low growls and sharp barks that followed would have been baffling to most humans. In fact, the noises themselves did little to assist the young summoner in understanding the dog's story at all. The understanding took place on a deeper level, somewhere within his being, in every molecule of his blood, which he'd used to sign a pact almost 7 years before. It was an old and mysterious link, and while it was sometimes questioned, it had never been fully explained. Kakashi's expression darkened, then turned blank as the dog fell silent. His blood boiled inside of him. But the 12-year-old kept his face carefully schooled. "Ryu-kun," he said at last, "you should not have attacked him." The dog barked in protest, hair raising on his back and very much in tune to the emotions below his master's cool exterior. "For some people, all they can do is talk," Kakashi retorted coolly. "We've heard it all before." But for some reason, he couldn't help but feel more irked than usual. Comments of that nature, regarding his father, and him, to some extent, were less and less frequent these days, so he could accord it to the months it had been since the last one he'd heard. He knew intrinsically that that wasn't the reason it bothered him so much, though. He was brutally honest to himself as he admitted that it was only because the nin had said it to Harry. His brother, Harry, who knew nothing of the shinobi way and was ignorant to the dishonor that sullied their father's name. He didn't know why. It certainly could be no misplaced loyal ties to his late Father, but he had no desire for Harry to find out about the White Fang's fall from glory. In fact, he had every desire to prevent it. It wasn't a logical line of thought. If anything, he should welcome Harry's discovery of their sire's downfall, as a lesson and a warning. And it frustrated the young shinobi to realize that the emotions he wasn't supposed to have were getting in the way of his logic. Ryu-kun whined, pressing his nose into the unresponsive boy's hand and breaking Kakashi from his thoughts. The boy's eyes focused on his dog once more and he felt a second spark of annoyance, a calm, pained with a cruel satisfaction that Ryu-kun had attacked the nin. Chances were, he wouldn't be saying things like that around his brother again. "Good job, Ryu-kun," he muttered, "you can go back now." The dog sat back and barked once, tail flopping around a few times, before disappearing in a small cloud of smoke. Kakashi coughed, waving his hand in front of his face. At least Ryu-kun could Avenue moved back a little before disappearing. Annoying dog. His eyes rose to the door as it started to shift, and his teacher looked in through the crack before pulling the door the rest of the way open, grinning. "I see you finally decided to wake up," the man said in an amused tone. Kakashi scowled and got out of bed, automatically moving through the mundane process of folding his futon up properly. "What time is it?" The question came out a little sharper than he intended. "Almost 11, Minato replied. "We were going to wake you up for lunch soon if you didn't get up by yourself." Standing, Kakashi looked around with a slight frown. He'd had to move most of his clothes from his drawers to make room for Harry's things, and that which he didn't had been packed for the mission. He turned to his teacher, frown still in place. Minato chuckled at the dark look. "Hari-kun and I brought our uniforms to the cleaners earlier," he stated. "I'll get something for you to wear in the meantime." 10 minutes later, Kakashi emerged from his room in loose black pants that he'd tied down around his ankles with white tape, and a light blue top that felt stiff because he never wore it. He was usting the collar of the GI unhappily as he stepped into the main room, a spare mask he'd found in the bottom of his bag clashing with the otherwise traditional outfit. "You know, you didn't have to wear the mask," Minato commented with amusement upon seeing him. "We have the day off." Kakashi scowled underneath the material. "Always be prepared, sensei," the boy said derisively. "That's the first shinobi law." The man raised an eyebrow, Still looking amused, I've memorized the same code as you, Kakashi. I think I know which tenet you're referring to. The boy stared back at him dubiously before taking a seat at the small table, irritation practically radiating from him. Harry, apparently, didn't notice. Kakashi-Nisan, the younger boy started. The paper he had been working on the day before was still out. He carefully put down the brush he'd been practicing with. Here. Look, I think is what you mean, Hari-kun, Minato offered helpfully, moving to the opposite side of the table. Look. The boy stared at him blankly for a moment before turning his attention back to the older boy. Here, Kakashi-Nisan. Minato sighed exasperatedly, but a smile remained on his face. Kakashi reluctantly turned his eyes to see what the younger boy was going on about, putting a tight lid on his simmering temper. Harry proudly held out his scroll for the other boy to look at. Beside the kana, he'd written his own name in Romaji, though the letters were still a little crudely formed. Kakashi stared dully at the scroll, not sure what he was supposed to be looking at. Uncertainly, he glanced at his teacher. Minato raised an eyebrow. Hari-kun's been learning how to write his name, he said carefully. Don't you think he did a good job, Kakashi-kun? Kakashi looked back at the paper, owning slightly. It certainly wasn't anything to brag about, even his calligraphy was better than that. It's good, don't you think? Minato prompted again. Ah, Kakashi said unenthusiastically. Today wasn't turning out to be much better than yesterday had been. Harry frowned, looking up at the older boy unhappily. That was it, Kakashi. Minato started with a frown. The Chunin stood. I'm going down to the training grounds, sensei. He said, already moving around the table to the door. He would imagine his training target was Sonoda. Kakashi, the man said again, rising to his feet and following. You need to have something to eat first. I'll pick something up on the way, Kakashi dismissed. Don't you think you should say something to your brother, first? The blonde demanded. He was worried while you were gone. Remember, quote. Kakashi shot the adult an annoyed look over his shoulder before looking back at Harry. Sayonara, Hari-san, he said blandly before continuing out the door, adding, Itekimasu, needlessly. Minato sighed, walking back over to the table and the disappointed-looking 6-year-old. He worked up a smile. That's Kakashi for you, he commented lightly. You can never really tell what he's thinking. Can you? Harry didn't seem at all comforted. It's nothing personal, kid, Minato added, smile softening a little. Kakashi's just like that, he doesn't let people in close. He chuckled dryly. He hardly even lets me in close. Give him some time and he'll come around. Harry made no response. In the meantime, Minato's smile blossomed into a grin. What do you say to some ramen? Team Yellow Flash had earned a little time off. Their teacher made plans to take the three of them, plus Harry, to a nearby hot springs as reward for a job well done. Kakashi was relieved when the morning they were supposed to leave, Minato was called in for an urgent mission and the trip was delayed indefinitely. With luck, Kushina had a few more days off, as well, and Kakashi took full advantage of her fondness towards Harry, leaving the 6-year-old in her care while he got in some much-needed training. He still had no idea when his next test would be, but it had been 2 weeks since his last. And he could only assume his turn would be coming up very soon. Kakashi-kun, Kushina's voice interrupted the 12-year-old on his way to the door. Reluctantly, the boy stopped and looked back. Hi, Kushina-san, he acknowledged politely. The woman looked a little concerned. Kakashi-kun, I'm leaving for another mission tonight. The boy responded in disinterest. Minato-san isn't back yet. The woman added. Kakashi didn't respond. His teacher had left several days before with hardly a word, presumably on a high-class mission. He'd barely been home for 1 whole day at the time. The boy's expression darkened slightly. He was up for his Junin test. He'd make it this time, then he'd be the one going on the high-class missions. You're going to have to keep charge of Hari-kun, Kushina pointed out. Kakashi turned back towards the door. I'm busy right now. Kushina frowned. Kakashi-kun. I'll ask Rin to watch him, the boy excused. Kushina's frown deepened slightly. Kakashi-kun. He's your brother. You shouldn't push him off on others unless you absolutely need to. Half-brother, the boy grunted. Kakashi-kun, Kushina said again. Itekimasu, Kushina-san, Kakashi said as he opened the door, leaving without another look back. Kushina sighed and turned to Harry, who had ignored Kakashi's brief passing. She smiled, ruffling the boy's untidy hair affectionately. Kakashi-kun does care, Hari-kun, she told the boy softly, he just doesn't know how to show it. Remember, he left Ryu-kun for you, didn't he? The boy looked up at the mention of the dog. A small smile on his face. Ryu-kun. See, Kakashi-kun was just as worried about you as you were about him, the woman said. Harry stared at her, not appearing to get the point. Kushina sighed. It would be so much easier if the boy could understand what they were saying. Kakashi. The white-haired boy didn't look up from the tree he was brutally pummeling with taijutsu. Kakashi, I have something for you. Guy's boisterous voice was a little breathless, but Kakashi still didn't acknowledge him. It's from Hokage-sama. That made the boy pause. Frowning slightly, he stilled, turning so he was half facing away from his target, looking at the green-clad boy expectantly. With a grin, Guy bounded across to him, a small scroll in one hand. I have finally found you, my rival. He held out the scroll. Eyes serious, Hokage-sama stated that it was urgent for you to receive this. Ah, Kakashi commented without interest, taking the scroll from the other boy's hand and calmly breaking the seal. He unrolled it, sharp eyes taking in the brief message written there. What is it? Guy asked curiously, fighting the temptation to lean in and read over his rival's shoulder. The next portion of the test, Kakashi said in a matter-of-fact tone, tomorrow at 0800. He paused, then rolled the scroll back up, in the stadium. The stadium, Guy repeated, sounding confused. That's where the Chunin exams are held. Kakashi didn't respond, slipping the small scroll into a pocket. What are you going to do? Guy asked eagerly. Is it a fight? Kakashi still made no response. Guy's eyes suddenly burned with determination. Even if it is against the Hokage himself, I believe in you, Kakashi. Fight with all your strength, my rival, and know that I will be cheering you on. Nothing can stand in our way for long. Please don't do that, Kakashi said dryly, looking crossly at the arm the other boy had draped across his shoulders as he was moved by his own speech. Guy jumped back as though burned. As cool as ever, I see, Kakashi. Kakashi stared balefully at him. But one day you will surrender to my manly devotions. The black-haired boy insisted. He thrust a finger in the other boy's face. Whether or not you accept me, Kakashi, you are my rival and we are destined to be so for eternity. After all, isn't the score only 15-16? Kakashi rolled his eyes, again with that score. As that contempt? Guy demanded, getting himself riled up. Right here, right now, Kakashi. Even if you soon become a Junin, I will show you that there is no replacement for the mighty power of Maida Guy. I don't feel like it, Kakashi said simply before disappearing in a leap. Guy frowned after him, musing aloud, there is something different about you, Kakashi. What is it that has been changing you? I'm sorry, Kakashi-kun, but Rin isn't here right now, the woman replied apologetically, she's at the hospital for her lessons. Kakashi frowned. If she was King lessons right now she probably wouldn't be happy about him trying to send Harry to her. He glanced across at the younger boy, debating what to do. I'll tell her you stopped by, though, Rin's mother was saying. Don't bother, Kakashi said. He bowed slightly. Thank you for your time, Tanaka-san. Hari-san, let's go. Harry trailed behind him obediently as he turned from the house. It would be tight, but he was pretty sure he'd be able to make it over to the Uchiha complex and back before the test started. Nodding to himself, he picked up the pace, calling over his shoulder for Harry to hurry up. Kakashi ignored the stares sent their way as they entered the Uchiha complex. Outsiders hardly ever went inside unless they were on important business for the Hokage. He'd been to Obito's once before and led the way unerringly, straight to his teammate's front door. He knocked twice and stepped back, waiting for a response. A woman with long brown hair opened the front door shortly. She stared at the boys for a moment before connecting their faces to her memories and smiled. Ah, Kakashi-kun, right. You're Obito's teammate. Her eyes hesitated on Harry. Who's your little friend? This is Hari-san, Kakashi answered concisely. Is Obito here? He's here, the woman replied, but I'm afraid I can't let you visit him today, Kakashi-kun. Obito has come down with a cold. Kashi stared at her blankly. How much worse could his luck get? Rin was studying at the hospital and Obito was useless with a cold. It's been going around the kids for a while now, the woman explained. One of them probably picked it up at the academy. But Obito is contagious right now, so you wouldn't want to see him. I see, Kakashi said, thanks anyway, Uchiha-san, he added with a brief no. Before turning to leave again, he had to hurry to make it to his appointment on time. Hari-san, quickly. Where is that boy? The Hokage muttered to himself, glancing at a golden watch connected to a long chain. There were still a few minutes before the set time, but it wasn't like Kakashi to cut it so close. Hari-san, hurry, Kakashi's voice cut through the otherwise quiet of the waiting shinobi. A moment later he was in view, running through the open doors of the stadium grounds. Harry ran in behind him, breathing hard. Kakashi stopped in front of the Hokage and hastily bowed. I'm very sorry, Hokage-sama. He apologized quickly. Kushina-san left on a mission last night and I've been trying to find someone to watch after Hari-san. The Hokage smiled, his earlier impatience forgotten. I take it you didn't find anyone. The boy shook his head apologetically. Rin is busy today and Obito is sick. I didn't have time to ask anyone else. It's quite all right, the Hokage assured him. Hari-kun may remain with me for the duration of your examination. Kakashi's eyes flashed briefly with surprise before it was covered. He bowed again. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama. He shot a pointed look at the younger boy, but Harry just stared blankly at him. The Hokage smiled slightly. Now, Hari-kun and I will vacate the grounds. Nanjiro-san, I leave it to you to explain to Kakashi-san. A man with long, dark brown hair tied up behind his head, nodded in response. Hi, Hokage-sama. Hari-kun, come with me, please, the Hokage added, pausing to look across at the boy. Harry looked uncertainly between the old man and Kakashi. Kakashi's expression was blank and he didn't even look at the younger boy. Hesitantly, Harry followed the man. This will be a formal demonstration of your prowess. Kakashi-san, Nanjiro started formally, voice projecting loudly into the nearly empty stadium. The requirements of promotion to Junin are 15 ninjutsu consisting of at least 2 distinct elemental natures, 10 taijutsu, and 5 genjutsu, with at least 30 techniques minimum. Also required for promotion is 1 technique belonging to any of the 3 categories which is original and created by you. This technique will not count toward the requirement of 30 known techniques. Understand? Kakashi nodded, dark eyes hard and determined. He could do that. 40 targets have been placed around the field, the Junin continued, face stony, begin when you are ready, Kakashi-san. With another nod, Kakashi flashed into motion. Hist. Hey, Harry blinked, at the soft voice coming from behind him. He frowned, reluctantly turning when a hand shook his shoulder. Down in the stadium below, Kakashi was doing things he'd never even dreamt possible. When he Ook the familiar blonde waved happily at him. Harry looked away again, returning his eyes to the other white-haired boy. So far below, his shoulder was shaken again. Hey, come on, the whispered voice was insistent. We need to get busy, Hari-kun. Let's go. But, Kakashi-Nisan, Harry protested weakly as his arm was seized and he was pulled from his chair. We'll see him later, the man insisted. Now, come on. If we make too much of a scene he might notice. Harry wanted to protest, but the man seemed determined, and he knew him well enough to know that he wouldn't be easily dissuaded. Thank you for this, Hokage-sama. The blonde added, tugging on Harry's hand to get the reluctant boy through the door at the back of the balcony. Of course, the Hokage replied with a small smile, eyes never leaving the field below. Have fun, Minato. With another grin, the blonde disappeared through the door, Harry close behind. With the distraction of Kakashi's demonstration out of the way, the pair made quick time out of the stadium. Out front, Rin and Obito were waiting for them. Minato grinned, are you guys ready? Rin nodded. Obito crossed his arms with a scowl, I don't see why we have to do this, anyway. It'll be fun, Minato assured him. Rin, you'll take charge of decorations, and Obito, you get the food. Hari-kun and I will get presents. Obito sighed, resting his hands behind his head. He's going to kill us when he finds out. A dangerous gleam entered the man's eyes. For the last 3 years I've been trying to throw that brat a birthday party. This year we're going to do it. If you don't take this seriously, he's going to find out and we'll fail. Do you want to be beaten by Kakashi again, Obito? The black-haired boy scowled. That was a low hit. I'm only agreeing cause I know it'll bug Kakashi. He grumbled. That's the spirit. Minato encouraged. Rin's sweat dropped. Okay, team, let's move out. Operation Birthday Surprise, go. The 3 nin scattered, Minato dragging behind him an unfortunate Harry R. Winters. Thanks to my many reviewers. I'm excited because we're almost to 100. I would like to take a moment to make one thing perfectly clear, though. Hogwarts will not be in this story. It may be in the flashbacks briefly, but it won't be in the main storyline. That's not to say there won't be any magic, but this story takes place entirely in Konoha. However, there will be a sequel that has a lot to do with Hogwarts, and you can read about it in my profile near the bottom. Hope you like it. Chapter 8 The Stronger Will. James, darling, I love you, but I can't feel my hand. Lily panted as she regained her breath and the baby's screams began to quiet. James flushed slightly, hurriedly releasing his wife's hand and muttering apologies. His anxious eyes never leaving the child that the midwives had taken to the other side of the room. Pulling himself away as the Medi-Wizard began a brief after-birth examination of his wife, the man edged across the room to where the 2 females were just finishing an examination of his baby. How is he? He asked nervously. He couldn't help it. Lily had spent a long time in labor and he was worried whether it had affected the baby's health or not. Quite well, Mr. Potter, one of the women assured him with a smile as she wrapped the infant in a blanket. You now have a healthy baby boy on your hands, and quite a cute one, too. I must say. James took the infant with something closely resembling reverence when the second witch held him out, and his eyes roved the child's pink face admiringly. He had a bulgy, baby chin, and fairly narrow cheekbones, James thought, although at the moment they were puffed out with baby fat, he would probably look quite handsome when he was grown. A small smile graced the man's face as he met the baby's bright eyes, already beginning to darken into a shade of green darker, but reminiscent of Lily's. The smile faded abruptly as his eyes finished their journey upwards to land on the wisps of light-colored hair on top of the baby's head. Lily's was a dark red and his own was black, so where did the baby get blonde from? His heart skipped a beat and he felt a chill inside of him as he leaned closer, observing the child's hair more critically and moving it between his fingers. Dread coiled in his stomach. That hair was even lighter than blonde, it was white. And there could be no mistaking it. It took several minutes for him to get over the shock in his mind to finally accept what he was seeing. Even as he realized it was the only thing that could have happened. He still didn't want to believe it, and he didn't realize his wife was calling to him until the 3rd or 4th time she'd repeated his name. James, the woman said again in exasperation, bring him here, will you? Don't hog our baby all to yourself. James looked over his shoulder. The Medi-Wizard had left, and only one of the witches remained, finishing up something beside his wife. She noticed his gaze as she started for the door. Shall I ask your friends to come in, Mr. Potter? The woman questioned. I'll get them in a minute, James said awkwardly, turning his yes back to the infant as the woman nodded and left. His heart hammered loudly in his ears, distracting him as he tried to think of a way out of this mess. Lily couldn't be blamed. Of course, she'd thought it was him she was sleeping with. If anyone was the perpetrator here, it was that man. Guilt began to creep in his thoughts as he realized he had told the other to act like him. What did he expect him to do? He admitted reluctantly to himself that he hadn't thought of that eventuality, but now that it entered his mind he allowed that it was as much his fault as the ninjas. Still, he couldn't let Lily find out. This was more than him ignoring her advice and going out against his word. Now it was about her child, their marriage. Lily would be furious, and badly hurt, as well, if she found out about what happened. This baby would completely ruin everything. The infant made a soft, gurgling noise and James looked down, eyes meeting with the infant's again. They were large and bright and completely innocent, and James felt his gut constrict further. It wasn't the baby's fault any more than it was Lily's. He couldn't blame it for his own mistakes, or those of its father. James, Lily said again, an unhappy frown on her lips. In a minute, Lily, the man replied awkwardly, turning his back a little further and slipping his wand from his sleeve. He stared at the baby uncertainly before giving the stick a small swish, flicking it down on the head of light hair. The baby hardly seemed to feel it, though an odd look did pass over the infant's face for a moment. He looked over his handiwork again and smiled in relief. A dark head of hair was the reward for his efforts. A glamour spell would hide him temporarily, at least, but he'd have to come up with something more permanent soon, before it wore off. Something that wasn't so easily compromised. He returned his wand to his sleeve and forced a wide grin, turning to face his wife again, baby in arms. All right, here he is, James said, placing the infant in her waiting arms. Lily smiled adoringly down at the baby, stroking its dark hair lovingly. James felt sick at the thought of hiding this from her, but what else could he do? It would be better if she didn't know, if she thought the baby was both of theirs. I'll get the others, shall I? He offered. The woman nodded slightly, eyes still fixed on her baby. Obito perused the shelves of the local grocer carefully. He knew what he wanted. He'd bought a neat cake in the shape of a kunai with grape frosting, several bags of chips he was hoping to get, Kakashi to try the wasabi flavor, and several large orders of sushi. As it was Kakashi's birthday, though, he really thought he should at least try to get something the younger boy would like. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything. Briefly, the 13-year-old thought he might get a package of ration bars, as it was one of the few foods he'd never heard the other boy complain about. Then he stopped himself, because no one could possibly actually like those dry nutrition bars. Not even Kakashi could be that crazy. With a sigh of exhaustion, the boy scrubbed his hands through his hair. Gak. This is impossible. Oh, hey, Asuma, he called out, waving as he saw a familiar face. The other boy smiled and walked toward him, idly munching on a stick of candy. Hey, Obito, he glanced into the other boy's basket and raised one eyebrow. Where's the party? Obito scowled. Sensei's making us throw a party for Kakashi. The other boy tilted his head with interest. Kakashi? As in Hatake Kakashi. You know him? Obito asked in surprise. Asuma shrugged, pulling a second treat from his box. I've seen him a few times. He's been a ninja since forever, and my dad's always talking about him. He rolled his eyes. Oh, Obito paused, then grinned. Well, you wanna come? Asuma removed the candy from his mouth. Seriously? Yeah, Obito agreed enthusiastically. It's supposed to be a party, right? What's a party without guests? The other boy smiled. Sure, why not? I'd like to meet this kid that's supposed to be so great. You know he's up for Junin already. Obito scowled. Don't remind me. He's being so annoying about it, too. You think he's being annoying? Asuma retorted, rolling his eyes. Dad can't go a day without telling me about Kakashi. He lowered his voice to a rough imitation of the Hokage. He's your age, you. No, if you put a little more effort into your training, you could be a Junin, too. Quote. Obito snickered. Yeah, well Kakashi's all like, I'm going to be a Junin soon and then you'll have to call me captain. He rolled his eyes. He thinks he's so mature, but he acts worse than my little cousins sometimes. Asuma really looked interested now. The way my dad tells it, you'd never know. Obito shrugged. Sensei doesn't get it, either. So, are you going to come? Asuma nodded. Mind if I invite a few others, too? Obito hesitated, but since Kakashi was already going to kill him, why not really deserve it? Yeah, sure, the more the merrier. Or something like that. Great. Asuma grinned enthusiastically. I'm gonna ask Kurenai. Candy in hand, he waved it for emphasis. And maybe Ibiki, too. Hey, is Guy gonna be there? I dunno, Obito replied with a shrug. I'll ask him if I see him, Asuma said decisively. He's always bragging about being Kakashi's rival. He rolled his eyes. Yeah right, Kakashi's supposed to be a genius and Guy's just Guy. Obito briefly thought of correcting the other boy. He knew for a fact that the two routinely trained together, but decided not to. He didn't really understand how Kakashi could consider the strange, green-clad boy a rival. I'm gonna go see who I can find, Asuma declared enthusiastically. He turned to go, but paused. Grabbing a few boxes of cookies from the nearest shelf and adding them to Obito's basket. Here, I like that kind. See you, Asuma, the Uchiha called before returning to his shopping with a renewed gusto. The first stop was at the weapons shop, because Minato could not, in good mind, get the boy a bunch of junk he'd never need. While Obito may appreciate one of those new graphic novels or a video reader, Kakashi would hardly give such objects a second glance. Minato knew he would be needing kunai and shuriken. Chunin and Junin, especially, were always losing the useful little tools on missions. He was running low on polish, too, the man knew. Since it's Kakashi's birthday today, we'll give him some of these as gifts, the man explained to his charge as he picked up packages of spare weapons. Kakashi-Nisan? Harry asked without comprehension. Minato grinned and nodded, handing the small can of polish to the boy. For Kakashi-Nisan, he said amiably, presents. For Kakashi-kun's birthday. Harry stared at him, forehead wrinkled as he hesitantly repeated, presents. Right, the man exclaimed, presents. Of course, whether the 6-year-old Ely knew what he was saying remained questionable, but it was still encouraging that he was taking part in conversations directed at him. The Junin paid for his purchases and headed for their next stop. A novelty shop that sold paper supplies, small noise makers, brightly colored disposable chopsticks, and wrapping paper, among other things. The Yellow Flash's objective was the latter, although he was considering picking up a set of noise makers, too. He particularly liked the kind that let out a high-toned whirring noise. Smiling, Minato grabbed a tube of bright orange paper patterned with shuriken, kunai, and the stylized leaf that symbolized Konoha. He was about to grab a tube of white paper with bright red flames, but paused. Grinning, he turned to Harry instead. Do you want to pick one out? He invited, crouching next to the child and gesturing to the shelves of paper, to wrap Kakashi-kun's presents with. He indicated the gifts in his bag. Harry looked between the wrapping paper and the bag with blank bemusement for a few seconds before all of a sudden his eyes lit up in understanding. It's Kakashi-Nisan's birthday, he blurted in surprise, reverting back to English Then though he knew the man wouldn't understand. Minato smiled confusedly and rubbed the back of his head. Ah, birthday, he repeated in his own language, looking uncertain. It's for Kakashi's birthday presents. Even though they'd hardly made headway in communication, Harry remained convinced that his guess was correct. After all, everyone had birthdays, and everyone received gifts in brightly wrapped packages on those days. Well, everyone besides him, at any rate. Minato pointed to the shelves again. Do you want to pick out some wrapping paper, Hari-kun? Harry thought maybe he understood now. He'd never been shopping before, but he'd seen people do it on the telly, and adults often included children in things like that. At least, they did on the telly. Hesitantly, he began looking through the selections of paper. And with Sensei's warm voice encouraging him on, he picked out one that he liked. It was a glossy, sparkling silver with pale, violet paw prints represented by SMALL clusters of circles and ovals of varying size. Harry thought he'd love to get a present wrapped up in such fancy paper, and maybe Kakashi would, too. Minato took the paper with a cheerful grin and ruffled Harry's white hair. That looks like a great choice. Let's get a few more things before we head back. You should pick a present, too. Their next stop was a place Minato knew Kakashi wouldn't be caught dead in, unless it was for a mission. Maybe. Harry, however, appeared to enjoy it. The 6-year-old looked around at the colorful items on the shelves as if he'd never seen anything like them before. It was amusing, but a little worrying at the same time. Even if the items were a little different, surely Harry had had toys and such back at his old home. The man frowned slightly as he recalled the fact that his apartment wasn't exactly crawling with toys. The boy had been playing mostly with old scrolls and whatever Kushina happened to bring by when she visited. The smile reasserted itself as he made the decision to get the 6-year-old a little something as well. But first things first, Minato led the way over to the collection of children's books. He bypassed the small, colorful books meant for young children and only stopped to peruse the shelves of books aimed more towards adolescents. He was pleased to find the next installment in an adventure series Kakashi had been reading, and pulled the title from the shelf. Kakashi would never admit to enjoying them, but as he often stayed up the entire night after he got them just to read, Minato was fairly certain that he did. Of course, they used the excuse that reading helped him familiarize himself with kanji more, which in turn built up his writing skills. When he turned, he saw Harry looking at the shelves of colorfully illustrated children's books. Obviously very interested in them. The man grinned. "Why don't you pick one out?" he prompted. Harry looked up at him in surprise and Minato continued with a grin. "Go ahead," he gestured to the shelves. "One for Hari-kun." Harry looked hesitantly between the man and the shelves. He couldn't possibly mean for him to pick one out. He must have been misunderstanding. The boy backed away from the shelves slightly and offered a quick, uncertain smile back at the man. Minato frowned slightly, bemused. "Don't you want one?" he asked, tucking the book he'd found for Kakashi under his arm. Minato took a colorful book from the shelf and showed it to the boy, flipping through the colorful illustrations. "What about this one? Do you like it?" Harry stared at him with wide eyes, looking a little afraid. "No," Minato asked, putting the book back and perusing the shelves a little more carefully. He looked back at Harry thoughtfully, then at the shelves again. Harry edged closer, looking at him curiously. "Aha!" the man exclaimed. He snatched a book from the shelves and held it out to the 6-year-old. "How about this?" he asked, showing it to the boy and grinning widely. "An illustrated history of Konoha. Cool, huh?" He turned the book on edge to see the complete picture of the Nadaime standing atop an under-construction Hokage monument with his famous sword raised and flashing with energy. Why didn't he have a book like this? Harry looked at the pictures with interest, although it was arguable whether he or Minato was more interested, and curiously looked up at the man. Grinning, Minato pushed it at him. "For you," he declared. Harry's eyes widened in surprise, but he took the book obediently, looking down at the cover with a slightly bewildered smile. Was Sensei really giving this to him? Minato looked around the shop, then down at Harry again. "Now we need something for Kakashi," he explained, "from Hari-kun. Can you pick something out for Kakashi-kun?" Harry stared at him and the man smiled at him encouragingly, waving to the room. "Something for Kakashi-nisan." "Kakashi-nisan," Harry repeated uncertainly. Minato nodded. "Let's find a present from Hari-kun," he encouraged cheerfully. "For Kakashi-kun." Harry nodded slowly. He thought he understood. He looked around at all the shelves and displays, feeling slightly overwhelmed. What would Kakashi like? He'd never seen the older boy play. He was always throwing things around, or running, or writing stuff down in that complicated language. He didn't see anything that looked like what Kakashi would like. He frowned. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe Kakashi would be happier if he had some nice toys instead of those boring knife things. Taking his self-appointed task very seriously, Harry looked through the shelves intently. The 6-year-old's eyes widened when he saw it. "Ryu-kun," he exclaimed in surprise and joy. Minato watched with amusement as the boy ran to pull a small, well-stuffed dog from a shelf. It didn't look much like Ryu-kun, the man thought. It was longer than it was tall with short, pudgy legs and a tiny tail. The ears on top of its head stood straight up instead of flopping over like Ryu-kun's. The only similarity was the short orange fur covering its small body. Harry returned, holding the stuffed animal out toward the blonde. "For Kakashi-nisan?" he asked hopefully. Minato chuckled, trying hard to keep from falling into hysterics. Kakashi would kill him for this. Nodding, the man took the stuffed dog from the child's arms. "All right. We'll get this for Kakashi-kun. Come on. Then, we need to get home and drop these off before we can get you back to the Hokage. Kakashi-kun, can you toss me some more tape, Obito?" Rin requested, standing up. She dangled upside down from the ceiling and dropped the empty tape dispenser she'd just finished off. Yeah," Obito agreed, pouring a few more chips into a large bowl before setting the bag down. Wiping his hands on his pants, and grabbing another dispenser from the pile of decorations on the floor. "Catch," he warned before hurling the object up at his teammate. Rin caught it easily and crouched on the ceiling again to finish taping down the end of one of her streamers. Both teens looked up briefly as the door opened and Rin called out a cheerful, "Hello, Sensei." From the ceiling, Minato chuckled at Harry's gasp of surprise and the little boy gaped at the girl while he greeted his students. "It's looking pretty good, Rin," he commented cheerfully before checking on Obito. His eyebrows rose in amusement. Obito, how many people do you think are going to be here? The Uchiha shrugged. 8 or 9 at least, sensei, he said. Before the man could voice his disbelief he added, I saw Asuma at the store. And he said he wanted to come. He's gonna ask Guy and Kurenai, too, and probably some other people. Minato hesitated. That he hadn't counted on. Kakashi didn't particularly like large crowds of people. Of course, 9 wasn't exactly a crowd, but the antisocial boy would probably appreciate it even less than he would already be appreciating the party. Then again, it would be good for him to spend a little time around the others of his generation, besides just Obito and Rin. Those children would become his closest comrades, when they were older. Finally, the man smiled, that sounds okay. I just hope Asuma-kun doesn't invite too many people. He turned his attention back to Harry, pulling him out of the doorway so he could close the door. Come on, Hari-kun, let's get your present wrapped. Then I'll take you back, okay. Kakashi took his time on the way home, moving at a leisurely pace with Harry preceding him. The younger boy seemed unable to wait to get home, casting frequent looks back at him and admonishing, Kakashi-Nisan, let's go. Kakashi chose to ignore the strange behavior. He was drained, feeling the effect of using so many high-level jutsu at once. He had briefly considered stopping for something to eat. He knew he wouldn't have the energy to make something when they got back. But he'd dismissed it, preferring to go straight back. Maybe he could get rid of Harry for a little while to train on his own. The 5th floor of the apartment complex seemed a lot higher than usual, the Chunin thought grumpily as they climbed the stairs. At last they stopped at their door and Kakashi swiftly released the lock before throwing it open. He was met with a litany of enthusiastic cries, surprise. Kakashi stared dully into the apartment, unobtrusively returning a trio of kunai to his pouch and looking at the unfamiliar faces. He was in the right apartment, wasn't he? But Sensei was there, and everyone seemed to have been expecting him, so he must be. Streamers hung from the ceiling artistically in blues, reds, and orange. A large vertical sign hanging on the far wall of the room announced in large black characters that it was his 13th birthday. Several smaller tapestries hung around the room with the words, "Congratulations," and "Happy Birthday," printed down them. The table on the left, between the door and the kitchenette, held several kinds of food, including yakisoba, sushi, and an oddly misshapen, purple cake. A small stack of brightly colored packages was stacked on one end of the short, 2-person couch under the window. There were a couple of people he didn't know, and only recognized vaguely. Sarutobi Asuma was among them, along with, unfortunately, Guy giving him his patented, good guy, stance. And in the middle of it all were his 3 idiotic teammates, grinning like fools and obviously expecting some kind of response. Most likely of a positive nature. Resignedly, the teen stepped inside. Harry followed him, closing the door and looking around with wide eyes at the transformed apartment. Kakashi didn't pause to offer anything a second glance, instead moving further into the room, towards his door. I'm going to sleep, he announced dryly. Kakashi wasn't surprised when his teacher accosted him by the arm before he could get there, grinning brightly. Now, Kakashi, we went to all the trouble of making this party for you, so you should stay and enjoy it for a while. The boy looked up at him dully. Sensei, I just got back from a test. I'm tired. You can have your party without me. You're not that tired, his teacher argued. Don't be such a party pooper. Kakashi glowered up at the man, who had smoothly inserted himself between him and the door as they spoke. Kakashi-Nisan, look. Reluctantly, Kakashi tore his eyes away from his teacher to look at Harry. The boy was holding a lumpy package wrapped in shiny silver paper with purple polka dots. Hari-kun picked that one out himself, Minato added proudly. Kakashi frowned, turning back to his sensei. When, he started, then cut himself off, frowning deeper as his eyes narrowed in suspicion. How long have you been back, sensei? Just since this morning, the Junin said with a shrug. I hurried the mission along a little so I could make it back today. He smirked smugly. Of course, I had to get in early so I could make it to Rin and Obito before you did. The boy cast his accusing glare over his backstabbing teammates. Obito grinned at him cheerfully, obviously enjoying his torment, and Rin smiled shyly, a light blush of guilt on her cheeks. Kakashi had to admit, it was a much better plan than his teacher had used last year. Kakashi was all for new ways of training, but a blindfolded walk through the park on his birthday was blatantly obvious. He hadn't even expected a party this year, since his teacher was supposed to be gone. He was loath to waste what was left of his afternoon on something as pointless as a birthday party. But he reluctantly admitted to himself that he was out of options. Somehow, the blonde man had outmaneuvered him. After a long silence, Kakashi crossed his arms over his chest and averted his gaze to looking at nothing in particular. Fine. Minato blinked in surprise. Fine. He repeated, that's it. A wise shinobi knows when to fight and when to give ground, the Chunin quipped. Fine. Minato stared at him a moment longer in disbelief, then cracked a grin. Then let's get this party started. Of course, you know Gai-kun. Have you met Asuma-kun? Kakashi looked at the brunette unenthusiastically from under half-lidded eyes. Not formally, he drawled, making no move to offer a hand. Hokage-sama's son. It wasn't a question. The brunette frowned slightly. Yeah, well, just 'cause I'm the Hokage's son doesn't mean anything. I'm a shinobi, too, you know. The look on Kakashi's face clearly expressed how much he cared. In the interest of maintaining peace, Minato quickly moved on to introduce the others, and this charming young lady is Kurenai-san. The dark-haired girl blushed just a little as she greeted, pleased to meet you, Kakashi-san. Happy birthday. Asuma's frown deepened as he looked at the girl. Kakashi shrugged, I'm only a day older than yesterday. What's the big deal? Minato laughed nervously, deciding he needed to work a little harder on his students' manners sometime in the near future, and this is Ibiki-kun. A stocky boy with several inches on Kakashi and a short, buzz haircut stepped forward, forcibly taking Kakashi's hand and shaking it. Morino Ibiki, he said. Kakashi scowled under his mask, making sure not to let his irritation show on his exposed face. Hitaki Kakashi, he stated, wrenching his hand away from the bigger boys. I was expecting you to be bigger, Ibiki commented with a pointed look up and down the young genius. Kakashi's scowl deepened. I've never heard of you, he stated icily. The party was quickly falling to pieces. Minato was aware, so he rapidly changed the subject. Now that you know everyone, do you want to start with presents or food, Kakashi-kun? Kakashi waited a long moment before answering. Just long enough to resign himself to the fact that his teacher was actually going to wait for him to voice an opinion no matter how long he waited. Food, he grunted. The test had gone through lunch. If he couldn't rest then at least he could get something to eat. The others obviously agreed that he'd made the right decision as the group of young teens practically attacked the serving table in a feeding frenzy. Previous hostilities all but forgotten with the promise of good food. Grinning widely, Guy approached Kakashi, putting a friendly hand on his shoulder. What a wonderful occasion to celebrate youth and the day you were born. He cheered poetically. Good friends and food and a beautiful, clear day outside. You were a lucky man, my rival. Rolling his eyes, Kaka. She shrugged off the shoulder and shot his teacher a dark look. Really, no one would blame him if he killed the man after this. Even the Hokage would have to admit it was justified. The blonde smiled, right back with that damnably cheerful grin of his. His smile softened a little, then, and the warmth in his expression begged Kakashi to just sit it out. The white-haired boy snorted and tore his irritated gaze from his teacher to turn towards the table, reluctantly allowing him this one day. But he expected it to be made up for later. Sensei would need to teach him a really useful jutsu to make up for this. Jutsu firmly in mind, Kakashi resigned himself to a trying afternoon, and just making it through without murdering anyone. Except, maybe, Obito, who looked a little too pleased. The next month passed in a blur of the mundane. Kakashi was back on regular missions with his team, which usually lasted from several days to a week and were filled with long, dull periods of waiting and traveling interspersed with the occasional high-pressure battle. The dogs enjoyed their new chew toy and Harry continued to improve in the language, despite being left alone more and more often. Even his nightmares were becoming less frequent and less volatile when they did come. That morning began as usual, with Kakashi rousing Harry after he'd dressed and joining his teacher for breakfast as the TWO waited for the 6-year-old to come around. After eating, they washed their dishes and prepared to go out for the day. That's when the Junin broached an entirely unusual topic. "Oh, Kakashi," Minato started casually, "I almost forgot." Kakashi frowned slightly behind his mask, giving his teacher his attention as he waited for him to continue. "Let's see, what was it?" The Junin made a show of thinking. Despite his growing impatience, Kakashi kept his expression blank. "Oh, right, the Hokage wants to see you today," Minato supplied at last, grinning. Kakashi's eyes widened minutely in surprise before returning to normal. "About the exams?" Probably," Minato agreed. The teen's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "At what time, sensei?" "You have plenty of time to get there," the man assured the boy with a wide grin. "Almost 10 minutes. Kakashi shot the man a glare. That wasn't plenty of time. If he ran all the way there he could probably make it, but even that wasn't a sure thing. He'd been late last time. Being late twice in a row would be insufferable. "You've been practicing that jutsu, haven't you?" Minato asked innocently, the mischievous grin on his face belying his tone. Kakashi nodded, knowing instinctively that his teacher was talking about the teleportation technique. He had been practicing, but wasn't confident that such a long jump would leave him in one piece at the end. He frowned thoughtfully. He could probably make it in 2. "I'm going, then," the teen said, already beginning the necessary seals. "Wait," Minato interrupted quickly, managing to gain High's student's attention again before he had disappeared. Kakashi froze on the last seal, looking at the man questioningly. "Harry-kun and I will go ahead to the training grounds," Minato said. "You can meet us there later." The white-haired teen nodded and disappeared in a swirl of wind and smoke. Harry coughed, waving a hand in front of his face in distaste, then stared at the place where his brother had been. He looked at the door, but it hadn't been disturbed, then looked at Minato with wide eyes. "How did he do that?" he asked, a phrase he'd been using quite liberally ever since he learned it, almost a week and a half ago. Minato grinned and ruffled the boy's hair as he walked towards the door, leading the way from the apartment. "You'll find we can do lots of amazing things with chakra," he told the boy casually. Still amazed, Harry followed after him quickly, catching on to at least a little of what he'd said. "Fly." Minato blinked, a bemused expression crossing his face briefly, then he chuckled. "Ma. I don't know about that," he said, "not actual flying, at least. But we can jump pretty far, so it's almost like flying." "Nay," Harry frowned, eyebrows drawing together as he tried to puzzle out the man's answer. He heaved a sigh as he realized they couldn't fly. That was disappointing, and thought painstakingly back on the conversation he had witnessed. He still had a long way to go before he would be proficient in the language, but 2 months had given him considerable improvement in the words he recognized, and he'd been taught enough phrases that he was usually able to ask about things that confused him. Whether or not he understood the answers, of course, was another matter entirely. "Kakashi Nissen is at Hokage's tower?" he asked curiously, recalling the brief explanations he'd been given about such things as the Hokage and village administration. He hadn't understood much, but he was pretty sure it was where Kakashi and Sensei and Kushina went to work. "That's right," Minato confirmed with a grin. He couldn't help but be a little amazed at how far Harry had come in only 2 months. The silent, brooding boy was almost a completely different person from the current Harry, who was extremely curious and seemed to have questions about everything. It was a good change, the man thought. He'll learn the results of his exam and what comes next. Kakashi Nissen's exam? Harry questioned curiously. "His Junin exam," Minato explained. "He was just starting it when you came here, and it's almost over now. He's testing to see if he'll be promoted from Shunin to Junin." "Junin," the boy repeated thoughtfully. His eyes lit up. "Sensei is Junin." Minato grinned. "That's right. You're catching on, Harry-kun." Harry grinned in response, but the smile was quick to fade, a confused frown settling over his lips. "Sensei, what is Junin?" Well, I'm a Junin, obviously," Minato replied, scratching his head awkwardly as he tried to think of a proper explanation. "It's the second highest ranking for shinobi," he added, "right below Hokage, you remember." Harry stared at him blankly. Minato grinned ruefully and rubbed the back of his head a little more, as though that would make his thoughts come easier. Junin are the elite shinobi with a lot of experience. Basically, it means we're qualified to lead large teams and plan missions. We're also qualified to train other shinobi, genin and chunin, and take more dangerous missions. The boy frowned thoughtfully as he struggled to take in the explanation. At length he gave up, looking up again. But what is Junin? Well, I spend a lot of time training Obito, Rin, and Kakashi, Minato supplied uncertainly, and I led them on a lot of missions. Sometimes I go on higher-ranking missions by myself or with other groups. But usually I'm teamed with the kids. What missions? Harry pressed. He only had a vague understanding of the familiar word. Missions were what Kakashi and Sensei disappeared to do so often. But he still wasn't sure exactly what that entailed. Minato frowned slightly. Well, right now we're at war with Rock, so most of our missions have to do with that. He scratched his head at Harry's look of confusion. That is, it's usually things like fighting or sabotage. Sometimes there's infiltration, where we retrieve scrolls and things. The boy continued to stare at him blankly. A wide grin crossed the man's face. But it's not really important, Hari-kun, he assured the boy, you'll understand eventually. As shinobi, we're the ones who protect the village. Protect. Harry understood that word, even if he was still confused as to what his new friends actually did. Whatever it was, Harry was pretty sure it had nothing to do with drills. He was also pretty sure that his aunt and uncle would not have approved. The more he got to know these people, the more he was realizing that they were exactly opposite of the mundane ideals his aunt and uncle adhered to. It took a lot of getting used to, but he was starting to like it here. Kakashi checked his pack for the third time, crossing the items off on a mental checklist. He cast a dubious look at his teacher. Are you sure 3 extra sets will be enough? The blonde man shrugged, amusing himself by throwing a kunai up and catching it again. Bring another if you want, he said, it's your mission, Kakashi. I think 3 will be enough, Kakashi muttered. He'd never found himself needing more than that. Although this is my first A-rank mission, he added with a slight frown, maybe 4 would be better. He looked at his pack critically, but I won't be able to reach the 4th set easily. After a moment's thought, he shrugged and put his 4th set into the bag, just in case. Something that sounded suspiciously like laughter came from behind him and he turned, narrowing eyes in annoyance at his teacher. I probably won't need them, he commented, but if we run into or resistance than expected it might be useful to have a few more weapons. Besides, they don't weigh that much. Whatever you say, Kashi-kun, Minato agreed with some amusement. Kakashi buckled his bag and set it aside. Ignoring the man's comment, standing, the boy shouldered his small bag. They were only taking the bare essentials on this mission. It was getting late. I'm leaving now, the 13-year-old announced. Heading towards the door, Kakashi, Minato started. The boy paused at the unusually serious tone of his teacher's voice and looked back. Be careful out there. Teacher and student stared at each other for a long moment, then Kakashi nodded, turning to leave again. Minato frowned slightly. I'm serious, he said, your teammate is more experienced, don't be afraid to rely on him if you have to. This test isn't worth all your lives. I know that, Sensei, the boy said coolly before slipping through the door. Minato sighed heavily, hoping his student was really ready for this. Part of him was confident that the boy was an excellent shinobi, he could handle this. But the part of him that recognized the fact that Kakashi had just turned 13 couldn't help but be concerned, somewhere. Underneath it all, the boy was still just a child. Only 3 of them had been selected for this final portion of the test. Unlike the staged sparring and demonstrations they'd done so far, this was real. The 3 of them were to be paired with experienced Junin who would be able to critique their performance firsthand and offer their assistance if the mission was jeopardized. It was a real A-rank mission. Its completion was vital to the survival of the village. A group of rock shinobi had been seen entering the Kuin Mountains, the range that bisected the Earth and Fire nations in the north. Intelligence sources believed they were after the demon who was said to live there, and planned to turn it against the Leaf. Their mission was to find the shinobi and stop them at all cost. The demon was an object of legend, no one had seen it in 100 years. Even so, the mountain range was forbidden, an impassable barrier that the 2 mighty countries suffered to work around rather than attempt to tame. Teams of the strongest warriors past had entered the mountains only to never return. It had been dozens of years ago, but the memory was enough to make military leaders think twice about sending their men through. Legends and rumors tended to exaggerate, though, and there were plenty of records of shinobi who had gone into the mountains and returned just fine. It was possible, of course, that small cells of ninjas could pass unnoticed by the demon, whereas large battalions of soldiers could not. Now they would tempt fate again in order to stop their enemy and protect their village. The door slid open. "Good, you're all here," the Hokage acknowledged, stepping into the room. The various shinobi bowed and saluted their leader. "Some of you don't yet know the pairs, so I'll announce them now. Takai, your partner will be Sayuri-san," the Hokage announced. A woman with dark, red-tinted hair nodded to the young man with a smile. The 18-year-old smiled uncertainly in return. "Kurochi, your partner will be Hishigo-san," the Hokage continued. A tall man with short brown hair met eyes with the Aburame briefly, face blank. Kurochi inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. But that was the extent of their greetings. "Kakashi, your partner will be Masaru-san," the Hokage finished. The older man nodded to the boy, black, gray-speckled hair neatly framing his face. Long but short enough not to obscure his vision. Although his face was as blank as Hishigo's, the man's gray eyes looked Kakashi over with interest. Kakashi nodded in return, tarring at a long scar that ran down the side of the man's face just a little longer than was polite. Somehow, he seemed familiar, though he couldn't place the name. "You've all received your mission briefings," the Hokage said. "Are there any questions?" No one had any. "Good. You'll form 3 separate teams working in tandem," the Hokage said. "Keep that in mind. You will depart in half an hour. Use the remaining time to get to know your partners." "Hi, Hokage-sama," some of the shinobi complied, others simply nodding in agreement. "If you think of any questions," the Hokage said, "I will keep myself available to you in my office." The man left and the 6 shinobi reluctantly drifted closer together. Sayuri approached Takai with a smile on her red lips and mischief in her cool black eyes. "So, you're Takai," she started thoughtfully, looking the young man up and down and smirking. "You're kind of cute." Takai fought a blush self-consciously. "Ito, thank you, can we just talk about the mission?" The smile vanished from the woman's face, replaced by a cold expression and a frosty glare. "Just don't give me too much trouble, hot shot." If anything, Takai's blush brightened. Karak, Hai and Hishigo approached each other slowly and began conversing in low voices, expressions equally guarded. Kakashi tore his eyes away from the others to find the final member of the group, his own partner. Masaru towered over the boy, straight-backed and wide-shouldered with the rugged look of a survivor. His gray eyes were critical at first, then they softened slightly and he smiled. "So," he started, tone dry, "you're the kid they stuck me with. I trust you're stronger than you look." Kakashi had heard similar comments with more condescension many times in his life, but for some reason, this time it struck a nerve. He frowned behind his mask and replied coolly, "Of course." Masaru chuckled, "You wouldn't have passed the last 2 parts of the test if you weren't." He ruffled the boy's hair with a large hand. Much to Kakashi's irritation, "Don't worry, kid, I trust you." "I'm not a kid," Kakashi stated coldly, "I'm a shinobi." Something crossed over the man's expression briefly, a hint of melancholy. Perhaps, but was gone quickly, covered by another smile masterfully applied. "That's right. So, tell me about yourself, Kakashi." Winters. This chapter's coming out a little late, because I was distracted by a sudden burst of inspiration in another story, which I chose to write instead of this. I'm going to try to update by Thursday this week, because Friday and Saturday will be very busy for me. If it doesn't get up by Thursday, you'll probably have to wait for Sunday. Note: the jutsu Kakashi uses in this chapter is not canon. It just makes sense to me since there are similar techniques for most of the other chakra natures, and Sasuke used something like it, so it only makes sense Kakashi would have learned something like it, too. On another note, red light helps preserve your night vision. That's why pilots flying at night usually use a flashlight that's red instead of the usual white. Not as good as night vision goggles or something, but also way less expensive. And let's face it, Giving shinobi expensive equipment on dangerous missions is like asking them to drop it off a 20-story building just to see how it breaks at the bottom. In other words, it would be a huge waste of money. Hope you like the long-awaited kick-ass Kakashi. Chapter 9 Closing Darkness. The couple sat in shock. Lily's arms tightened a little more around her tiny son as though the one threatening him was in the very same room. Professor, are you sure? James asked worriedly. My sources were quite clear on the matter, the aged headmaster confirmed, looking as tired as his many years warranted. Voldemort will undoubtedly target the child. It could have been a mistake, James offered weakly. I do not think so, Dumbledore replied. I have the utmost confidence in my source and am certain his information is genuine. We must take more aggressive measures to protect him. Yes, of course, Lily was quick to agree, although she sounded faintly overwhelmed. What should we do? I would like to create a Fidelius charm for the three of you, the headmaster stated. James frowned. Isn't that kind of going overboard? He wondered. That's a really complex spell. It wouldn't do to underestimate Voldemort's powers, the old man warned gravely. No, I believe the Fidelius charm will be just powerful enough. Of course, you will need to choose a secret keeper. I will begin preparations immediately. James looked down at the dark-haired baby in his wife's arms. He wasn't sure whether all of this was really necessary. Harry couldn't be the baby from the prophecy, could he? But if Dumbledore's source was to be believed, Voldemort was convinced that he was. In the end, it just wasn't worth the risk. He sighed and nodded. We'll think of someone, Professor. Masaru spread a map out on a relatively flat stone, Kakashi by his side. Our agents saw them enter around here, he said, pointing to a location on the map. They're 3 days ahead of us, so we'll have to search quickly and efficiently. Hishigo's team will be covering this part over here. He pointed along one arc of the mountain range. Sayuri's team will be starting here. They'll be working their way in, towards us. It's our responsibility to scour this middle section here. Kakashi nodded in understanding, looking from the map up to the actual mountains themselves, green in the morning sun. He looked back down at the map. It would probably be most efficient to work from one side to the other, he mused. I can summon my pack to search for human scents. A small smirk appeared on the man's lips. Ah, yes. The famous Hitaki dogs, he muttered. We should get moving right away. Kakashi nodded and the man picked up the map, rolling it back up as the boy went through the process of summoning his dogs, all 5 of them. They appeared around him in bursts of smoke. The dogs swarmed around their master and Kakashi obliged their unspoken desire by running his hands over them as he explained what they were looking for. The pack made their understanding known and he sent them ahead. They scattered, sprinting towards the mountains, and it was only as they were running that Kakashi noticed a 6th among them, tiny legs working overtime to keep up with his older companions. In one deft motion, the boy snatched the puppy up, a disapproving scowl in his eyes. Hakun, he growled under his breath, what are you doing here? Quote, the puppy whined and retorted, you haven't been summoning me lately. Why is it always the big dogs? I'm way cuter than them. Kakashi shot an anxious look at the Junin, who was watching with a raised eyebrow. He glowered at the dog. Look, I don't have time for this right now. I'll train you some more later, but this is serious, you'd get torn apart out there. The dog snorted, twisting around until his tiny mouth clamped onto the Chunin's hand. Kakashi winced slightly as the dog's sharp teeth broke skin. Fine, Hakun muttered around his hand, jaw still clamped. But I'll hold you to that, Kakashi. With a second puff of smoke the small pug disappeared and left. Kakashi rubbing the new welts on his hand for a second. He turned towards Masaru, Ace impassive despite the light blush playing underneath his mask. Let's go, he said. As one, both shinobi sprinted after the dogs. Rin entered their usual training field to a strange sight. Harry was wearing the bright red t-shirt that Minato was so fond of. The Junin was wearing an equally bright yellow shirt, and her teacher was directing the 6-year-old's arm as he held a kunai with the IOUS intent of throwing it at one of the logs they used as targets. Minato directed the boy's arm through the throwing movement twice more before letting go of him with directions for him to try it. Frowning pointedly at the stump, Harry brought back his arm like he'd been shown and let the kunai fly. It went right by the stump, landing in the ground somewhere nearby. The boy's shoulders slumped dejectedly. Minato was grinning. No, no. It was quite good for your first try. Hari-kun, he assured the boy cheerfully, you just need to practice. He held a second kunai out to the boy. Slightly mollified by the man's tone, Harry carefully accepted the weapon and got ready to throw it again. The second throw was just as bad as the first and Harry turned to the man with a pout. No good, he complained. Hari-kun, Minato said, a mixture of amusement and exasperation in his voice, you can't get it in just a few tries. They teach this stuff to kids at the academy for years. Just keep practicing, you'll get it eventually. The boy didn't look convinced, although whether that was because he hadn't understood half of what her teacher had said, or he really thought he couldn't get it, Rin didn't know. The girl decided to make her presence known as Minato pulled out another kunai. Is Hari-kun going to become a shinobi now, too? She asked in amusement, although, really, she couldn't. Imagine a brother of Kakashi's becoming anything less. The man stood, shrugging. I dunno, he said, but he gets kind of bored just watching us, and since we have an odd number today, it's a good time for him to start learning. He smiled down at Harry, attempting to pull the quiet boy back into the conversation, right? Hari-kun. The boy stared at him a moment before tentatively smiling. Ah, sensei. Rin just about squealed. He's so cute. Chuckling, Minato tossed the boy another kunai, a look of horror crossing his face a split second later as he realized what he'd done. Luckily, the low flash of Konoha has extremely quick reflexes, and he managed to reach out and catch it again even as his student let out a horrified cry of, Sensei. And before Harry even realized he was in danger. His quick reflexes, however, couldn't do anything to abate Rin's fury. Sensei, she shouted, even as Harry was beginning to absorb the fact that he'd just almost been hit by a kunai again. How could you do that? Hari-kun's just a little boy, how could you just throw a kunai at him? The man cringed, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly as he held the kunai casually in his other hand, wondering if he would need it. Now, Rin-chan, it was an accident. How could you accidentally throw a kunai at a little kid? The girl demanded angrily. Well, Minato wasn't quite sure what to say, glancing down at Harry. The 6-year-old didn't seem too upset over the near miss. I guess I kind of lost track for a moment, he admitted awkwardly. He looks a lot like Kakashi-kun. Rin blinked, then frowned, but, even so, she argued, he's still only 6, sensei. Minato chuckled. When Kakashi was his age, he was already passing the Chunin exams. The girl gaped at him. Kakashi-kun was a Chunin when he was 6. Minato rubbed the back of his head, realizing he'd inadvertently said the wrong thing again. How old was he when he graduated? The girl wondered, aghast. Who old make a little kid like that a shinobi? Minato decided it was best not to remind her that he had been Kakashi's teacher. Anyway, he said, as I understand it, his parents taught him a lot even before he entered the academy. But it was still pretty surprising. He shrugged, this time carefully handing the blade to the 6-year-old. He smiled at the boy. If you practice too much, people start expecting you to be the next genius. The boy stared at him blankly, then turned back to the target. Minato laughed. Rin still looked a bit upset, but she grudgingly released her irritation. Harry hadn't been hurt and seemed quite unfazed by the whole ordeal. After a few minutes, she turned back to her teacher, calm again. So what are we doing today, sensei? Oh, I thought we'd try something a little different, Minato said, watching as Harry went to collect the half-dozen kunai he'd thrown, being careful not to touch the blades. You and Obito still haven't learned how to use Senbon yet, right? I've read a little about it, Rin said with a thoughtful frown, but I've never really tried it. From a long skinny pocket next to his kunai pouch, Minato withdrew one of the long needles. Flipping it carelessly through his fingers with a smirk. Well, today we'll start you two on that. It would be good for both of you to at least know the basics, and, who knows, one of you might be good at it. Rin blushed a little. Senbon were very precise weapons, and required an extensive knowledge of the human body to be of any real use. It was also obvious by the man's expression that he was talking about her and not her perpetually late, and sometimes clumsy, teammate. So we're all going to be practicing throwing things, she commented, looking at Harry, who was handing all of the kunai except one back over to their teacher. She smiled, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. You had this planned all along. Minato shrugged guiltlessly, naturally. At that moment Obito chose to finally show up and Minato got the pair of Chunin started on their lesson for the day, watching them to make sure they were doing a decent job on the dummies he'd set up before returning to let Harry practice some more. The first day turned up nothing, but on the second Kakashi caught sight of a flash being sent up north of their position. That would be the Sayuri Takai team. The pair immediately altered their course to head back in that direction, Kakashi calling his dogs back, as well. Ryu-kun stayed by his side just in case he was needed. It turned out that the pair had found a cave. At first glance, there was nothing suspicious about the dank opening, but a closer look revealed signs that humans had recently been there. Ryu-kun had a good sniff around while they were waiting for the Hishigo Kurochi team, and confirmed that it was the smell of rock nin with a growl. The rear of the cave bore an entrance to a small tunnel, which Ryu-kun confirmed was the path the enemy shinobi had taken. Upon arrival of the remaining members of the group, all 6 of them fixed small, red lights over their ears and headed inside the mountains. Obito squinted, as though that might somehow make the distance between his Senbon stuck in the dummy and the small, pale circular target decrease. It didn't, and he pulled it out with a frustrated groan, stomping back to where Rin and his teacher were waiting. This is impossible, the boy despaired, casting an irritated look at his teacher. How am I supposed to hit such a little target when I can't even see it from back here? The man smiled, much to Obito's exasperation. It isn't supposed to be obvious, he pointed out. Do real people wear little red signs pointing out all of their weak spots? Obito frowned thoughtfully. Minato chuckled, ruffling his hair. Of course they don't, he said, so to have any success with the Senbon, you have to learn to recognize these points automatically and hit them precisely. The boy glowered, but it's impossible, he reiterated, as though believing his teacher hadn't heard him the first time. I don't know, Minato mused. Rin seems to be progressing all right. An unusual look crossed Obito's face, as though he weren't sure whether to be bitter over the fact that he was being outdone or happy for the good work of his crush. At last he huffed in annoyance. Well, I'm no good at it, at least. The man chuckled again. Well, practice on the other vital areas as well, Obito-kun, he advised. At the very least, learn to recognize where other people will be aiming at you if they're using Senbon. He smiled. And maybe you'll surprise yourself. It isn't impossible, after all. The sound of something heavy hitting wood thumped through the clearing, and all 3 heads turned toward it. Harry stood at his throwing spot, staring at the kunai sticking out of his target with wide, surprised eyes and a small, disbelieving smile. Minato grinned. Good work, Hari-kun, he called out enthusiastically. The boy looked at him, his smile widening to a grin, the first Minato could remember seeing. The Junin offered him 2 enthusiastic thumbs up and repeated his sentiments about the boy's work. Blushing a little, Harry mumbled, "Arigato," back and hastily returned his eyes to his target, just staring at the kunai for several more seconds before preparing to throw again. Minato turned back to Obito, a smug smile on his face. "See, if you put in enough effort you can do it." Obito glowered back, looking entirely unconvinced. "I can already throw a kunai, sensei," he said disparagingly. Minato chuckled and ruffled his hair again. "Keep it up, Obito, you'll make some progress, yet." With a long-suffering sigh, the teen turned back to his dummy and the 3 students returned to work. "Can you move it?" Masaru asked, voice weaker than usual. Kakashi experimentally tilted his foot up and down, cringing a little as he did so. It was stiff and painful, but not impossible. He nodded. "I'm fine." "Good," the man rasped. Kakashi frowned slightly, critical eyes roving over his teammate. Masaru's shirt was soaked in blood, especially his arms, which had been wrapped around his abdomen when they made their escape. They had since bandaged the wound as well as they could, but the blood had yet to stop and the man was worryingly pale, even taking into account the dim, red light he was illuminated under. The 13-year-old thought back on the series of events that had brought them to this miserable outshoot of a cave. They hadn't gone far into the tunnels before they had been forced to split up again. Following the many branches of the main track, there had been twists and turns and dozens of offshoots, but eventually they had found a group of rock nin. There hadn't seemed to be many. Just the standard group of 4, but as soon as they confronted them, the small group had called for backup and 4 had become 16. Even if they could have handled the original group of 4, the 16 enemy nin were quick enough to overwhelm them. Sometime in the fight, Masaru had a kunai shoved into his stomach, almost up to the hilt, and torn right back out again. Kaka's Hai's leg had been caught mid-kick and given a sharp twist. Luckily, it hadn't been broken, but the sprain he'd been left with was tender and had slowed up their retreat long enough for another kunai to hit his arm. The cut wasn't deep, and his bandaging had quelled the blood flow fairly well. Masaru hadn't been so lucky. Neither of them had any outstanding medical training. They both knew the basics well enough. But the older Junin was getting weaker by the minute. They had been lucky to lose most of their pursuers in the maze of tunnels, and Kakashi had been able to finish off one persistent shinobi that was tailing them. On the downside, now they were stuck in a tunnel with no way to know which way was out and no way to contact for backup or medical help. I can send my dogs to search for the way out, Kakashi suggested at last. Save your chakra, the man replied gruffly, you're going to need it to complete the mission. Kakashi's face remained impassive. Masaru was speaking sensibly, of course. There was no way they'd be able to make it out of here and back to friendly territory in time to help the man. Still, Kakashi had never had to sit back and watch a comrade die before. It was distinctly unsettling. Do any of the others know medical jutsu? Kakashi asked. Facing odds like this they would need backup, anyway. They had killed 5 or 6 of them, but that still left 10 rock nin against 1. Masaru wouldn't be much help. The man frowned thoughtfully. I think I heard that other kid knew some, he mused. Kakashi quickly thought back over the other shinobi, Takai-san. He asked. That's the one, Masaru confirmed. He was teamed with Sayuri-san, Kakashi said. If they're still together, they should be easy to find. Masaru raised an eyebrow in question. Kakashi smirked slightly under his mask. She wears enough perfume to leave a trail for miles, he explained dryly. The man chuckled, but soon gave way to wheezing as he clutched his injured abdomen tighter. Frowning, Kakashi hobbled to his side, moving his arms to get a look at the bandages. They were already dark with blood. The boy cursed under his breath and reached to pull another roll from the man's open pack. Without a word, he began adding yet another layer. Both shinobi were silent until Kakashi had finished, tying the bandage off tightly and sitting back. You shouldn't waste supplies, Masaru said dryly. I'm not going to last much longer. If we can get in touch with Takai-san he might be able to do something about it, Kakashi retorted. The probability of success is higher the more people we have. Masaru let out another laugh that was almost a cough. Blood dribbled down his chin. Kakashi ignored it, and Masaru did, too. Kakashi, the Junin said abruptly. Kakashi, this mission is very important. I know that, Kakashi replied. It's more important than me, Masaru insisted. It's more important than all of us. If Rock's plot succeeds, if they manage to turn that beast against Konoha, the results would be disastrous. Kakashi frowned slightly, wondering why the man was lecturing him like this. You made it this far, so you're obviously skilled, Masaru continued. You don't have time to worry about your comrades, forget about me and focus on the mission. I can do both, Kakashi argued, frown deepening slightly. Don't bother with me, the man said again, more insistently, kid. I've been living on borrowed time for the last 7 years, ever since my first Junin mission. I'm not going to survive this one, even if you do manage to find Sayuri and the kid. They won't be able to do anything except drag out what's left of my life for a few more hours, maybe. No field medicine can save me, you know it as much as me. Kakashi didn't reply, remaining stoically impassive. There was another long silence, broke only by the wheezing breaths of the older man. Look, Kakashi, Masaru started again, there's a reason why I volunteered for this mission. Get yourself home alive, even if you can't stop them. At least the village will have warning, and I'll be able to rest in peace. Kakashi looked at him, discontent in his half-lidded eyes. Masaru met his eyes, blue-gray eyes revealing a pain that went deeper than the hole in his stomach. Kakashi, he said somberly, I owe my life to your father. Whatever Kakashi expected him to say, that wasn't it. The boy's eyes widened uncharacteristically as his mind put together the clues that now seemed to fall into place. He stared at the older Junin. Was it really possible? You three did very well today, Minato said with satisfaction as the children started to gather their equipment for the last time. Harry had some trouble pulling his kunai from the target. When are we going to go on a mission again? Obito demanded tiredly. His teacher smiled. We'll go as soon as Kakashi gets back, he said. His mission should only last another day or two. Why does he get to go on a mission without us, and we're stuck doing stupid training? Obito wanted to know. I seem to remember Kakashi asking similar questions, Minato replied with a smile, while you two were taking the Chunin exams. Obito snorted. His teacher was obviously unsympathetic. Tell you what, for a treat, we'll all go out for ramen tomorrow. Your treat? The boy asked suspiciously. Well, Minato started, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Sensei. Obito snapped. Laughing, the man raised his hands placatingly. All right, my treat. The boy looked at him suspiciously for a moment longer, then reluctantly said, I guess it's better than nothing. The man laughed and turned to Harry as he walked up, finally having wrenched the kunai from the trunk. He ruffled the boy's hair. We're having ramen tomorrow, he said cheerfully. What do you think of that? The boy blinked up at him, staring at him for a moment and apparently digesting his words. With Kakashi Nissen? He asked. No, probably not, the man replied. Kakashi-kun is still away on his mission. Where? The boy asked. Minato chuckled and ruffled the boy's hair again. He'll be back soon enough, Hari-kun. Harry frowned at the evasive answer. Where? He repeated insistently. Around, Minato replied casually. I'm not privy to the details. Maybe he'll tell you about it when he gets back. Nay. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. I remember where you look familiar from. Masaru raised his eyebrows. Oh. Kakashi frowned. I saw you stop in front of the house all the time. You just stood there for a few minutes and then walked away. The man stared at him for a moment, then smiled sheepishly. I wanted to extend my condolences, he admitted, but I never really worked up the courage. Kakashi looked at the man dully. You were afraid of a 6-year-old. The man's smile faded and he looked away. At length, he murmured a quiet reply. I was afraid of telling a 6-year-old it was my fault his father was dead. Kakashi's head shot up, eyes flashing. He frowned and spoke coldly. Otusan killed himself. I was on that mission, Masaru continued, the one that ruined his career. Daiki and I were critically injured and D. Sakumo Senpai decided to get us medical assistance instead of completing the mission. We should have died then. Kakashi wasn't looking at him and Masaru couldn't tell what he was thinking. His face was expressionless. Even behind the mask, Kakashi wasn't sure what to say. He'd known the bare facts of that mission, but he'd never thought much about the people his father had saved. It had always paled in comparison to his failure. Finally, the boy said, you didn't come to his funeral. I was on a mission, Masaru admitted. I was shocked to come home and find out what happened. Ays thought he'd get over it and move on. He was a great shinobi. Another silence followed. Then Kakashi shifted, looking away. It doesn't matter. He said at last, it was his choice. He betrayed everyone in the village. It's not something you can excuse with sentimental stories. Masaru nodded slightly, a sad smile on his lips, but he said nothing. The silence stretched on longer this time, both shinobi lost in their own thoughts. The telltale patter of footsteps was the first thing to break it. Kakashi looked across at Masaru and got to his feet, favoring his sprained ankle. He silently slipped out a pair of kunai, prepared for whatever the future would bring. The footsteps were quickly growing louder. Kakashi nearly skewered Sayuri as she raced around the corner, skidding to a halt at the sight of the two males. Masaru frowned at her. Where's the kid? Dead, the woman said coldly. Masaru-senpai, this place is crawling with rock nin. Kakashi frowned. Were you followed? She scowled at him, dark eyes narrowed and burning. No, I wasn't followed. Runt, she growled. What kind of a Junin do you take me for? Kakashi bit back a cruel retort, the kind who got her subordinates killed. Masaru-senpai. Sayuri started sharply, turning towards the older man. She paused as she finally noticed the situation she had walked in on. A bit of the anger left her expression and she frowned, looking between the two males. What happened? The other Junin smiled grimly. Like you said, Sayuri, there were more rock nin than we expected. Sayuri looked at Kakashi, eyes narrowed. And you? Are you hurt? Not badly, Kakashi said. Good. The woman plopped down suddenly beside the older man and removed her arm from her side. Then you can take care of this. A kunai was embedded in her side, all the way up to the hilt, angled upward and sticking out just over her left hip. Kakashi frowned, already moving to Masaru's open pack for more medical supplies. I can bandage it, he said. But I don't know any medical jutsu. She glared up at him, eyes burning. Then think of some hot shot. She hissed, leaning forward aggressively. I'm not going to die in a place like this. Kakashi's frown deepened minutely. Sayuri, Masaru said sharply, frowning in disapproval. He can only do so much. Take the blade out, Kakashi, and bandage it up. That will have to be enough for now. Kakashi turned his frown on the older man. If we leave it in, it won't bleed as much. If we leave it in, Masaru repeated, it will cut up her insides a little more every time she moves. He turned his disapproving gaze on the woman. You should have pulled it out right away, Sayuri, who knows what kind of damage you've caused yourself. I would have, the woman said with a sardonic smile, holding up one of her hands. It twitched sporadically. I can't grip a thing, as you can see. Must have had nerve damage, the older Junin muttered. Kakashi stonily knelt next to the woman to patch her up as well as he could. He almost sighed, but he was beyond that now. This whole mission was hopeless. Already half of their forces were down for the count. Takai was dead, Masaru had one foot in the grave, and Sayuri was physically incapable, if not as close to dying as Masaru. He could only hope the other two were better off than them. Sayuri winced and glared at the teen as he tied off her bandages. Watch it, kiddo. She growled. Treat a lady gentle-like, got it. Kakashi ignored her and finished his job. He stood, testing his weight on his ankle. It wasn't as painful now as it had been before. I'm going to look for Hishigo-san and Kurochi-san, he said decisively. Don't bother, Sayuri groaned, easing back against the tunnel wall. The kid and me ran across their bodies on the way here. Damn, bugs had almost eaten the Abarame's bones clean already. Disbelief settled around the 13-year-old. How could things go this wrong? He had been sent on this mission with 3 highly skilled elite shinobi. And 2 up-and-coming young men in their prime. How could they be here with everyone dead or dying around him? What was he supposed to do now? Kakashi forced down the slow swell of panic rising in him and forced himself to think things through logically. What happened to Hishigo-san's body? He asked at last. He wasn't sure if the other Junin had any secrets hidden away in his biology. But chances were good that he did. Sayuri snorted. How do you think the kid got killed? She asked. Stopped to dispose of the body, little idiot. So it's gone, Kakashi pressed. The woman shot him an annoyed look. Yeah, it's gone, brat. They all are. Kakashi ignored the name, thinking over his options. Slowly, he started. It seems likely that the majority of their forces are searching these tunnels. You think? Sayuri asked sharply, words dripping with sarcasm. Kakashi ignored her again. If we can block off the entrance, they'll be trapped. Even if they manage to rouse the demon, chances are it will satiate its anger on them while they're trapped. Sayuri gave the boy a dubious look. And you think you can do that? She asked. All by yourself, runt. Kakashi forced down his irritation. His teammates were infuriating. I know I can, he retorted. I'm not a Chunin for nothing. Unlike Obito, some small part of his mind just had to add. Sayuri stared at him for a long moment before grunting in assent. She pushed on her side as hard as she could and eased herself off of the ground with the help of the wall. Her bandages were already beginning to soak through. All right, brat, she said. It's the only chance we've got, so I'll give you it. She started heading back the way she'd come from. Masaru-senpai, you coming? A long silence followed her question and the woman finally looked back. The older man still sat on the floor, a pensive expression on his face. Finally, he answered, no, I'm not. The woman frowned. What do you mean you're not? She demanded, a touch of anger in her voice. There's nothing else we can do. There's too many of them. Masaru smiled grimly. I can hardly lift my arms anymore, he said. I haven't been able to feel my legs for the last 5 minutes. He raised his eyes to meet hers seriously. I'm not getting out of this, Sayuri. She stared at him for a long moment, then her face hardened and she turned away again. All right, fine. Have it your way, then. She took another step. Yo, brat, let's go. Kakashi steeled himself over and didn't look back at Masaru, joining the woman in her retreat. How much of the way do you remember? He asked. The woman smiled sweetly at him. I've got 100% recall, baby, she said smoothly. I could find my way out gagged and with my hands tied behind my back. Kakashi stared at her blankly. Was that supposed to impress him? He ignored it, motioning for her to lead the way. Sayuri rolled her eyes and stepped to the front. Minato ran both hands through his hair, gripped it, and pulled slightly in an effort to relieve a little of the tension building up in his head. The third day of the mission was coming to a close and there hadn't been any news from the group. Not that that was particularly unusual. He knew he shouldn't be so anxious. Kakashi was an excellent shinobi, and his teammates were all elite, as well. But missions used in the Junin exams had a habit of going bad. Most people were surprised to hear that there was less than a 10% chance of passing the exams, and only a 50-50 chance of surviving the final leg of the test. Joining the ranks of the elite had never been easy. Sighing silently, the Junin quietly slid open the door to his student's room. Kakashi's bed was still neatly folded up along the wall, and Harry appeared to be sleeping peacefully. The boy had expressed some discontent over the older boy being gone, but seemed to have relaxed at Minato's insistence that he would be fine. Minato sincerely hoped he wouldn't be proved wrong at the end of all this. Reryuden no Jutsu. The kunai Kakashi sent at their enemies were wreathed in glowing blue chakra, dancing across the blades as electrical energy. Only one hit the mark, and the rock nin screamed as the electrically based chakra coursed through his entire body. He fell to the ground as the energy finally ran its course, either unconscious or dead. A second nin blocked the attack with his own kunai, transferring and diluting the energy in such a way that it only numbed his arm. The other two shinobi successfully dodged. There was one good thing about fighting in tunnels. Kakashi reflected as he dodged a handful of shuriken. The rock nin couldn't use their signature earth techniques for fear of taking the whole tunnel down on their heads. Still, 4-3 now. Against 2 weren't great odds when one of the two could barely defend herself, let alone fight back. Sayuri's injuries didn't keep her from fighting, but they did keep her from fighting effectively. Luckily, the enemy nin had realized this as soon as Kakashi had, and they focused the brunt of their attack against the only one they perceived as a serious threat, which was saying something since Kakashi's enemies had a habit of underestimating him. Kakashi spun around, leaning over and using his shorter height as an advantage in dodging one of the shinobi's swings, and performed a back kick at the end of his spin, catching the man in the chest and knocking the air from his lungs. He threw a kunai in the man's direction as he turned his attention back to the other nin who were closing in with their own attacks. Kakashi dodged the string of kicks aimed at him from the shinobi on the right, and easily blocked a punch from the second shinobi, whose dominant Han-D remained mostly useless from his lightning attack. He followed his block with a knife hand to the man's throat, which sent him reeling. A heavy blow to his upper back caused the young Chunin to stumble forward. But he dropped with the blow and spun, legs arcing towards those of his opponents. The rock nin jumped, and blocked the kunai Kakashi threw in midair. Kakashi grit his teeth, mind racing. This wasn't going to be easy. The second shinobi he'd incapacitated a minute ago was already back on his feet and as angry as ever, and the third would be up soon, as well. The teen frowned. He'd never be able to fight off 3 shinobi at the same time by himself. Jumping away from the two who were preparing to attack again, Kakashi landed in a crouch beside the man he'd hit in the neck. The man, still having trouble breathing, struck out at him with a kunai, but the blow was weak and it didn't even sink half the blade into Kakashi's thigh. The boy ignored it, expertly slitting the man's throat and yanking the kunai out in time to meet his other 2 aggressors. At least he wouldn't have to worry about that one getting back up. He ducked below another punch, and dodged around a kick. The shinobi on the left retaliated by blowing a cloud of sand and debris from the tunnel floor at him. Kakashi shut his eyes immediately and jumped backwards again, only to find the first shinobi had saw him. Ihao gotten behind him and was ready to land the killing blow. Kakashi's body tensed on instinct as he prepared himself to react, but the blow never came and the man slowly sank to the ground. Behind him, Sayuri was grinning with an evil light in her eyes, and Kakashi saw several kunai embedded in the man's back, already soaked with blood. Shouldn't forget that they're fighting two shinobi, the woman muttered darkly, looking sadistically amused despite the breathless tone of her voice. Kakashi didn't waste another second on her as he returned his attention to the last shinobi. They traded blows, jumping in and out of each other's range and maneuvering as much as the claustrophobic tunnel would allow, but it only took another minute or two before Kakashi's kunai found its mark, digging deep in under the other man's ribs and ripping out again at an angle to create the most damage he could. Finally, the last rock nin hit the ground. "You okay, brat?" Sayuri asked, even though by her pale skin and the blood staining her chin, it was obvious that she was the one worse for the wear. Kakashi rolled his shoulders experimentally, feeling the stinging pain from new scratches and stab wounds he'd added to his collection. His right forearm, which had deflected a powerful blow sometime in an earlier fight, was particularly painful, but nothing noticeably crippling. He nodded. "I'm fine," Kakashi added, in case she hadn't seen him. "Let's keep moving." The woman nodded, clutching her side, which was dripping again even through the second layer of bandages they'd added, with renewed pressure. They were approaching the exit now. That had been the third group of rock nin they'd run across since leaving Masaru. Luckily, the formations they'd run across on their way out had all been fairly small in size, no more than 3 or 4 at a time. Even so, Kakashi was beginning to feel the exhaustion of fighting so many people piled on top of the days of travel with little rest they'd endured before this. "I've got to hand it to you, Runt," Sayuri breathed, sounding strained. "You're tougher than I thought you'd be." Kakashi didn't grace her comment with a response and they slowed to a stop at another split in the path. Sayuri looked around at the two tunnels open to them, slight confusion and disorientation showing on her face. Kakashi frowned, pressing his lips together tightly under his mask as he, too, regarded their choices. "I think it's this way," he said, nodding at the tunnel that broke off of the straight path. Sayuri frowned slightly, still appearing uncertain. "Sayuri-san," he prompted. Finally, the woman nodded. "We'll go with your guess, Kakashi-kun," she said at last. "I can't remember this part too clearly." Her voice shook, obviously unnerved by this newest symptom. Kakashi didn't respond but led the way down the tunnel. It quickly became apparent that they'd chosen the correct path. After a few more twists and turns, and a run-in with a group of 2 rock nin that Kakashi had escaped from only with the addition of a deep cut on his left shoulder, the path began to collapse in on itself, the roof sloping down and the walls crushing in until the two shinobi were forced to crawl. Just as they had on their way in, Kakashi paused every meter or so to place a tag on the low ceiling and double-check that Sayuri was still right behind him. When they finally crawled out into the cave that marked the entrance, they were both exhausted. Sayuri appeared to be going on pure force of will. They looked back at the small tunnel entrance, then Sayuri looked at Kakashi. "So," she asked, "how do you plan on doing this?" Kakashi glanced at her, one eyebrow raised, and fixed a final tag to the entrance. The woman's eyes widened slightly as she looked over the familiar kanji. She regarded him with surprise. "How many of those do you have?" Kakashi shrugged. "I've placed enough to destroy the tunnel for at least 20 meters, he said. "They won't be able to get out easily. And if they try to use any of their earth jutsu, it will only make things worse." The woman nodded slowly, a pained smirk twisting her blood-stained lips as she began retreating towards the entrance of the cave. Kakashi waited until she was standing in the mouth of the cave before igniting the explosion tag with his chakra. It began to sizzle in response and he hastily joined her, pausing just long enough to add one more tag inside the cave on his way out. The two of them backed off to a safe distance as the tunnel was reduced to rubbish. Kakashi looked at Sayuri. In the early morning sunlight, the woman almost looked worse than she had in the caves. Her skin wasn't quite as sickly as it was under the red light, but the blood stains on her dark clothes were even more apparent and the exhaustion in her expression even more so. "Let's keep going," he said. The woman nodded and the two struck out, back towards friendly territory. Winters. Thanks for all the reviews on the last chapter. My schedule changed a little, so I was able to update today, after all. Everyone cheers. Not much to say this chapter. Buru is the name of Kakashi's bulldog summon, according to leafninja.com. No warnings except for angst. A lot of that in this chapter. And flashbacks. Yes, I was inspired by your reviews to add flashbacks to this chapter, so hopefully you enjoy them. In the original version there were no flashbacks, but it works a lot better with them. There are pieces near the end that might be a bit confusing. Let me know if they are and I'll add some extra explanation. Enjoy. Chapter 10 Family Matters. James stared at the figure in shock and horror, millions of thoughts racing through his head. This wasn't supposed to be happening. Harry wasn't the one. Why couldn't he see that? Harry wasn't even his son. His eyes narrowed as fearful and hateful thoughts were replaced by memories of the little boy he'd been raising for the last year. The way Harry smiled and laughed and called him daddy. Even if he wasn't the father, biologically, Harry was still his son. Never in a million years would he let this monster at his son. What are you doing here? He demanded in a growl. Get out of here. Harry isn't the one you're looking for. Out of my way, Potter, the pale man hissed. Wand pointed straight at the younger man. I won't let you touch him, James said. The other man's lips twisted into a cruel smirk. I won't need to. Avada Kedavra. He saw the green light as though it was coming at him in slow motion. He willed his body to move, to jump to the side and throw a return spell. Like he'd been trained to do, but his muscles wouldn't respond. His feet remained rooted to the spot and his heart thudded loudly in his ears. And then it hit. Last thing he knew was the darkest wizard since Grindelwald crossing the threshold of his doorway. It had been 6 days since his student had left and Minato finally approached the Hokage's tower, Harry in tow as always. He hardly expected the mission, whatever it was, to be over, but at least they might have received word by now. He nodded in polite greeting to the Chunin at the desk before ding upstairs to ask the Hokage personally if he'd heard from the group. He only stopped to look around the hallway in bemusement when he reached the doors. There were 4 or 5 shinobi loitering in the halls, obviously waiting to speak with the Hokage, themselves, with varying degrees of impatience. Minato frowned. Sarutobi was usually more timely than this. What's going on? He asked, hoping that one of them would know something. Mission report, one of the men said, nodding to the door. He's been in there for almost 2 hours now. Minato frowned. That's unusual. Usually, a mission report was handed in on paper, and the shinobi was called in for questioning only after the Hokage had reviewed the report if he found himself to have further concerns over the events of the mission. He couldn't remember ever giving a 2-hour-long report to the Hokage. Whoever it is, Akunoichi added, their mission obviously didn't go well. Minato looked at her curiously and she continued, Okage-sama had 2 med nin called in within the first 10 minutes. They didn't even come out for another half an hour. Minato's eyes widened slightly. That was even more unusual. Normally, if a shinobi was as injured as that, he would have been sent to the hospital first, and recalled for a report later. All eyes turned to the door when it finally opened and an exhausted figure stepped out. Minato's eyes widened in shock and his hand automatically gripped Harry's shoulder when the boy took a step forward. Kakashi didn't seem to have noticed them yet, ignoring the eyes on him as he made his way to the staircase. Head bowed slightly just because he was too tired to keep it up. Kakashi, Minato finally said when the boy had nearly passed him. The boy paused, blinking tiredly, then looked up. His skin was pale and face weathered from days without sleep, and his uniform was stained with blood. Through the jagged cuts in his uniform, Minato could see clean bandages, which was a good sign. The medics had obviously done their work well. The Junin turned, keeping step with the tired boy as he began to move on. I take it you ran into a little trouble, Minato said carefully, keeping his voice low. You could say that, Kakashi agreed tiredly. Where are the others? Minato asked, looking over his shoulder at the door to the Hokage's office, expecting to see at least some of the boy's teammates following him out. There was no one, other than the shinobi currently arguing about who would go in next. Kakashi didn't answer for a long moment. Then, quietly, he replied with a single word, dead. Minato didn't say anything else and Harry picked up on the tense atmosphere enough to keep his mouth shut. They went straight back to the apartment, and Kakashi immediately collapsed in his room. Barely pausing long enough to roll out his futon, Minato waited until he was sure the young teen was asleep before reluctantly taking Harry off to meet with the rest of his team. Kakashi woke up. A small ray of sun had found its way through the bedroom curtains. He continued to lay there, half awake but still clinging tiredly to sleep, for several minutes, staring at the line of light on his wall. Finally the boy shifted into a sitting position, dully taking in the rest of the room. Harry's futon was empty, folded up as it normally was when he wasn't using it, and the room was as bare as usual. It took a few more minutes for the teen to drag his sore body out of bed. He grabbed a clean set of clothes from the dresser and only then realized he'd been changed out of his bloody uniform. That fact was only slightly annoying when he realized he must have slept through the entire thing. He made his way to the door and slid it open, staring at the rest of the apartment blankly for several more minutes before walking across to the bathroom. The apartment was empty. Harry and his teacher must be out somewhere. Probably training or something with the others. Everything seemed surreal as he fell into his usual morning routine with an odd sense of disconnection. In the wake of so much high-pressure activity, the mundane activities of everyday life seemed fake and forced. He wasn't able to push the feeling aside like he usually did. Once he was showered and dressed in fresh clothes, Kakashi felt marginally better. He collapsed on the couch with his paperwork and tediously began to fill out the forms for his report. After all, it was best to get this done with while everything was fresh in his mind. "You're going to hurt your back like that." Kakashi blearily opened an eye to realize that he'd fallen asleep again on the couch. He frowned up at his teacher's amused face, then reluctantly disentangled himself from his paperwork. The pages seemed to be irreparably wrinkled, and the ink smudged. "I thought you were training," the teen muttered, glancing at the window just to make sure too much time hadn't passed. His teacher smiled and slid down onto the couch next to him. "I came back," he pointed out with a shrug. Kakashi looked around again, eyebrows drawing together slightly. "Where's Hari-san?" "He stayed out with Obito and Rin," Minato answered. "I think they went to lunch or something." At the mention of food, the boy's stomach growled loudly. He pretended not to hear and sorted through his paperwork again, smoothing it out in the hopes at his already poor writing was still legible. Kakashi. Minato started slowly, after watching the boy work for several minutes. "Are you okay?" Kakashi glanced up, face emotionless. "I'm fine, sensei," he assured the man. "The injuries I sustained were minor. I should be able to return to active duty in a day or two." Minato smiled slightly and rubbed the back of his head. "That's not exactly what I meant, Kashi-kun." His smile faded and he added, "Seriously, it's hard to lose teammates, even if you haven't been with them for long. Are you sure you're all right?" The boy's face was still unreadable. "We all did our duty, sensei," he said blankly. "The mission seems to have been a success. That's the important thing." The Junin sighed but let the subject pass. Dealing with the death of comrades wasn't something that could be explained or taught. Kakashi would learn his own way, eventually. "I know," Obito exclaimed suddenly. "We should take Hari-kun to see the new Taiyaki Taiko movie." Rin raised an eyebrow. "You want to see Taiyaki Taiko?" she asked incredulously. The boy flushed. "Not me," he insisted. "I just think Hari-kun would like it." Frowning, Harry interrupted. "What does kun mean?" "What do you need, Hari-kun?" Rin asked in confusion. "What does kun mean?" Harry repeated. It was something he'd been wondering for a while. "Like Harry-kun and Kakashi-kun and Obito-kun." "Oh." The girl lit up with understanding. "Kun is just a suffix, Hari," she explained. "Onyo. You add it on to the end of a name, usually for other people around your age or younger than you." Harry stared at her blankly. Rin looked at Obito for help. Obito scratched the back of his head. "Onyo. Like Rin said, it's just something you add onto the end of a name, like San or Chan." Harry frowned. "What does San mean?" "Well, it's like kun," Rin supplied, "only, it's more formal. We usually use it for people older or shinobi with higher ranks than us, or someone you don't know. And Chan is more familiar. Obito added, usually for little kids or girls you know really well. Harry frowned thoughtfully, trying to make sense of what the two teens were telling him. He was kind of starting to get it, but he didn't really understand most of what they were saying. It was a bit frustrating. After a moment he decided to pursue this line of thought a little further and looked up again. What does Neeson mean? The two teens exchanged looks of surprise. Obito stared at the younger boy and Rin asked uncertainly, "You don't know what Neeson means, Hari-kun? You mean he's been calling Kakashi Neeson all this time and doesn't even know what it means?" Obito added incredulously, "Does he even know that they're brothers?" "Of course he does," Rin retorted. Even though she was beginning to wonder, herself, "Hari, Neeson is what you call your older brother." "Aniki," Harry repeated in confusion. He really wished he could understand the language better already. "You know." Rin struggled to find some way to explain the familial relationship. "You and Kakashi-kun have the same Otusan," she explained carefully, so you're brothers." "Otusan," Harry repeated. Obito looked at the boy incredulously. "You don't even know that." "Your Otusan. You live with him, don't you? You must have seen him before." Harry's brow wrinkled in a confused frown as he tried to make sense of everything. "Otusan is sensei." The two teens exchanged disbelieving looks. "No," Rin said. No, Otusan is Hataki-san." She said, "You know, he's your and Kakashi's Oyaji." "Hataki-san," Harry repeated thoughtfully. Kakashi's name was Hataki Kakashi, but Rin and Obito never called him that. And he'd been called that before, too, Hataki Harry, even though his name was Potter. Thinking it over carefully, Harry's eyes suddenly widened. He looked up in surprise, eyes wide, and blurted in English, "Kakashi Neeson is my brother." Obito and Rin looked at each other in wary bemusement. Harry's mind raced, but they couldn't actually be brothers, could they? The Dursleys had never mentioned any family besides his parents, who they obviously thought poorly of. Surely someone would have at least mentioned it if he had a brother. All of a sudden he recalled that old man with the long beard saying something about a brother to him. He had been paying too much attention at the time, still in shock over what had happened to his family, and as much as he tried he couldn't remember what he'd said. Had he said something about his brother or Harry's? Of course he'd been aware that he and Kakashi looked similar to each other, but he'd assumed it was a coincidence. After all, even the family he was related to didn't look anything like him. That, and white wasn't his natural hair color. The Dursleys' irritated comments on his hair and their multiple attempts to dye it back to black had made that obvious, so it didn't make much sense to assume someone else with white hair would be related to him. And none of it explained the older boy's cool behavior towards him. If he was his brother, then surely Kakashi must know, and why would anyone treat their own brother like some random stranger? He knew if he had a brother, he would want to get to know him as much as he could, but Kakashi certainly didn't act like he wanted to get to know him at all. The boy frowned. He must have misunderstood. They couldn't possibly mean that he and Kakashi were brothers, it was too absurd a thought. Still, the seed had been planted and he was already beginning to see the older boy in a different light. There were small things, like when Kakashi had let him sleep next to him, or how Kakashi left Ryu-kun to stay with him when he and Sensei went on missions. And Kakashi acted coolly towards everyone, even Sensei and Obito and Rin who he spent so much time with. Maybe Kakashi didn't know how to act with a brother any more than Harry did. "Hari-kun?" Rin asked uncertainly. Harry looked up, a small frown on his lips. Their explanations had left him even more confused, if anything. "Would you like to see the movie, Hari-kun?" the girl asked. Harry continued to stare at her blankly. "Or, would you like to go to the park?" Rin added. Harry frowned and made his decision, "Kakashi Neeson." Rin blinked, frowning in confusion, and asked uncertainly, "You want to see Kakashi-kun?" The little boy nodded. Rin looked as though she might argue for a moment, then she relented with a nod and turned to her teammate, "Obito, go ahead and see if Kakashi-kun minds if we come back early." The boy groaned in distaste but reluctantly did as she said, jumping to the rooftops and racing off. Smiling, Rin held out her hand to Harry. "Okay," she said, "we'll go see him now." Minato frowned slightly, glancing back at the despondent teen still working on his report. He stepped out into the hall and shut the door behind him. You're bringing him back already? Obito shifted nervously, looking anywhere but at his teacher. Well, he said he wanted to come back and see Kakashi. Minato sighed, thinking he'd really wanted more time to try and get through to Kakashi. But his student would never admit to anything if other people were around. The rare times when the boy had confided in him had always been when the two were alone. Sensei. Obito started hesitantly, still not looking at the man. Minato looked towards him again, frowning at the serious look on the young Uchiha's face. Sensei. Obito started again, finally looking up with confused, black eyes. Hari-kun. He doesn't know. He hesitated, not sure how to word his concerns. Kakashi and Hari don't live with their parents, do they? Minato shifted awkwardly, and it was his turn to avoid his student's eyes. Ma. I don't think this is the best time to talk about it, Obito-kun. The boy frowned, eyes hardening with determination. Hari doesn't even know what a father is. He exclaimed, what's going on? Why don't they live with their parents? Sensei. Minato frowned. That's enough, Obito, he said sharply, surprising the boy. His expression softened a little at Obito's shocked look. I know you mean well, Obito-kun, he added somberly, but if Kakashi wanted you to know, he would tell you. Obito stared up at him for a long moment, confusion and uncertainty playing on his face. At last he quietly asked, Are they dead? Minato didn't reply, but his student took it as confirmation. He could hardly believe it, that his teammate was hiding something like that from them. Of course, he'd never talked about his parents, or his family at all. They'd just assumed he couldn't be that different from them. Obito was still staring at his tea share in silent shock when Kakashi and Rin arrived. Rin looked between the two shinobi, a small frown of confusion on her lips, and gripped Harry's hand a little tighter. Sensei. She started carefully, what's going on? The man looked up and his serious look was quickly covered by a bright smile. It's nothing, he assured the girl. Looking at Harry, his smile widened a little. Hello, Hari-kun. How was your lunch? The boy said after thinking for a long moment. Minato chuckled and ruffled the boy's hair. Well, I wasn't expecting you three to come back so soon, he admitted. Come on inside, he offered, steering the boy towards the door and extending the invitation to his other two students, Obito, Rin. Obito was still standing where he had been, the silent look of shock still on his face. As her teacher and Harry disappeared inside the apartment, Rin approached Obito, looking at him strangely. Obito, she asked uncertainly, what's wrong? As though his brain had suddenly caught up with the last 5 minutes, the boy shook himself out of his stupor. His face still had a strange expression on it, and Rin wasn't quite sure what it meant, but he shrugged off her concern, albeit a little unconvincingly. No, it's nothing, he said, repeating his teacher's earlier words. He turned away from the apartment. I'm going home. Rin blinked after him as he ran towards the end of the hall. Obito, she wondered in confusion. This wasn't anything like how the Uchiha usually acted. What could have happened between him and their teacher? Obito didn't respond to her call and had soon disappeared around the corner. Tearing her eyes away from the empty hall, Rin entered the apartment. Harry was standing awkwardly beside Kakashi, who was ignoring him in favor of writing something down. Minato stood off to the side by the wall, watching with a small frown. Rin joined the man. Kakashi-Nisan, Harry started at last, voice soft but determined. He was definitive. Why going to figure this out once and for all? The older boy didn't acknowledge him, but Harry pressed bravely on. He took a deep breath and asked what was on his mind. What does Nisan mean? Kakashi didn't so much as look up, although his eyebrows did draw together in a frown. Harry frowned as he was ignored. Kakashi-Nisan. The older boy let out an exasperated sigh and crumpled the paper he'd been writing on. He looked up, right past Harry, half-lidded eyes meeting his teacher's. I messed up, he said simply. Minato raised an eyebrow. You could have just crossed it out, he pointed out. People do that all the time. Kakashi looked down at the crumpled form. I'll get another. The Junin smiled. No problem, he said before the team could get up. Rin and I will get it for you. He slung an arm around the girl's shoulders and grinned at her. Won't we, Rin-chan? Rin looked from her teacher to the two boys and quickly agreed, right. We'll be right back, Kakashi-kun. You stay here and rest up, Kakashi. Minato told the boy as he and Rin made their way back to the door. Rin and I will get those papers for you. Kakashi watched them leave with a slightly bemused expression. He scowled as the door closed behind them and leaned back on the couch. They didn't even ask what paper I needed, he grumbled. Kakashi-Nisan, Harry said again. Finally, the older boy looked at him, expression blank. What? Harry frowned unhappily. What does Nisan mean? He asked testily, not at all liking being ignored. Kakashi frowned at him. Nisan. The boy nodded, frowning right back. Kakashi shrugged. It just means that. Harry frowned. This was getting nowhere. What does Otusan mean? Kakashi's muscles tensed instinctively, then relaxed again. He shrugged. I don't know. Harry's frown deepened. What does it mean? Kakashi didn't answer. Kakashi-Nisan. Harry pressed again, irritated. The shinobi stood abruptly, eyes flashing in anger. He glared down at the boy. I told you, he said harshly. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anyway, just forget about it, Hari. Harry stared at the older boy in shock as he crossed swiftly to the door of the apartment and left. Surprise, anger, fear, and confusion swirled inside of him as he struggled to make sense of what was happening. He'd upset Kakashi, but how could he not know what those things meant? Kakashi was the one who told him to call him that. The boy frowned indignantly. It wasn't fair. How could he get mad at him just for asking questions? That was supposed to be something the Dursleys did, not these new people he lived with now. How was he supposed to learn things if he didn't ask? He wasn't sure how long he'd stood there, shock keeping him in place as his thoughts raced each other around in circles. But eventually Minato and Rin returned. Minato frowned slightly as he noticed Harry standing there by himself. He handed the papers he'd been carrying to Rin and approached the boy. Hari-kun, the man said softly, crouching beside him. Are you okay? Where did Kakashi go? All of a sudden the boy's cold words seemed to sink in and tears sprang to the boy's eyes as the concerned face hovered in front of him. Minato's frown deepened slightly with worry. Hari, he asked again, smoothing back the boy's untidy hair, are you okay? Sniffing a little, Harry nodded. Where's Kakashi? Minato repeated. Harry shrugged, then pointed to the door. Minato sighed, torn between finding his wayward student and comforting the little boy in front of him. Eventually, the latter won out and he scooped the boy up, seating both of them on the couch with his arms around Harry. The boy didn't actually cry, but he did bury his face in the protective chest beside him, taking comfort from the warm hands that rubbed him gently. He'd seen his aunt hold Dudley like this, sometimes, when he cried, but he'd never been on the receiving side of such comfort. Vaguely, he recalled the time he'd been in the woods, but that seemed like ages ago. When he'd first arrived, he'd understood even less then. Anyo. Rin stepped forward uncertainly, feeling like she was intruding. Sensei. She started awkwardly. Hari-kun doesn't understand that Kakashi-kun is his brother. Anyo. I don't think he understands about a lot of stuff. Minato sighed, still rubbing the boy's arm comfortingly. It was strange how he two boys could be so alike and so different at the same time. For as long as he'd known Kakashi, he'd never been very expressive of his emotions. He and Harry were both quiet, but in different ways. And Harry was 100 times more vulnerable than Kakashi had ever been, or seemed, at any rate. He's still learning, he told Rin softly. They both are. With time, they'll work it out. Rin frowned skeptically. But at least Kakashi-kun knows, she pointed out. Isn't there some way we can explain it to Hari-kun? Minato thought for a moment, then shook his head. The only way he can learn is by seeing it, he said. It's hard to explain abstract things like family to someone who has nothing to base that understanding off of, whether they've never had a family or friends, or whether they just don't understand the language you're speaking. It isn't something that can be explained. Rin frowned in thought, then brightened. Maybe we can take him to the Uchiha compound, she suggested. Obito has a big family. Maybe if he saw some other families, he'd start to understand. And I'm sure Kasen wouldn't mind if we had dinner at my house one night. He could meet my brothers, too. She frowned slightly. Of course. We'll have to find sometime when they're both home. Minato smiled. That's a great idea. He agreed eagerly. He nudged Harry a little. What do you think, Hari-kun? Wouldn't you like to meet Rin's brothers? Quote, Rin's Nissan? Harry asked, frowning slightly in confusion. The man grinned cheerfully. It's settled then. He announced, Rin, you'll have to find out when we can meet them. I'll talk to Obito later about maybe meeting his family, too. Rin nodded. Minato slowly began pulling away from Harry. In the meantime, he said, I should really go find Kakashi. Rin nodded again. I'll stay here with Hari-kun, sensei. The Junin flashed her a grateful smile before disappearing out the door again. Rin rolled her eyes. Everyone was disappearing today, it seemed. Kakashi lay on his back in the middle of the training clearing, staring at the small patch of open sky between the branches far overhead. He'd barely been training for half an hour and he was already exhausted. His training hadn't been as relaxing as he'd hoped. Images of Masaru-san, slumped half-dead against the cavern wall haunted him, and the last moments he'd shared with Sayuri taunted at his mind. Pointing out things he should have done. I'm not going to make it. The woman collapsed to the ground for what seemed like the 100th time since they started, arm curled around her bloodied side. Kakashi had been annoyed. They didn't know if they were being followed, and even though they were once more in Fire Country territory, they were far enough out that they hadn't reached the border patrol yet. I'll carry you, he offered, even though it was hard enough just keeping himself upright. Sayuri laughed breathlessly. I'll tell you a secret, kid, I'm not as light as I look. Kakashi hadn't thought she looked particularly light, but decided not to point it out. There's a town 6 kilometers from here. He could make it that far, with a little chakra. The woman was silent at his announcement, presumably thinking of their position in the town Kakashi had mentioned. She struggled to her feet and shook her head. It's too far out of the way. We need to get news back to Konoha as soon as possible. Plus, they were probably followed. Most of Rock's forces had been underground, but it seemed unlikely that they'd all been in the tunnels. You said you won't make it, Kakashi pointed out. There's no reason for you to push yourself. Except that if they were being followed, the Rock Nin were bound to catch up soon and then they'd be in real trouble. You're right, the woman had agreed, eyes glossy and unfocused. We'll split up. You go ahead to Konoha, I'll make my way east to the town. Kakashi looked at the woman doubtfully. Could she even make it 10 kilometers? They were barely 6 from the mountains and she was already having trouble. Go, the woman insisted, the Hokage needs to be told. Kakashi had agreed and started running, leaving Sayuri to fend for herself. He still didn't know if she'd made it or not. You shouldn't push yourself, Kakashi. His teacher's voice broke him out of his thoughts, amused and disapproving at the same time. The medics expected you to be out for at least 2 or 3 days, take it easy. Kakashi didn't move. That explains why I feel like I've been run over by Buru-san, he grumbled, not really thinking of dogs at all. He'd run into an ambush shortly after they'd split up. He never would have made it through with Sayuri slowing him down. He barely made it through at all, but the border patrol had been unusually close and had managed to make it in time to offer assistance. Minato snickered. He'd had the unfortunate pleasure of being trampled by that summon before. He'd also had the fortunate leisure of watching others be on the receiving end of Buru-san's massive weight. Well, he said a moment later, a grin still on his face, that's what happens when you push yourself to exhaustion on a mission. Kakashi mused distractedly. He didn't know what happened to the border patrol, either, having been waved on when they initiated contact with the enemy. He wouldn't have been much help, anyway. Minato stepped out of the trees and sat down next to the boy. He was silent for several minutes until Kakashi finally worked up the energy to sit up as well. You got Hari-kun pretty upset, the man commented at last. Not looking at the boy. Kakashi grunted, he's too emotional. He wondered what Harry would think if he knew what had happened. He'd probably be terrified. He's a kid, Minato said wryly. That's how kids are supposed to be. Kakashi didn't respond. He couldn't remember a time when he'd still been able to be terrified. Minato looked across at him and added, you're a kid, too, you know. The 13-year-old sent him a dubious look, I'm a shinobi. I'm up for Junin. Sayuri had called him a kid, too, but he wasn't the one who'd got himself killed. You can be both, Minato said. Kakashi shot him a disbelieving look and didn't respond, wondering how anyone could be considered a kid after they'd caused as much death as he had. Minato sighed and they fell silent again. Kakashi. The man started tiredly at length, are you sure you don't want to talk? The boy raised an eyebrow and looked up at him, forcing thoughts of his mission down. About what? About your mission, Minato supplied. He frowned. You've been under a lot of stress lately with the Junin exams and it all came to a head on that mission. Believe it or not, it's okay to show emotions occasionally. Again, Kakashi didn't respond. Part of him, perhaps that bit that sensei still referred to as a child, desperately wanted to tell his teacher everything that happened. But he wasn't sure what would happen if he did. He wasn't sure he'd be able to control himself. It had been bad enough reciting the entire thing to the Hokage, he wasn't sure he could take a second retelling. Minato sighed again and stood up. He held a hand down over Kakashi. Come on, let's get back. You've got a report to finish, and I'm sure it'll be more comfortable to sleep inside than out here. Kakashi read at him for a moment before taking the hand, allowing his teacher to heave him back to his feet. Ready to go? Minato asked Harry with a smile. The boy nodded and confirmed with a quiet, "Hi." Great. Let's hurry, Minato said. He frowned slightly as they left. I hope Obito won't be late. Where? Harry asked, still rubbing his eyes tiredly. He'd been a little surprised to wake up that morning only to find Kakashi had already slipped out, but he hadn't had any time to dwell on it, though, since he was shortly dragged out of bed, dressed, fed a quick breakfast, and dragged outside. We're going to the Hokage's tower, Minato said cheerfully. Harry shot him an odd look. Why? He recognized the name. You'll see, the man replied happily. Harry frowned but resigned himself to the fact that he wasn't about to get answers. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't understand them. Rin was waiting for them at the doors to the Hokage's office. She smiled in relief when she saw them. Oh, good, you're finally here. Sensei. The man raised an eyebrow. I take it Obito isn't here yet. The girl shook her head. No, but there's a bunch of weird people in there, Sensei. Minato laughed. Ah, well, let's go in now. If we wait for Obito we'll probably miss half the ceremony. Rin stuck close to her teacher as they went inside. The Hokage's office was more crowded than usual. Most of the Junin currently in the village were there, milling around as they waited for the ceremony to start. Minato spotted Kakashi conversing in low tones with the Hokage. The other Junin gave them a wide berth. This is so exciting, Rin whispered, eyes shining. I can't believe Kakashi's actually going to be a Junin. The Hokage cleared his throat and the room went silent, Shinobi every air turning towards their leader attentively. The old man nodded approvingly, face set in a serious mask. Junin of Konoha, you have come here today to welcome a new comrade among you. Kakashi stood stoically at his side. Face expressionless. Hitaki Kakashi, stand before me, please. The 13-year-old dutifully stepped forward, turning to face the Hokage. In accordance with Article 13, paragraphs 1 to 26 of the Konoha Shinobi Code, you are hereby granted the rank of Junin. Do you accept the responsibilities granted to you by this position? His piercing, aged eyes locked onto the boys. Hi, Hokage-sama, Kakashi confirmed with a forced confidence. Then it is my privilege to bestow upon you the rank of Junin, the Hokage declared. Finally, his lips turned up in a small smile. Congratulations, Hitaki-san. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said, bowing to the man. The Hokage nodded and motioned for him to straighten again. The whole ceremony hadn't taken more than 10 minutes, but time in a shinobi country, especially when it was at war, was hard to come by and all ceremonies were kept short as a rule. Kakashi joined his teacher on the way out of the office. Minato grinned at his student. So, you finally made it, he commented pleasantly. Kakashi didn't smile back, his mind replaying what the Hokage had told him earlier. Hi, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, Kakashi. Well, let's see it. The man prodded excitedly. See what? Rin wondered. Kakashi pulled out a small scroll, a red label decorating it with the sign of the Fire Nation on the front. He unrolled it mechanically and the three shinobi admired the official documentation of his rank. She didn't make it, did she? You see that, Hari-kun? Minato asked. looking down at the little boy. Your big brother's finally made Junin, what do you think of that? The boy looked at him blankly for a moment, then turned his eyes back to the scroll. Minato chuckled and Kakashi rolled his scroll back up. The man turned to his student. Well, I guess I shouldn't call you Kashi-kun anymore, he commented wistfully, we're the same rank now. I guess not, sensei, Kakashi agreed, not Ally paying attention to the light banter his teacher was trying to pull him into. It's true that she made it as far as Mosusogo. The man laughed again. I'll think about easing out of it, he decided. Looking around, Rin frowned. Looks like Obito didn't make it. Minato sighed, I'll have a talk with him later. Don't bother, Kakashi muttered, why would I want that loser here in the first place? Because he's your teammate, Minato said coolly, and teammates should be there for each other, nay. Kakashi didn't respond, the beginnings of guilt being swiftly pushed down. Even the Hokage had told him he was right in what he'd done. You did the best that you could, Kakashi. I've got a great idea, Minato announced suddenly. The three children looked up at him, Harry with a small frown of confusion, Rin with curiosity, and Kakashi with resignation. Mosusogo doesn't have the same level of health care that we have here. Let's get ramen for lunch, the blonde continued happily. He shot a grin at Kakashi, and, to celebrate his promotion, Kakashi's buying. The boy frowned slightly, shouldn't that be the other way, sensei? Sayuri-san, sensei, it isn't even lunchtime, Rin added. We just had breakfast an hour ago, Kakashi agreed. He really wasn't in the mood for food. She passed away, Kakashi. The day before yesterday. It's never too early for ramen, Minato declared assuredly, and struck out for the ramen stand with the other three in tow. Winters, thanks for the reviews. I'm glad you guys are liking this story. It's fun hearing your responses to things. Sorry about this chapter being a little late. I've been busy all weekend, trying to balance 2 jobs and getting ready for a tournament in karate which was this morning. By the way, we got second place. But Sunday's still technically the weekend, so it's not too horrible, right? A few notes on this chapter. First on timing, this chapter takes place in late October to early November. A lot of guilt going around in this chapter, most of it self-explainable, but I feel the need to explain Harry's mentality a bit. Young children tend to be extremely self-centered in their thinking, that is. They tend to think that everything that happens around them is because of them. Hope things come across well in this chapter. It was hard to keep things balanced between introspection and plot. Chapter 11 Natural Habit. Lily backed away from the door, standing in front of her baby's bed protectively as footsteps approached the door on the opposite side, not at all attempting stealth. James, she called out, hopeful and doubting at the same time. There was no answer, but a hand tried the doorknob. It was locked and it stilled again quickly. A simple Alohomora would have allowed entrance. But Voldemort instead used a blasting curse, blowing the door off its hinges to clatter loudly to the floor with a cloud of smoke and sawdust. Lily's eyes widened fearfully as the pale man stepped through the doorway. Tall and intimidating and undeniably evil. And no, she stuttered, already aware that the only way he would have made it this far was if James was dead. Her voice rose to an almost hysteric scream, "Get out! You can't have Harry!" The dark wizard merely regarded her through narrowed eyes, not appearing at all amused. "Don't be a fool," he hissed. "This has nothing to do with you, woman. In fact, I applaud your bravery. Step aside and your life will be spared." Lily couldn't imagine her life without James and Harry. She'd lost one of them already, and if she lost her baby in addition to her husband, she wouldn't be able to take it. "No," she cried again. "Don't hurt Harry. Take me instead." "Foolish woman," Voldemort hissed, "I will have the boy with or without your help." A cold smirk twisted his lips into an ugly impression of a smile. "However, since you insist, I will take your life first." Before Lily had another chance to protest, the Dark Lord had flicked his wand, calling out the name of the most deadly spell in the wizarding world. Lily fell to the ground lifelessly and Voldemort approached the babe, red eyes glittering with excitement and the expectation of victory. "You're late again," Kakashi grumbled, glaring as the black-haired boy entered the clearing, dragging his feet the entire way. "What time did you think we were meeting at, idiot?" The newly promoted Junin lectured with irritation, this is important, the least you could do is try to show up on time. A real shinobi follows the rules and regulations strictly. Obito frowned at him sullenly for a moment before averting his gaze to his feet, one toe scuffed against the ground. Yeah, enough already. Can we go now, sensei? He asked, not looking at any of his teammates. He didn't see Rin's eyes widen in surprise or Kakashi's irritated huff. Ninja who don't follow the rules and regulations are called trash. That's all, the younger boy stated firmly, turning his back on the Uchiha to start heading off. Just shut up. Obito grumbled without his usual spite as he trudged after the other boy. It's always about the rules and regulations with you. Y said as he carefully copied the character into the last row of the column. His writing was sloppy, and very slow, but he thought he was doing pretty good. The nice, red-haired woman that had been helping him seemed to agree. That's good, Kushina said. Her left arm was up in a sling that she was hopeful to be out of in a few days. Now, the next one is Kai, Harry supplied as he looked to the top of the next column. Recalling the work they'd done so far, carefully, he began copying this character as well. Kushina had called it hiragana, and it was very different than the alphabet Harry was used to. The only similarity was the 5 vowels which sounded just like the vowels he was used to, even though they looked very different. There were also a lot more characters in this new alphabet. Harry had learned 104 to his usual 26. Still, the 6-year-old was determined to learn. As he finished up that column, repeating the sound out loud every time he wrote the character again, and looked up to the left for the next character, Kushina interrupted. It's getting late, Hari-kun, she noted, we'll call it a day for now. Let's get some lunch, then we can do something outside, okay? The boy nodded, understanding most of what she'd said, and got to his feet, rolling up the scroll as the woman put away the ink single-handedly. Sensei, Obito started sullenly as he climbed onto the rock they were camping nearby. The blonde, perched on top of the large boulder, turned with a faint smile. Obito. What is it? The Uchiha clambered over him and settled down beside him, looking preoccupied with his thoughts. It took several minutes before he finally spoke. I understand the importance of teamwork, but Kakashi, even when I'm trying to be nice, he only makes me out to be a lazy idiot. The boy complained morosely. I acknowledge that Kakashi's an amazing person, but even so, even if he lost his parents, and hasn't had an easy life, even then. Minato sighed, frowning thoughtfully out at the star-speckled sky. Obito, even though you understand this, you don't really understand him at all. It's more complicated than being a gifted prodigy, or even than the loss of his parents. You see, Kakashi is the son of a genius ninja, Hitaki Tsukumo, also known as Konoha's White Fang. It was late in the evening when Harry and Kushina returned home. After spending the afternoon at the park, Kushina was proud of the boy. Today he'd played a little with the other children. Harry hadn't made the first move, but he'd shyly accepted an invitation to play when another boy had approached him. Even with the difficulty the children had had understanding each other, it seemed that they'd still had a good time, and even now Harry was still smiling at odd intervals. As far as Kushina was concerned, spending time out in the community was just as important for Harry's development as learning to read and write. Plus, it was a lot more fun for her. They were a little surprised when they entered to find Minato slumped on the couch, looking about as miserable as a kicked puppy. Minato. Kushina was the first to voice her surprise as she led the way inside. Harry following and closing the door. What's wrong? The man sighed tiredly and didn't answer. Kushina hesitated, hovering nervously near the door before taking a seat next to the man on the couch. Minato. She started again. Harry looked worriedly at the man but headed to his room instead. If Sensei was back, that meant Kakashi was back, too, and if Sensei was sad, maybe Kakashi was, too. He quietly opened the door, but frowned when he saw the room was empty. Confused, the boy walked back over to the couch where the two adults were sitting, Kushina with an arm wrapped around Minato's shoulders and Minato staring blankly at the floor. Sensei. Harry started awkwardly. The man brought his eyes up after several long seconds. The 6-year-old fidgeted awkwardly. Where's Kakashi Nisan? The man looked away again and for an alarming moment Harry thought he was going to cry. He didn't, but Kushina seemed to have caught on to the distress the question caused, as well. Shish. He tightened her one-armed embrace a little more. Minato, she said carefully, where is he? Did something happen to Kakashi? It took a while for Minato to find his voice. Kakashi's, at the hospital. The woman's eyes widened. Is he okay? She asked before she could stop herself, then, immediately feeling foolish added, I mean, is he going to be okay? He's not injured badly, is he? Although, it was obvious it was bad enough for him to at least stay the night if Minato had left him there. Minato hesitated and chose his reply carefully, sounding immensely tired when he finally spoke. Physically, he'll be fine. Kushina frowned, put on edge by the man's wording. What do you mean? What happened, Minato? Minato didn't want to answer, but it would be all over the village soon enough. That, and he desperately wanted someone to confide in, and he couldn't think of a better choice than Kushina. He slumped further in his seat, feeling as though the weight of his own conscience was crushing him. He should have gotten there sooner. Kakashi was talented, but he was still young. He'd put too much on the boy's shoulders. Even if he'd accompanied them just a little farther, he could have stopped everything before it even started. Minato forced his self-punishing thoughts to stop. They weren't helping anyone. He'd been needed elsewhere, and his students were talented. There was no reason for him to suspect they'd be ambushed. He'd done everything he could have. Obito is dead. Those 3 words must have been the hardest 3 words he'd ever said in his life. Kushina gasped. Dian held him tighter while Harry looked on in confusion. Minato frowned when he entered Kakashi's hospital room only to find the boy laying back in bed, unwrapped eyes staring listlessly up at the ceiling beside its bandaged partner. Kakashi, the man started disapprovingly, you need to get ready, it starts in 20 minutes. Kakashi didn't answer for a long moment, then said simply, I'm not going. Minato's frown deepened. Kakashi. The teen wouldn't be swayed and pointedly looked away from the man. Harry frowned as he stared at the bandages wrapped around the older boy's head. He looked between the man and the teen, then asked, what happened? Pointing at Kakashi's head to make sure his point got across. Minato glanced down at the boy and replied concisely, Kakashi was hurt. He returned his gaze to the older boy and stepped forward, frowning severely. Kakashi, you owe it to Obito to at least attend his funeral. Kakashi's jaw tensed once or twice, as though he was about to say something. But it took a while before he finally retorted tiredly, so what? Just add that to everything else. The man fought against his own irritation for a moment before adding, he would want you there, Kakashi. The teen looked at him doubtfully, but didn't say anything. Minato took that as progress. Kakashi, I understand how you feel, but you don't understand, Kakashi interrupted sharply, single eye glowering at the man for a moment before turning away again. Annoyed partially at his teacher's presumptions and partially at his own reaction. Minato raised an eyebrow, irritated despite himself. He formed his own reply carefully and offered it calmly. I understand more than you can imagine, he said seriously. It wasn't your fault, Kakashi, stop blaming yourself for it. Kakashi's look was challenging. If I hadn't been such an idiot, if I'd just listened to him the first time, nothing would have happened. Minato met the challenge equally. You don't know that, he pointed out bluntly. Even if you'd gone after Rin right away, you don't know that the same thing wouldn't have happened. The truth is, Kakashi, every choice we makes leads to too many possible outcomes. For the future to be predicted like that. You both did what you thought was right, it wasn't anybody's fault, what happened? Kakashi looked far from convinced. He may have been able to hear a bit how the man still blamed himself in his voice. His teacher frowned. Do you think Obito would want you to act this way? He asked. What was that he was always telling you? To lighten up, Kakashi replied grudgingly. Although the actual words the older boy used were usually a bit more crass. Something about having a stick shoved up his. Well, then stop acting like you're responsible for every single thing in the world. Minato interrupted his thoughts. You're not doing anybody any use laying around in a hospital bed all day. I know it's hard, but you have to stop brooding on this, Kakashi. The world goes on, even without. He couldn't quite bring himself to say it. I know it's hard to accept, but as shinobi we have to be able to deal with things like this. Kakashi remained unmoving, although he was able to see the sense in what his teacher was saying. It was starting to make him feel a little guilty for taking so much time off. It had been nearly a week now, and so soon after his promotion, too. He must really seem like an ungrateful brat to the Hokage. You don't have to stay long, Minato added, just come for the ceremony, no one will mind if you disappear afterwards. It's only respectful to go to your teammate's funeral. Kakashi released a heavy sigh that was far too old for his age and reluctantly sat up. Fine, he relented grudgingly, and looked up at his teacher with a narrowed eye. Only for a little while. The man smiled and nodded, knowing he wasn't going to get a better offer than that. Good, he said, hurry up and get dressed, Kakashi, it's raining outside. Kakashi shot a sardonic look towards the window and looked back at his teacher. The fogged glass was streaked with rain and dotted with water. The man grinned sheepishly. The three of them left the hospital together. Harry stood close by Minato, underneath the large umbrella the man held, but Kakashi trailed behind them at a greater distance, hands shoved into his pockets and a general unhappy expression on the bit of his face exposed to the rain. You're going to get sick back there, Minato noted with a look over his shoulder at the young Junin. Kakashi ignored him. The three of them headed to the memorial stone, where Obito's name had only just been added the day before. Harry still had no idea what was going on, and no one had bothered trying to explain it to him in the last 4 days. And the explanations he had been given were far from enlightening. All he knew was that it had something to do with Obito. He frowned slightly. The older boy was a little weird, but he was nice, too. At first he had acted as though he was annoyed to have him around, but after a little while he had been nice, and lately the two of them had been on pretty friendly terms. He idly wondered if the older boy was in trouble about something. The courtyard was full when they reached it, and the service had already started. One of the senior members of the Uchiha clan was presiding. Kakashi had seen him before, but couldn't think of his name at the moment. Minato led the way to join the crowd inconspicuously, which was rather difficult as the majority of the gathering had jet black hair, making blonde and white stand out strikingly. The words washed over Kakashi without him really hearing any of it. He stared blankly at the picture of his teammate. It looked completely unlike him. The Uchiha in the photo had a serious expression on his face and was wearing one of the traditional, high-collared shirts of the Uchiha clan. His signature orange goggles were nowhere to be seen, and he wasn't even wearing his Hitai-8. From the traditional houses in the background, Kakashi guessed the photo had been taken in the Uchiha complex, most likely under the supervision of some of the senior members. Which would explain his teammates' lack of expression. It was weird to think of that idiot as being dead. Kakashi couldn't help the occasional thought that the other boy was just going to walk up to them, sheepishly giving some excuse for his absence. He had followed a trail of acorns in the forest, or he'd tried to catch a butterfly for some little girl. The young Shino brutally crushed that part of him by bringing the memory of the other boy's bloody and broken body to the forefront of his mind. It made him feel a little sick. They'd never liked each other, him and Obito, since the first day they met and his teacher announced they were going to be teammates from then on. The two had nurtured a growing hatred of each other. They could hardly act civilized, let alone friendly, towards each other most of the time. Still, he'd grown accustomed to him, and the boy's words from that day were the ones most prominent in Kakashi's mind. It seemed like, somehow, the Y had been friends before the end because the thought of never seeing him again made something clench painfully inside of him. It was different from the other times he'd lost teammates, less of disappointment and more of something stronger. Kakashi didn't completely understand what it meant to be friends, but he thought it must be a lot like how they had worked together against those rock nin. How they had trusted each other to watch their backs at that time. Harry watched the proceedings with a slight frown, fidgeting uncomfortably beside Minato. He tried to listen to what the man by the rock was saying, but he used a lot of big and strange words that Harry had never heard before and didn't understand. There were other things he could understand, though. A picture of Obito stood at the front of the mass of people. Harry thought it was Obito at least, as that was one of the only words that came up frequently in the man's speech which he could recognize. Everyone around him was somber, and some were crying, although they appeared to be fighting against it. He'd seen Minato reach up to wipe tears from his own face once or twice. As understanding slowly dawned on him, Harry's eyes widened in shock and horror. His hand squeezed tighter on Minato's as he forced back the questions he wanted to ask, knowing an outburst wouldn't be appropriate in the middle of what could only be some kind of funeral session. His throat had constricted, anyway, and he probably wouldn't have been able to get words out around the lump that had formed inside it. But what had happened? Obito had always seemed very lively, for the short time he'd known him, at least. He was friendly and upbeat, the last type of person Harry would expect to just die. He hadn't been sick, had he? Had someone killed him? A second thought struck him. Had it been them? What if it had been them, and this was all his fault? Harry's grip tightened further as shock and horror and guilt warred inside of him. His eyes burned as tears began to form. But his thoughts were too preoccupied to think of wiping them away. Minato glanced down when Harry's grip on his hand became a bit uncomfortable and he smiled sadly to find the boy crying. Of course, Harry was no stranger to death, he knew, and he was a clever boy. It wasn't really very surprising that he'd figured it out. Still, he wished the boy would have been spared from this kind of pain. So soon after coming to live with them, Harry stared dully down at his dinner. Minato sat beside him, eating slowly and without his usual vigor. Kakashi hadn't joined them, he'd disappeared again around the time the service ended. Harry wasn't sure exactly when. Minato set down his third bowl after slurping up the last of the ramen base. He glanced down at Harry, smiling wistfully at the boy who wasn't even half through his first bowl. "You okay, Hari-kun?" he asked after a moment. Harry wasn't sure how to respond. He was confused more than anything else. He had been sure that the ceremony was because Obito was dead, but the thought of the older boy being dead was so weird that he was beginning to doubt he'd read the clues right. He didn't know how to ask after him, though, and he wasn't sure he wanted to. "Obito is..." The boy looked up, eventually deciding that he really needed to know. Not knowing would be so much worse. Away. The small, sad smile of the blonde's was very different from his normally cheerful grin. "That's right, Hari-kun," he confirmed softly. "Obito's away. He's dead. He died to protect his friends in this village. That's what a shinobi does." Harry frowned slightly, trying and failing to make sense of what he'd just been told. At length he looked up again. "Why?" he asked. His forehead wrinkled in thought. "Because me." Minato blinked in confusion, taking several seconds to work out what the boy's question was. "You mean Obito?" Harry nodded. If anything, the man looked more confused and surprised. "No, of course not." "Why would you think that?" The boy's frown deepened and he lowered his eyes guiltily. "Mean people come because me." The man's eyes widened in realization, then his expression softened into another smile and he ruffled the boy's hair. "It's not your fault, Hari-kun," he assured the boy. "These were different people. Enemies of Konoha, not enemies of Hari. Those mean people, your enemies, won't be able to reach you here, Hari-kun." Harry stared up at him, uncertain but hopeful as he struggled to understand. "Really?" Minato's smile widened a little, despite the pain in his heart. "Really?" he confirmed. Harry knelt on the couch, staring over its back and out the window after growing bored of practicing his penmanship. On the floor right beside him, Ryu-kun yawned, apparently just as bored as he. Minato had left that morning on a mission, and Kakashi had only been around long enough to leave the dog with him before disappearing. He hadn't even stayed for breakfast. The 6-year-old finally turned around and got off the couch. Ryu-kun stirred from his daze and was at the boy's side almost immediately, tail wagging as the two of them headed to the door. Outside, Harry paused and turned to the dog, frowning seriously. "Let's go to Kakashi-Nisan," he told the dog. Ryu-kun's tail wagged with even more enthusiasm, and he barked once before abruptly starting off down the street. With a smile, Harry followed. The dog moved quickly through the busy village, winding his way through crowds and only pausing occasionally to see to it that Harry was still following him. Harry did his best to keep up with the dog, but lost sight of him on a few occasions and had to wait until Ryu-kun came back for him. Things moved much more smoothly as they making their way through the outskirts of the village and the forest beyond. Harry was beginning to grow nervous of how far they were going when the dog doubled back again and brushed against his legs before darting forward once more. Harry quickly ran in the direction the dog had, not wanting to be left behind. The boy stopped abruptly as he found a single dark eye staring at him unhappily. He couldn't help but stare at the older boy's covered left eye. No longer in bandages, Kakashi had moved his hit-eye to cover the eye, and no one seemed willing to tell Harry why. The 6-year-old wondered if it wasn't because he'd lost his eye and wanted to cover the empty socket. Neither boy spoke for almost a minute, until, at last, Kakashi demanded, "What are you doing here?" Harry hesitated, a little intimidated by the harsh language. He shifted uncomfortably and lowered his gaze, not looking at the older boy standing in front of him. Ryu-kun barked and Kakashi's cool eye snapped to the dog, disapproval shining in his gaze. He turned back to Harry and crossed his arms. "Anyway, it's dangerous for someone like you to be out here. Go back to the apartment." Harry frowned, half in bemusement and half in indignation. Kakashi sounded as though his question had been answered, but Harry knew he hadn't answered it, and now he was being sent away, just like that. But, Ashi's eye narrowed and Harry found himself breaking off under the cold gaze. Ryu-kun barked again, several times. Kakashi shot the dog a glare and turned his back on the boy, sitting abruptly at the base of a tree. "Fine," the teen grumbled. "Stay, I don't care." Harry blinked. Looking between Kakashi and the dog, Ryu-kun was making himself comfortable beside his master and sneaking his head into the older boy's lap. After a few seconds, the teen absently began scratching his dog's head. Hesitantly, Harry inched closer and sat down himself. Another awkward silence fell over the area. Several long minutes passed in silence. Kakashi frowned across at the younger boy. He didn't want to be around him. It was why he'd left him back at the apartment with Ryu-kun. His eyes slid down to the dog, narrowed in irritation. He was going to have a few words with the dog after this. He felt uncomfortable when Harry stared at his covered eye, as he often did. A lot of people did, too. Nd-sensei always made sure not to look at it, but it always felt worse when Harry did. Kakashi imagined the gaze was accusing him. That Harry could somehow see through the cloth and the metal and know what he'd done. And no matter how many times he told himself that he didn't care what Harry thought of him, it was unbearable to think of the younger boy hating him because of this. Sighing quietly, he tore his mind away from guilty thoughts and returned his attention to his previous contemplation, the fact that he hadn't been able to hit a target dead center in more than a week. Harry watched the older boy absently pull a kunai from a pouch fastened to his leg. Even though he'd come all the way out here looking for him, now the 6-year-old wasn't sure what to do. The older boy seemed surrounded by a cold barrier, and Harry was convinced that even if he did say something, Kakashi wouldn't notice. Kakashi's attention shifted to a tree a little ways away from the two boys and he let the kunai fly. It hit the trunk with a loud thunk and the teen scowled. It was still off-center, hitting to the left of where he was aiming. In frustration, the teen took out another kunai and repeated the process. Getting to his feet and concentrating a little more this time. The results were the same and Kakashi cursed. He'd been practicing all morning, and even though he'd gotten better, his aim was still off. He pulled out a third kunai, this time aiming to the right of where he wanted to hit. He threw the kunai and it whizzed past the tree on the right, not even grazing the trunk. The boy growled in frustration. Ryu-kun's head tilted in interest. Kakashi pulled out another kunai, so determined to get it right that he'd already forgotten about his audience. Until Harry distracted him. The little boy was on his feet as well, and held a hand out to Kakashi. He blushed a little when the older boy looked at him with a single, narrowed eye, and timidly said, "I can." Kakashi stared at him blankly for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Wordlessly, he handed the kunai to the 6-year-old, interested. Harry took it and turned his attention to the tree Kakashi had been aiming at. He frowned in concentration. It was a little farther away than he'd been practicing at, but he thought he could probably do it. The boy bit his lower lip slightly, pulling back his arm and aiming carefully. He released the kunai and it soared towards the tree, hitting the trunk with a satisfying thump. It was a little right of center, and low on the trunk, but it was better than he usually did. Harry Looked up at Kakashi expectantly, and the older boy raised an eyebrow, studying him and then the tree, and then Harry again. At last, the teen gave a short nod. "All right, that was pretty good," he allowed, then smirked. "But you've still got a ways to go, Hari-san." In demonstration, Kakashi stood and pulled out another kunai. He gave his target a long hard look, then spun around to the right, Relia. Sing the kunai only after he'd gone in a complete circle. The blade shot out and stuck hard in the tree, hitting dead center. The teen smiled grimly under his mask. Harry gaped at him, eyes shining with amazement. Then he grinned and held out a hand. "Me now." Still smirking, the older boy handed over another kunai. Harry immediately sobered and focused his attention again. He stared at the tree for a long moment before copying the older boy's move. He spun around as fast as he could and threw the kunai when the tree came back into view. The knife soared off into the forest, nowhere near his target. Harry frowned. Kakashi laughed. It was partly because of the ridiculous way his brother had attempted his move and partly because of the ridiculous pout he was now sporting, partly because of his own success moments before and partly because he'd been wound so tightly the last couple of days, months, even, that part of him just had to laugh to get some relief. Being laughed at only made the 6-year-old's frown deepen. He looked up at the older boy unhappily. "Kakashi-Nisan." The teen's laughter was short-lived, but his smile lingered a little longer under his mask. It was bizarre. Hot as his usual mindset resumed itself. He wasn't the kind of person who would burst out laughing suddenly. That was his teacher. He was slightly annoyed, but couldn't bring himself to be too upset about it. It had felt good, not that he deserved to feel good. Mastering himself, the older boy brought out another kunai and held it out to Harry. "Try again," he advised. When the boy reached out to take the kunai, he added, "Slower." Harry frowned. "Slower." The older boy nodded. "Don't do it so fast when you're just learning." Slowly, Harry nodded in understanding and returned his attention to the tree. His turn was slower this time, and he paused at the end of it to be sure he was lined up properly before throwing. The kunai hit near the edge of the trunk, but it was a considerable improvement. He looked up at Kakashi with a grin. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "You need to keep practicing," he told Harry. "It takes you too long to aim." Harry stared blankly at him. "Aiming at things should be second nature to a shinobi," Kakashi lectured. "You should be able to do it right away and without even thinking about it, so you'll be ready at a moment's notice." The younger boy continued to stare at him, trying to understand what he was being told. It was probably the most the older boy had ever spoken to him before. Kakashi pulled out another kunai but held it at his side, looking down at Harry. "Just a glance in that direction should be enough to hit the target," he explained. Looking up, he let the kunai fly almost simultaneously, and was rewarded with the familiar thump. It was still a little off-center, which annoyed him, but it was a work in progress. "Faster?" Harry asked thoughtfully. The older boy nodded. "Much faster," he confirmed, "but just with a regular throw." He smirked slightly again. "After you can aim it faster, maybe then I'll teach you the 360 throw." Harry stared at him for a moment, then smiled. "Faster," he confirmed, and held out a hand expectantly. Akashi placed a kunai in his waiting hand and the two brothers set to work on their throwing skills. Kakashi shot a single-eyed glare up at his teacher, pointedly tugging his hitai so it fit more snugly over his eye. Beside him, Harry looked just as uncomfortable, tugging at the collar of his brand new kimono, which he'd had to stand still for a whole hour to get fitted with the day before, and fidgeting as they stood in front of the door. The yellow flash smirked, mentally applauding himself for getting the two boys so dressed up. His smirk only made Kakashi glare harder for a moment before pointedly looking away. "I want you both to be on your best behavior," Minato said, trying to keep the smugness from his voice and the atmosphere light. "That means no making faces at people behind your mask, Kakashi." He continued with mock seriousness. The teen scowled at the insinuation that he'd be so immature. "And, Hari-kun, try not to talk everyone's ears off." The younger boy frowned up at him without comprehension. Minato turned to knock on the door and the three males waited until it was answered. Rin grinned at the three of them. Minato thought it looked a bit painful, but pretended he didn't notice. When they'd made these plans, Obito was supposed to be with them. Even with his death more than 3 weeks past, it was still painful to be reminded of it so intimately. Minato K. knew it would continue to be painful for quite some time. "Hello, sensei," the girl greeted politely, opening the door wider. "Welcome, Kakashi-kun, Hari-kun. Come in, please." The 3 men stepped inside. Minato looked around the house with appreciation. "This is a nice place, Rin-chan," he complimented cheerfully, determined to make the best of the evening. The girl's smile became a little more natural and she spoke with wry amusement. "Thank you, sensei, I'll let my parents know." Then she pointed out the guest slippers the 3 could use and asked that they not wear shoes in the house, explaining with an embarrassed flush that her mother was a little old-fashioned about things like that. They complied. Rin led her guests into the living room, where her father and 2 older brothers were gathered. The 2 older teens stood next to each other with identical grins on their faces, apparently having just finished laughing at something. They could almost pass for twins, but one was a little taller, and the other's face was still a little rounded. They both had blue stripes on their cheeks, much like Rin's violet. The man was seated nearby them in an armchair, but he rose when the 3 guests walked into the room. His hair was a much darker shade of brown than the 3 children's, and his shoulders a little wider, although the shorter boy looked to be quickly catching up in that aspect. And the man was only slightly taller than the other teen. "Everyone," Rin started, addressing her guests, "this is my family. Well, most of it, Kasen's in the kitchen. Anyway, that's my Otusan," she said, waving a hand at the man. He stepped forward with a friendly grin and held out a hand towards the yellow flash. "Tanaka Fumio," the man introduced himself. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Yellow Flash-sama." Minato smiled politely in return and shook the proffered hand. "Thank you for having us, Fumio-san. This is my student, Kakashi-kun, and his brother, Hari-kun." The man nodded dead politely to the boys and stepped back to allow Rin to continue with her introductions. The girl shot him a tolerant smile before returning her attention to her guests. "And these are my brothers," she concluded. "Ken Neeson." The taller boy nodded with a short, "Hello." "And Jin Neeson," Rin finished. The second boy smiled and waved. Harry blinked in surprise. "Neeson." Rin grinned widely, having hoped that he would pick up on that. "That's right," she confirmed. "Jin Neeson and Ken Neeson are my older brothers." Harry looked between Rin, the 2 boys, and Kakashi, who appeared to be scowling under his mask, shoulders hunched. The older Hitaki's eye was fixed pointedly at nothing in particular and didn't even acknowledge the younger boy's gaze. Hari-kun was raised abroad, Minato was explaining to the other members of the family. In case Rin hadn't said anything, "He's still learning the language, which is kind of awkward," he added, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Ce none of us speak the language he was raised with." Fumio nodded in understanding. "I see," he said thoughtfully. "Rin-chan told us she wanted us to meet her team, and that we could help out Hari-kun, but she didn't explain why." He smiled at the 6-year-old. It must be hard for him to be surrounded so suddenly by a foreign culture, with no one to explain to him what's going on. Kakashi frowned at the man. "Hari-san is not stupid, Fumio-san," he said disapprovingly. "He doesn't need everything explained to him." The man appeared a little taken aback, and he shot a quick glance at Minato for help. "My apologies, Kakashi-kun. I didn't mean to offend you, I only thought it might be a hard situation for Hari-kun." Rin shot her teammate an annoyed look, which he ignored. Minato grinned and smoothed it over. "Though, in a manner of speaking, there's no need to apologize, Fumio-san," he said with bright sincerity. "Kakashi-kun knows you didn't imply any insult, he's trying to be unruly and childish since I made him dress properly for tonight." Kakashi shot his teacher a sullen glare but didn't retort, seeing the craftily spun trap for him. Anything he said to defend himself would only support his sensei's supposition. Harry looked around the table with a small measure of wonder. Kakashi sat between himself and sensei, and the 3 Tanaka children sat across from them, with their parents at either end of the table. They laughed and talked and joked with their guests. Minato was involving himself animatedly, but Kakashi was keeping to himself and hadn't even touched his food. Harry ate when he remembered, but mostly he watched. The atmosphere was warm and comfortable, like Harry sometimes saw through other people's windows back in Surrey. He felt a bit like he was intruding. But that didn't stop him from soaking in everything. Even the meals he had with Sensei and Kakashi weren't so familial. Jin snickered. Remember that time when Rin got a hold of Kasen's Senbon needles? He questioned around a mouthful of food. Ken groaned. I don't think they want to hear about that, Jin. Minato looked amused. Rin's been working with Senbon recently. She's quite good. Jin nodded, still grinning. She's always been good. I think she was 5, at the time, and Ken must have been 12, he'd just made Chunin. Anyway, Rin got a hold of Kasen's Senbon, like I said, and Ken was trying to get them back. So Rin threw them at him. The teen had to pause to laugh. Anyway, one of them hit the pressure point in his neck and had him paralyzed for a week. It was great. Really put a dent in his ego. To get hospitalized by his baby sister right after his promotion. The other 2 siblings were flushing in embarrassment at their brother's retelling. Ken was obviously the more flustered of the 2. Feeling the need to defend himself. Who would think a 5-year-old could throw well enough to do any damage? Besides, Jin, you're forgetting your part in the story. Jin looked alarmed at the prospect of this addition, but it was his father who spoke up, laughing. Jin thought Rin had killed their big brother, he supplied, so, to keep her from getting in trouble, he hid Ken and pretended they hadn't seen him. It was almost 2 hours before we finally got him to the hospital, and by then he almost was dead. His wife sighed. That's when we decided to send Rin-chan to the academy. We had been planning to wait another year, but we decided if she was going to be playing with weapons anyway, she ought to be taught how to use them properly, even if she was only 5. Only 5, Kakashi repeated, sounding annoyed and looking bored. I was a genin already by then. His comment elicited another awkward silence around the table. Minato coughed to break the uncomfortable atmosphere and smiled. Hari-kun has been learning to throw kunai. He's getting pretty good. Fumio jumped on the change of subject with equal enthusiasm. Really? That's great, Hari-kun. He told the small boy with a grin. Is he in the academy, then? Not yet, Minato answered. He's been coming to a lot of our practices, though, so he's picked up quite a few things. Maybe he'll go next year. He still isn't fluent in our language, Otusan, Rin reminded her father, so he wouldn't understand much at the academy right now. Minato grinned. He's getting a lot better at that, too, though, he added. He didn't know anything when he first came here, almost 3 months ago, I think. Kakashi-kun helps him out with his vocabulary a lot, and he's even learning how to write and read, now. So, you're helping to teach him, Kakashi-kun? The older of Rin's brothers asked amiably, turning to drag the young Junin into polite conversation. That's good, us older brothers have to look after the younger ones, nay. Kakashi didn't even bother look at him. Jin scowled at his brother. You never look after me, he commented sourly. You'd always beat me with something instead of helping me. I was helping you learn to be humble, Ken returned haughtily. The evening seemed to crawl by. Most of the conversation was kept purposefully lighthearted, broken by the awkward sigh. NCES the elder Hitaki seemed fond of creating. When it was finally over, Harry was left with a lot to think about. He didn't know a lot about families, but he knew enough from television to recognize one when he saw it. And the evening had shed a lot of light on some of the things he hadn't understood. For example, Rin had called her older brothers, Nisan, just like he called Kakashi. She called her father, Otusan, and her mother, Kasen. Harry wasn't stupid, he could put the clues together. All this time his relatives had been telling him that his parents were dead when they'd really been here, living with his brother. It still didn't explain some things, though, and it brought about a whole new set of questions to light. Where were his parents now? Why did people only mention his father and not his mother? Why hadn't Kakashi said anything? And, most importantly, why had he been left behind with the Dursleys? The problem was that even though he was understanding some things better, he still didn't have a lot of skill at putting his thoughts into words the others could understand. It was a very different language they spoke, compared to English, and the 6-year-old was getting quite fed up with it all. Monsters don't grieve, are winters. You'd all laugh at me if you realized how long it took me to figure out why you were all so sure Harry was going to blow up soon. Either my experience with kids, which I like to think is pretty wide for someone my age, isn't as good as I thought it was, or you're all thinking of Harry as a normal teenage boy. That is, what I'm trying to say is, kids change moods about as quickly as the weather in Minnesota. And if you ever lived in Minnesota, you know it can go from below freezing to a balmy 63°F in a matter of hours. Annoying. But my point is, teenagers, like the Harry we all know and love in the series, let things build up inside of them until they boil over. Little kids are more likely to simply forget and move on. They're very resilient that way. But that's not what I plan to talk about here. Because I plan to tell you all two things. 1. Rin's birthday, which takes place in this chapter, is November 15th. 2. Konoha is in the fire country, haha. You all knew that. From what I've seen of Naruto, place names tend to reflect upon the characteristics of the place they're named for. I have also never seen any high-nt of fall or winter, as most of us think of them, happen in Konoha. I have chosen to interpret this as meaning fire country as a rather temperate place ranging from warm to hot to really hot all year. Of course, there also has to be a good deal of rain to keep the plant life healthy. This may or may not be correct, just thought I'd warn you that there won't be a lot in the way of seasons in this story. It's deliberate. Thanks for the reviews, everyone, and please enjoy this timely chapter. I only barely got it up today, what with Thanksgiving gatherings with my family yesterday and today. Chapter 12, Monsters Don't Grieve. Boy and Dark Lord stared at each other over the body of the fallen woman. Harry's dark green eyes were bright with interest and curiosity, with no understanding of what was going on. Voldemort's dark, bloodshot eyes were equally bright with anticipation and excitement, seeing his reign open before him. The man took a few steps forward and raised his wand, leveling it with the curious boy's head, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Harry looked down at his mother, frowning slightly as she lay still on the ground. "Hello, Harry," the Dark Lord hissed pleasantly, drawing the boy's eyes again. Suddenly, the pleasant look disappeared from his face and he stretched his wand towards the boy. His features distorted in anger and hatred as he gave the wand a tiny flick, Avada Kedavra. Harry stared briefly at the green light that exploded from the man's wand, then looked back at his hate-filled face, suddenly afraid with this change of expression. Voldemort only smiled more cruelly as the boy's expression shifted from curiosity to fear. The curse-hidden pain flared to life in every one of the infant's cells. The boy let out a wail, but instead of falling dead his body began to glow. Voldemort's lips curled down in an ugly frown as he stared at the Potter infant. Energy engulfed the boy in flames of white, converging at the very spot where his spell was striking. White energy met green, shielding the child as though it were alive and could sense the threat to its master. Voldemort's confusion turned to horror as the white energy swelled, brighter and fiercer at the boy's forehead. The two forces seemed to be in tension, struggling against each other. Then, quite suddenly, the white energy exploded and the green beam of light ricocheted away from it, back towards its caster. Voldemort's eyes widened in horror and anger. The spell struck, Voldemort still staring at the infant that was supposed to be dead. The white energy disappeared, as suddenly as it had flared up, and the boy was left crying, blood smeared on his forehead, but very much alive. The dark wizard barely had the time to take in as much before pain engulfed his senses. And he was torn from his body by the curse of his own casting. Still, his awareness did not end there. Everything became distorted around him, shapes indistinct and noises somehow more piercing, light more blinding. Voldemort didn't know what was happening, exactly, but he understood enough to know he had been defeated, somehow. As if reacting to his will, his consciousness flew, fleeing away from that place and that unnatural child. He hated and desired nothing more than to kill the boy, but there was nothing he could do for now. He retreated with the single thought of returning in mind. Bide his time and stoke his power until he could secure his victory. Harry was extremely disappointed when his cries didn't wake his mother, and his father didn't come running to see what was wrong. He cried for some time, waiting for either of his parents to bend over and pick him up in their loving embrace. But no one came and the exhausted infant soon fell asleep. Minato and the boys turned up training only to find Rin already at the appointed meeting place. The girl sat on the ground, crying. She tried to stop as she noticed them, wiping her eyes and sniffling a few times, but the waterworks simply continued. As Minato stared awkwardly and tried to think of what he should do, Kakashi stiffened by his side and Harry stared blatantly. First item of business. Minato turned to the boys, voice low, Kakashi. Can you take Hari-kun somewhere? The young Junin nodded, grabbing Harry's arm to drag him from the clearing, and only presenting a quiet command of, let's go, after they were back in the trees. The blonde then turned and reluctantly approached his student. It was still awkward, but he'd gotten a little better at dealing with tears since Harry had come to stay with them. He crouched at the girl's side and silently rubbed the young teen's back until her sobs began to slow. I'm sorry, sensei, the girl sobbed, still rubbing at her eyes and trying to calm herself down. It just won't stop. Shish, it's all right, the man assured the girl, suspecting the sudden bout of grief had been triggered by Obito's absence at dinner the preceding night. Eventually Rin's crying subsided until she was left with a bit of a runny nose, puffy, red-rimmed eyes, and a blush of embarrassment on her cheeks. I'm sorry, sensei, she apologized again, head lowered so she wouldn't have to look at him. I don't know why it hit me here all of a sudden. It's all right, Rin, Minato assured her again, it's okay to cry, sometimes. This is a hard time for you and Kakashi. And you, sensei, the girl added observantly, looking up at the man and still sniffling a little. The man was quiet, but his expression confirmed her assumption. Did you? Rin trailed off, momentarily losing her nerve. After several long seconds she tried again, did you ever lose a teammate, sensei? Minato remained silent for almost a minute before he answered, I've lost several in my time. It can be hard to keep going afterwards, especially at first, hard to understand how the world can keep moving forward without them. His haunted look vanished as he smiled at the girl, a little melancholy clinging to the expression. But you have to go on, anyway. For yourself, and for them, and for all the other people that you care about. The pain will lessen with time, Rin, and you may even come out stronger for it. The girl remained thoughtfully silent for a few minutes before standing. Minato watched her take a few steps, then turned back to him. I'm going to go wash my face, she said, an embarrassed blush still coloring her cheeks as she pointed in the direction of a nearby stream. Minato smiled, standing as well, I'll see if I can track down Kakashi and Hari. Rin returned his smile with a weak, watery one of her own before turning towards the stream again. Minato looked around, scratching the back of his head in thought, then leapt into the trees after his missing wards. Harry shifted uncomfortably next to the older boy, looking around restlessly. Beside him, Kakashi was staring listlessly at one particular spot on the stone in front of him, face disturbingly blank. Kakashi-Nisan, Harry broke the silence with a whisper, a little afraid to speak louder in this place. He recognized the stone they stood in front of, it was the same one the funeral had taken place at almost 2 weeks ago. The older boy didn't respond and Harry followed his gaze to the rock, and the lines carved across it. With some difficulty he managed to decipher the first character. Chi. The boy's face screwed up with thought as he pronounced each character with unnatural slowness, ha. His eyes widened as he thought about what he'd read, Uchiha. That was Obito's other name. He'd heard it a lot during the funeral service. Uchiha, Obito. Kakashi's voice was quiet and rough and Harry's eyes snapped up to look at him rather than the stone. This is the memorial stone. He explained quietly, the place where dead heroes have their names carved. The memorial stone, Harry repeated uncertainly, not really understanding the whole of Kakashi's explanation. But at least recognizing the name of a place when he heard it. Kakashi didn't respond, but Harry was sure if he'd said it wrong he would have been corrected. He looked back at the words he'd been considering earlier, lowering his eyes to the rest of the name. The 6-year-old tentatively ran a finger down the text as he read out loud, Uchiha Obito. He looked back at his brother for confirmation, only to be surprised at the moisture in the other boy's eyes. Quickly, Harry looked away again, heart pounding in his chest. Was Kakashi crying? Kakashi, who had looked at that dead body in the woods without so much as blinking. Kakashi, who took down that mean man who'd attacked them without ever losing that calm, cool expression. He hadn't even cried during the funeral, Harry had checked. A long time seemed to pass and Harry didn't dare look back at Kakashi again, feeling distinctly uncomfortable. It wasn't like he'd never seen people cry before, even adults, like his aunt and uncle, cried sometimes. But Kakashi was such an unlikely person for him to find crying that it completely shocked him. That, and the older boy always kept such a cool facade that when it broke Harry felt as though he'd seen something he wasn't supposed to. "There you two are," a voice said behind them, and Harry forgot about not turning around. Minato was walking towards them from the nearby forest, the smile on his face looking a little forced. Kakashi, Harry was relieved to notice as he caught a glance of him out of the corner of his eye, didn't look at all as though he'd been crying much. "We'll try to get in a little training before lunch." Still, the man continued, not waiting for either boy to acknowledge him. "Kakashi, I want to see how you're coming along with your aim." The teen turned away from the stone and his voice was as calm as usual, if a little quiet, as he replied, "It's getting a lot better. I think I'm up to 70 to 80% of normal, now." The man grinned. "Well, let's go." Kakashi obediently left the clearing, heading back towards the training grounds while Harry just stared after him, wondering if he'd just imagined the water he'd seen in his brother's eyes. "Hari-kun," Minato prompted, looking a little concerned when he didn't follow, "is something wrong?" "It's fine," Harry replied absently, before moving to catch up with the other two. There was still a lot he didn't understand about these people and this place, but he was used to not understanding things. He'd learn, eventually. They broke for lunch a little over an hour later. Rin went home. Meanwhile Minato and the boys went to the ramen stand, as usual. "I think you're on the right track, Kakashi," the man was saying over his noodles. "You know what you need to do intellectually, it's only a matter of training your body to react the way you want it to. Get as much training in as you can and before you know it you'll be back at your usual level." Kakashi nodded absently. "Hari-kun," the man added. "After lunch I think we should start working on your taijutsu form. Most students have some level of experience with taijutsu when they enter the academy, and since you'll be entering a little late, it would be especially good for you to have a strong foundation." Harry didn't respond, not really knowing what the man was talking about, and the three continued to eat in silence. "Where is Otusan?" Harry asked several minutes later. He thought he should probably let the subject rest for now. Everyone was still really upset because of Obito's death, but he couldn't get the question out of his mind. Minato just about choked on his lunch and Kakashi's chopsticks stilled immediately. What?" the man spluttered. Harry frowned. He thought he'd said it right. Thinking a little more carefully, he repeated, "Where is Otusan?" The blonde rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. That is, Hari-kun, your dad." Kakashi abruptly stood, leaving his ramen half empty. "Kakashi," Minato called after him with concern. "I'll see you on the training grounds, sensei," Kakashi said without turning towards him. "Like you said, I need to practice more." Minato sighed as the boy lost himself in the crowded streets. He turned his attention back to a confused Harry and smiled sadly, imagining that he should have expected the question. "Hari-kun, your father, he's dead." "He's been dead for about 6 years. "Dead," Harry repeated uncertainly. His face fell. Like Obito, absently, he wondered if his father's name was on that stone, too, like Obito's. He didn't notice any Hatake, but he hadn't really been looking either. The man nodded, his eyes far away at the mention of his student. It took several long minutes for him to reply, "I'm sorry you never met him, Hari." Rai had a sinking feeling that his mother was also dead. Maybe the Dursleys had been telling him the truth, after all. Minato took a big drink of his broth and set the empty bowl down. He forced his other thoughts aside and smiled at Harry. "We should give Kakashi a little time to himself. Why don't we swing by to pick up Rin and walk around town a bit?" Following his example, Harry took one last drink of his soup and slipped off his stool. Minato took a glance at the two half-empty bowls and shook his head in exasperation. "You too," he sighed, "I'm losing money on you. If you'd only eat a bit more." Kakashi and Harry weren't really talking when Rin's birthday came around, almost 2 weeks later. With as much time as the Junin spent training and going on missions, though, it was never really obvious. And when he was forced into interaction with his brother, he continued to act painfully polite. Rin's birthday was a simpler affair than Kakashi's had been. Harry gathered that the actual day of the celebration was taking place several days after the actual anniversary of her birth, which was understandable since the day of the celebration also happened to be the day after the three of them had returned from a mission. There really wasn't much of a party, either. The mood started out rather heavy, the happy event shadowed by Obito's still recent death, making this the first birth day they had celebrated without their fourth team member. Over the course of lunch, which was at a restaurant that was considerably nicer than the ramen stand they usually frequented, things gradually lightened. The meal was served in several small dishes, which confused Harry initially, until he'd realized that the multiple dishes were all his. He still found the situation very strange, wondering why they didn't just serve everything in one big plate. Afterwards, they went to a small pool off the river. Rin and Minato stripped down to as little they could possibly wear without being outright offending. Even Kakashi removed his outermost layer of clothes, which, apparently, didn't include his mask or Hitaiate. "Come on, Hari-kun," Minato invited cheerfully, noticing that the 6-year-old wasn't doing much more than stare. "Don't you like swimming?" "Swimming," Harry echoed uncertainly, looking at the man and then at the two teens at the water's edge. Rin was crouched down, feeling the water while Kakashi watched, arms crossed over his pale chest self-consciously. The girl smiled up at her teammate. "It feels good," she announced, standing up. "Let's go, Hari-kun, it'll be fun," the man cajoled. Harry looked at him hesitantly again before reluctantly moving to pull off his shirt and pants, slipping out of his sandals. Minato looked the 6-year-old over unobtrusively as he undressed. He was still very small for his age, but he was slowly starting to put on a little weight, and no longer looked so malnourished. Not for the first time, the man found himself wondering what kind of life the boy had led before he came to live with them. Most of the scars could be explained by the attack on his family, but his short stature and thinness could only be from extended neglect. He'd come to the conclusion that Harry's family had either been poor or abusive. The man liked to think it was the former. He grinned when the boy finished and held out a hand, ready. He'd come a long way in 2.5 months. Harry nodded and took his hand, allowing the man to lead him to the water's side. Minato let the boy hang back as he dropped into the water, already up to his thighs at the edge. Rin was already further in, laughing at some comment Kakashi must have made as he crouched on the water surface beside her. Crouching down next to the water to tentatively stick a toe in it. Harry followed the man's line of sight and let out a squawk of surprise, gaping at the sight of the older boy somehow standing on the water surface instead of falling in. That, he knew, was not natural. "What's that?" he asked in disbelief, pointing. Minato laughed and ruffled Harry's hair as Kakashi frowned over at them. "That's chakra," the man explained. He climbed back out of the water and demonstrated, concentrating his chakra to his feet as Harry watched, wide-eyed, then stepped out onto the surface of the water he'd been knee-deep in before. It was an effortless exercise for the BL-owned and he turned around to grin at Harry. "See." Harry continued to stare at him for a moment, then jumped to his feet, eyes alight with excitement. "Me, too," he decided, clumsily attempting to put his hands together in the same seal the man had used to concentrate his chakra. "Like this, Hari-kun," Minato offered, demonstrating it again with his hands as he crouched on the water's surface to decrease the height difference between them. "Sensei, are you sure that's a good idea?" Rin asked worriedly, drifting a little closer and watching the two with interest. "Why not?" The blonde shrugged. "Academy students his age learn how to concentrate their chakra." Rin didn't look convinced. Harry wasn't an academy student and didn't even really know what chakra was. Besides, water walking was unarguably a genin-level technique. Harry looked at the man's hands studiously and managed to get his own fingers in the same shape, then he tried to step out on the water. Minato caught him before he could fall, chuckling as he put him back on the shore. No, you have to concentrate your chakra, Hari-kun," he corrected. "You can't just make the seal and expect it to work." Harry stared at him with a small, bemused frown. The man climbed out of the water and stood beside him again. "All right, seal first," he started, forming the seal and waiting for Harry to copy it. "Next, chakra," Minato continued, concentrating chakra to his feet, enough of it to create a visible blue aura. Harry stared in surprise and looked down at his own feet. which weren't glowing at all. He frowned in confusion. Then you can step out on the water, Minato finished, doing so and standing easily on the water's surface. Harry looked from the man down to his own non-glowing feet, then back up. He sighed, and dropped his hands. How was he supposed to make his feet glow? That was impossible. I can't, he admitted dejectedly. Minato reached down to ruffle his hair. You'll get it eventually, Hari-kun, he assured the boy. It just takes lots of practice. In the meantime, Rin swam over and held a hand out to Harry. Come on, Hari-kun, it's just as fun down in the water. Harry gave Minato and Akashi one last long look before taking Rin's hand and allowing her to help him down into the water, which was already nearly up to his chest even near the edge. Have you ever been swimming before, Hari-kun? Rin asked in amusement as the boy looked around with wonder at the experience. It was a lot like taking a bath, but a lot different, too, Harry thought. Try this, Rin added, pushing off and floating on her back for a moment. Harry hesitantly started leaning back to do so and Rin righted herself, supporting his back with a hand until he was stretched out horizontally, then pulling back a little to allow him to float on his own. Harry grinned. Kick your feet, Rin added. Whether he understood or just kicked out of instinct, Harry found himself being propelled slowly across the surface of the water. For a moment he panicked and sat up abruptly, only to find that he'd lost buoyancy as he did. Rin caught him before he could submerge completely, and she helped him back to where he started. That was good, Hari-kun, the girl said with amusement. As they continued with their impromptu swimming lesson, Kakashi approached his teacher. The teen frowned as his teacher watched. The other two with a fond smile. Abruptly, he skidded his foot along the water, sending a wave of water splashing at the senior Junin. Hey, Minato yelped, spinning around. A small smirk quirked under Kakashi's mask. Sensei, fight me. Now, the man asked. The boy nodded. Kakashi, we're supposed to be celebrating Rin-chan's birthday, Minato pointed out, one eyebrow raised. Kakashi shrugged. She's with Hari-san. A fight, huh, the man mused, right here on the river. Kakashi nodded again. We haven't done that in a while. After several long seconds, Minato smirked, slouching back with his hands in his pockets. Yeah, alright. Quote, Kakashi's smirk grew a little. Alright. Ready, go. They both flashed into motion, their chakra under constant control as they were forced to jump and slid. And dodge on the ever-changing viscosity of the water. Rules. The man shouted in a question after their first conflict, kunai against kunai in midair. No ninjutsu, just taijutsu, Kakashi Ritu. RNED a second later as he twisted around a handful of shuriken his teacher threw. It was what he needed the most work on, after all. Right, the man conveyed his understanding, as Kakashi slashed at him, first from the right. Then dancing around to slash again at his back. Minato skillfully blocked both blows and Kakashi jumped back when he tried to return the favor. Don't go easy on me, sensei, Kakashi added firmly. The man grinned. I wouldn't dream of it, he assured his student, already moving in for another attack. By then their antics had attracted the attention of Harry and Rin. The girl rolled her eyes. Those two can't go 1 week without sparring, she sighed. Look at them showing off like that. Harry smiled vaguely, not sure what she was talking about, but impressed at the abilities his brother. Something he still couldn't stop being amazed at, and the man were displaying. It was completely unnatural, two people fighting on water as if it were as solid as the ground. Water spraying every time they touched and skidded. His aunt and uncle would have hated it, but Harry thought it was awesome. He didn't know how they did it, and doubted he'd ever be able to do anything like that, but after all, who knew? His brother could do it, so maybe he could, too. Minato disappeared for 2 weeks on end after that. Kakashi dragged Harry with him for a brief training period every morning while his teacher was gone, then he disappeared for the rest of the day. Harry wasn't sure if he went on missions during that time or if he was somewhere in the village or surrounding forests. Even when they trained together, they hardly spoke. When Minato finally returned, Harry hadn't seen Kakashi for the last 3 days. So it was surprising when he found himself being woken up early the next morning by the older boy. It was early enough that the sun had yet to rise, but Harry reluctantly crawled out of bed and got dressed at Kakashi's quiet insistence. Instead of going out into the main room, however, Kakashi went to the open window and impatiently directed the boy onto his back. Confused, curious, and tired, Harry did as he was beckoned. Kakashi leapt lightly out the window and landed on the vertical face of the building across the street. Harry's grip abruptly tightened as the surprising move startled him to full wakefulness, and the other boy sped up the wall unerringly to the roof. It was still dark as they made their way to the edge of the village via the rooftops, and the sun was only just beginning to peek over the horizon as Kakashi jumped back down to street level and let Harry down to walk beside him. Harry stared around at the empty streets. There were high walls on both sides, occasionally broken by large gates, and beyond the boy could see large, low buildings like none he'd ever seen in Surrey. They continued until even these unusual manors began thinning, large forests protruding from behind the walls. Kakashi led the way to a gate at last. He made a seal with his hands and pressed one hand to the old gate. It pushed open easily. Inside stood another large manor in the style of the others he'd seen around. There were several buildings on either side of the path leading up to the large building, but all of them looked to be in disrepair, cold, unkempt, and empty. Kakashi ignored them. He led the way swiftly across the ground and into a small forest behind the manor. They continued through that for quite a while until the trees began to thin and finally broke into a clearing. Harry stopped and stared. He'd never been to a graveyard before, but he had seen pictures and knew that was what this was. There were dozens and dozens of stones standing in the yard. Some had ornately carved statues towering over them, and some were no more than small rectangular markers or crosses. Hari-san, Kakashi prompted, pausing on the path to look back at him. Licking his lips nervously, Harry followed. They made their way through rows of tombstones until the stones around them began looking a little newer, like they'd been carved in the last decade or two, rather than dozens of years before. Then, at last, they stopped. I looked at one pair of stones in particular, and Harry followed his gaze. The inscriptions were in kana and Harry couldn't make out much, but one set of characters he did recognize. Hatake. The boy read in surprise, remembering to associate the name with himself and Kakashi. The teen didn't respond for almost a minute, then he nodded, still staring at the stone. Hatake Tsukumo, he read. He hesitated, glancing at Harry, and added quietly, Otusan. Harry looked at the marker a second time, confused emotions roiling inside of him. He'd always been told his parents were dead, but seeing grave markers made it all the more real. He couldn't question the fact that the name read, Hatake Tsukumo, instead of James Potter, even though he desperately wanted to. What connection was there between the two names? Were the two names the same man, or was there some other story behind them? He wondered at it silently. The Dursleys had only mentioned his father once or twice when he asked. James Potter, they had called him a deadbeat and a bum and a loser and a freak. He had died and abandoned Harry to their mercy when he was only a little baby. But they'd never mentioned anything about this, any of this. They'd lied to him about a lot of things, it seemed. Otusan, the 6-year-old repeated softly, wondering what the man had been like. Even more softly, he repeated in English, quote, Dad. Something inside of him hurt at the word, the acknowledgement that buried somewhere beneath him lay the father he never knew but had always desperately wanted. Harry wasn't sure how long they stood there together, but neither spoke again until Kakashi finally said it was time to go back. The sun was fully risen and the sky a pale blue of morning. People were beginning to take to the streets with their business, and a few shops were even opening for early morning customers. Kakashi took Harry back up to their apartment and they entered through the small window again before joining Minato for breakfast. Harry was sure the man knew what they'd been up to from the way he looked at them, or at least he knew that they'd been out, but he didn't say anything. The day continued from there as usual, with training and meeting Rin. Like they hadn't spent the morning at a graveyard at all. But Harry couldn't keep his thoughts off of their early morning excursion, and he spent the rest of the day wondering what Hatake Tsukumo had been like and making up personalities for him to suit his curiosity. In his mind, Harry imagined that a trip to a graveyard to visit dead parents might bring two siblings closer together. In reality, Harry found it couldn't have been further from the truth. If anything, Kakashi was avoiding him now more than ever. It helped, of course, that he started going on long missions again a few days later. Sensei had talked to him a bit before they left, something about his father, he thought. It had sounded very serious and the man had looked a little sad as he spoke. So Harry hadn't interrupted to let him know that he really couldn't understand much of what he was saying. Kushina was over again today. This time she had a sprained ankle wrapped in bandages and evaded on the table next to Harry's book. Harry was laboriously sounding out short words that the woman pointed out for him, when she wasn't too distracted by glaring at her crutches as though they'd insulted her. "Nay, Harry," the woman said at last, interrupting the 6-year-old in the middle of a particularly frustrating word, "let's go get lunch now." She smiled at him and struggled to get her leg off the table without hurting it further. Eventually, she managed to get to her feet, leaning on her crutches as the boy finished putting away his things. Harry liked the red-haired woman. She taught him a lot. But they didn't study all the time, either. Kushina didn't like to sit inside all day, and could usually only keep still for a few hours in the morning before abruptly calling an end to their lessons. This suited the 6-year-old just fine, as a few hours of studying was more than enough to give him a headache. Kushina led the way to the door, pausing to struggle for an awkward moment to get her crutches to cooperate. Harry took the opportunity to slip in front of her and open the door, allowing the woman more ease to exit. She smiled her thanks and ruffled his messy white hair before leading the way out again, leaving it to Harry to close the door and lock up after himself. It didn't feel like autumn to Harry, even though he knew very well that by now it must be autumn. Leaves on the trees were still as green as ever, and the air was still hot, though not as unbearably as it had been earlier in the year. The air had turned drier, too, and cool winds from the north, offering occasional respites from the dry heat. After lunch, I'll take you to see the Hokage monument, the woman decided. She grinned down at the boy by her side. You can see it from just about anywhere in the village, of course, she said, but we'll go all the way to the top. You can see the whole village from up there. You'll love that. Harry smiled back bemusedly, not entirely sure he'd understood her correctly. Had she meant they'd go to the top of the mountain where the Hokage faces were carved? He frowned up at the looming faces of stone. Surely no one could actually go that high. And then, maybe we can go to the park after, Kushina mused. Yeah, Harry agreed enthusiastically. He loved going to the park. The other kids were all nice. Well, maybe not all of them, but most of them were nice enough, and he enjoyed playing some of the games he'd only been able to watch back in Surrey. Harry finished his lunch quickly, anticipating a fun afternoon, and soon the two were approaching the foot of the Hokage's monument, Kushina grumbling at her crutches the whole way. Harry walked alongside her, looking around at everything with wide eyes. He grinned as he spotted a familiar person sitting on one of the benches underneath the towering stone monument. Minoji, he called out enthusiastically, running up to where the younger boy, one of his playmates from the park, was sitting with a juice box. The boy looked up at his call, and then smiled back, waving, "Konnichiwa, Hari." Kushina approached behind him and smiled over Harry's shoulder at the young boy and his older, female counterpart, "Hello. Minoji-kun, Minoko-kun." The teenage girl had dark brown hair similar to her brother's, held back in a spiky ponytail, and dark lines running back to her hair from both of her eyes. She smiled and gave the woman a slight bow. "Good afternoon, Kushina-san. You've met my little brother. Hari-kun plays with him at the park sometimes," Kushina confirmed with a nod. "Hari," Minoji put in, grabbing the boy's attention. He'd set down his juice box and stood, and now he grabbed his sister's hand. "This is my big sister, Minoko-nisan." Harry blinked, frowned up at the girl, then frowned at Minoji again in confusion. "Nisan," he repeated incredulously. The dark-haired boy giggled and shook his head. No, not O-Nisan. Nee-san. O-ne-san." Harry looked at the other boy as though he were crazy. They both sounded the same to him. Smirking in amusement, Kushina intervened. "It's ne, Hari-kun, not ni. Can you hear the difference?" Harry frowned, listening carefully as she repeated them once more. He could. Sort of. The boy nodded and carefully pronounced, "Ne-san." Minoji laughed again and nodded, "Right." He looked up at his sister and told her confidently. "Hari's not from Konoha, so he doesn't know how to talk, even though he's older than me." The two females laughed while the boys looked on bemusedly, wondering what was so funny. "Well, are you too busy?" Kushina asked after a moment, still grinning. "Hari-chan and I were just going to climb to the top of the monument. You can come if you like." Yeah, Minoji agreed enthusiastically. He looked up at his sister beseechingly. "Can we, Nisan?" "Please." Minoko smiled apologetically. "Thanks," she told the older woman, "but Minoji has got a dentist appointment in an hour, so we'll have to pass today." The boy frowned unhappily. "Why can't we pass on the dentist appointment today, instead?" he asked grumpily. Minoko ruffled his hair affectionately. "You know we can't do that, Minoji-chan. Dentist appointments need to be scheduled in advance. You can play with Hari-kun tomorrow." The boy grumped, but relented bitterly, sticking his tongue out at his sister when she turned back to Kushina. The girl looked at the woman with concern. "Are you sure it's all right, Kushina-san?" she asked. "With your injuries?" "It's just a sprained ankle." Kushina shrugged. "Besides, Hari doesn't know chakra control yet. So we'll be using the stairs." Minoko didn't look entirely convinced, but she nodded. "Okay, be careful, Kushina-san. We'll be down here for a while, still, so if you need help or anything let us know. Minoji can find his own way to the dentist if he has to." She looked at the boy, who hastily pulled his tongue back in, and smiled. "Can't you, Minoji-chan?" "I guess," Minoji agreed reluctantly. Kushina just rolled her eyes, grinning. Now, I'm a big ninja," she noted playfully. "I think I can take care of myself, Minoko-kun." The girl blushed a little. Still, she mumbled, "You should be careful when you're injured, Kushina-san." "I'll keep that in mind," Kushina promised, patting the girl on her head and then ruffling her still sulking brother's spiky hair. She smiled at Harry. "Ready to go?" The boy nodded and followed as she began to move away. He looked over his shoulder and waved to Minoji as they left. "Bye, Minoji." "Bye, Minoko-nisan." "Goodbye, Hari." Minoji shouted after him loudly. "I wish I could come with you but my mean sister won't let me." Minoko rolled her eyes and ruffled the little brat's hair before calling out her own goodbye to the pair. "How much farther?" Harry panted, repeating the phrase Kushina had taught him when he'd been struggling for an accurate way to ask just that some time ago. It felt like hours to his aching legs, but he knew it couldn't have been that long. He'd been training regularly for a few weeks now, but it seemed like there were miles and miles of stairs. There was no end to them. Either way he looked, up or down, there were stairs as far as he could see. Kushina, on the other hand, was barely breaking a sweat, even in the heat of the afternoon sun. She grinned at the boy. "What, are you tired already, Hari-kun?" "Yes," Harry grouched. He'd been tired the last dozen times she asked. "Just a little farther now," Kushina assured him. Harry regarded her suspiciously. She'd been saying that the last couple of times he asked, too. Really? Really, Kushina confirmed cheerfully. With a sigh, Harry turned his attention back to his miserable hike. He really hoped they would get there soon. Because he wasn't sure how many more stairs he could take. His legs were burning with the effort. He had no idea how the woman made it up so many stairs on crutches without even getting tired. Thankfully, it really wasn't much further, and 5 minutes later they were climbing the last few steps to the top. Harry let out a groan of relief and set about looking around as Kushina followed him up. They weren't so far over that they were on top of the Hokage's heads, which were still ahead of them and a little higher, but the sheer drop they were over now offered an impressive view. Naturally, the boy gravitated towards the edge of the cliff and looked out over the village of Konoha. His mouth dropped open with a quiet gasp and his eyes widened as he stared down at the busy little village. Wow, he breathed his awe in English, not sure how to express such sentiments in his new language yet. Kushina came up beside him and smiled broadly as she looked across at her home. Pretty great, isn't it? Harry nodded silently. He could see everything from up here. Look, Kushina said, pointing, there's the apartment where you, Kakashi-kun, and Minato-san live. The boy looked eagerly in the direction she was pointing. And with some effort he managed to make out the building, laughing in delight. He'd never seen a building from so far up before. Taking a cautious step closer to the edge, Harry was able to find the park, and pointed it out enthusiastically. Kushina laughed, admiring the small park with Harry before pointing out the Hokage's tower, the most prominent building of them all. "Look," Harry cried in surprise, pointing as a man suddenly appeared on the roof, only to flit off again a moment later. Kushina grinned. "Shinobi," she supplied. Harry nodded. He'd seen Hinobi jumping around enough to know they did things like that sometimes. It was still weird to see it, even after 3 months. Kushina moved cautiously closer to the edge, as well, and craned her neck to see the people down below. Minoji and Minoko were little more than smudged black heads from this height. Harry crept closer again, as well, one hand holding Kushina's closest crutch for balance, and looked in the same direction. He stared down at the pair of tiny people for a moment, then looked up at Kushina, pointing with his free hand, "Minoji." The red-haired woman nodded. "Yep, that's Minoji-kun, and Minoko-kun, too." The boy smiled, raising his hand to wave down at them, even though the pair probably couldn't see him at all. Several things happened all at once. Kushina leaned back again, her crutches shuffling awkwardly over gravel, loosening Harry's grip. A group of birds, apparently startled, shot out of the trees behind them and towards the sky, letting out loud calls of alarm. Harry jerked around in surprise, throwing himself off balance. Time seemed too slow to a crawl. Kushina stared in horror as the boy's body tilted dangerously over the edge and continued to tilt. Dropping her crutches, she lurched after him, chakra infused in her feet to keep her from joining him in free fall. Harry reached towards her instinctively, arms stretched out, and Kushina reached out for him as she followed him over the edge, chakra keeping her feet firmly attached to the steep cliff face. A bolt of pain shot up from the woman's injured foot and it took her a moment to push it out of her mind and work through it. The split second was long enough for Harry to fall from her reach. As time reasserted its normal flow, Kushina could do little but stare in stupefied shock as her charge plummeted towards the ground. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, fearful sobs catching in his chest as the significance of what was happening hit him. He was going to die. He'd heard about it once, on the news. Uncle Vernon had had the television turned up and he'd heard the account in his cupboard as he watched one of the spiders slowly spin its web in one dusty corner. The story of a man falling to his death from a tall skyscraper. He didn't want to die. The woman blinked, and a confused frown crossed her lips, eyebrows tilting together. She narrowed her eyes, searching the area the boy had just been in with bewilderment. Where'd he go? She wondered out loud, looking from side to side and craning her neck to be sure he hadn't hit some outcropping of rock or something. It looked as though he had completely disappeared. R. Winters. Wow, there were a lot of reviews on the last chapter. Thanks to so many people for reviewing. Anyway, this chapter should clear up a few things. Namely, of course, Harry's little disappearing act. Keep in mind, when you read Harry's actions, that he's a 6-year-old boy, and a 6-year-old boy is much more likely to believe the adult authorities in his life than an 11-year-old boy. So while 11-year-old Harry might have accepted the possibility that he was magic rather easily, a 6-year-old Harry might still have thought that magic was a 4-letter word even though it's not, and believed that his aunt and uncle had good reason to hate him for certain things that were outside his control. Shunshin no Jutsu is, of course, the body flicker technique, which is used on numerous occasions in the manga and anime. It isn't the same as apparition. At least, in my mind it isn't. I hope you like the early update. Chapter 13. One little boy. James was dead in the door. The large man was struggling to get words out between all his sniffles and tears, and then Lily. Sweet Lily, she was on the playroom floor. Hee-haw. Dita paused to blow his nose in a large handkerchief. What about the baby, Hagrid? Dumbledore asked anxiously. What about Harry? Hagrid sniffed several more times and shifted the bundle he held in his arms until he was holding it out. He's here, Professor, he sniffled. He was sleepin' when I found him. The old man took the bundled infant in his own arms, still worried. He folded back the blanket that covered the baby's face and was relieved to find the child was, indeed, sleeping, breath calm and even. He had blood and soot on his face, but otherwise he appeared largely uninjured. Dumbledore pulled back the blanket further and could only stare as a head of perfectly white hair popped out of the top, untidy bangs stained pink with blood. His fellow teacher, Minerva McGonagall, let out a gasp of surprise as she saw it. Albus, what? I've never seen anything like it, Dumbledore whispered, his surprise leaking into his voice. Hagrid, was he like this when you found him? The half-giant snuffled again and looked to see what the headmaster was talking about. Why mean the hair? He questioned. Without waiting for an answer, he continued, Yeah, Lil feller was like that when I found him. He confirmed, his playroom was all burned and he was bloody like ye see, and his hair was all white. I wonder where the blood came from, Dumbledore murmured, pulling a handkerchief out of his own pocket and beginning to clear it away. Harry stirred at the touch, and dark green eyes opened to stare up at the old man as he continued to clean his blood away. The boy began to whine a little at the presence of people who were not his parents, but Dumbledore soothed him, murmuring quietly as he continued his work. At last the source was discovered. A small, light ing-shaped cut was in the middle of the boy's forehead. It wasn't bleeding, but it was bright red, almost as though it had cauterized. How could Harry have gotten a cut like that? McGonagall wondered, leaning in for a closer look. Hagrid, did anything fall on him? Did you see? No, ma'am, I'm sure of it, the half-giant replied. This wasn't made by any cut, Dumbledore murmured, examining Th. injury carefully as the infant fussed in his arms. He pulled out a wand and pointed it at the scar, murmuring under his breath. McGonagall and Hagrid watched on anxiously, wondering what this could mean. When Dumbledore looked up again his face was pale. This scar is the result of dark magic, he announced in a hushed tone. McGonagall gasped and Hagrid teared up again. Dark magic, the woman repeated fearfully. An unsuccessful curse, as far as I can tell, Dumbledore confirmed. He ran a hand through the infant's soft, white hair. The hair, as well, may have been affected. We must bring him to St. Mungo's to learn more. Albus, will he be okay? McGonagall asked anxiously. The old man looked at her, blue eyes dull behind his half-moon glasses. I don't know, Minerva, he answered wearily, I really don't know. Bewildered, the red-haired woman searched over the edge of the cliff for any sign of her falling charge, but found no sign of him. It was as though he'd simply disappeared. Kashina put her hands together in a familiar seal and disappeared from her cliffside perch in a puff of smoke. Logically, the only place he could have gone was down, although she didn't see how he could have suddenly begun falling so fast that she couldn't even see him anymore. A split second later she appeared on the ground in a second puff of smoke, at the base of the Hokage's monument. Her sprained ankle let off another jolt of pain, but she ignored it, staring with wide eyes at the scene that had formed. Harry stood in the middle of a group of people, tears running rampant down his cheeks and sobs shaking his shoulders. Most noticeable among the onlookers was Minoji and his sister. The young boy was struggling in the hands of his older sister, but Minoko held his arms firmly, not allowing him to escape as she stared at the white-haired 6-year-old. Confusion, worry, and even a touch of fear swirled inside the young woman as she approached the group. How could a small child survive a fall like that? How could anyone survive a fall like that? Hari-kun, she started uncertainly. The group opened up to allow her to approach the boy. Harry didn't look up at her voice, although he did start crying a little louder. Kashina studied the faces of the onlookers in confusion, standing inside the circle, but not quite approaching the boy. What happened? When no one answered immediately, she turned her questioning eyes to Minoko. The girl's hold tightened on her brother a little and she paled at the attention being directed at her. I don't know, she stammered. 1 minute. We were, and then, I don't, he just appeared there. Out of nowhere. What do you mean he appeared there? Kashina demanded. Like ninjutsu, you mean? Minoko shook her head. No, he just appeared, she stressed again. There wasn't any smoke or anything. She turned worried eyes to the woman. Kashina-san, what is he? Kashina shivered at those words. How could a 6-year-old child disappear from somewhere just to reappear somewhere else? It was unnatural. She knew what everyone must be thinking. She was entertaining her own thoughts on the matter, as well, after all. Was it really possible? Monster. The woman heard someone in the crowd mutter. Kushina's head snapped in his direction, eyes glaring, but someone else beat her to the task of chastising the man. "He's not a monster," Minoji shouted, still restrained firmly in his sister's arms. The older girl flushed in embarrassment at his words. "He's Hari and he's my friend." "Shush, Minoji," Minoko hissed into his ear. The mutterings did die down a little, though. The others obviously weren't convinced by the 4-year-old's words, but they were holding their tongues for now. Could even a demon do something like that? Shaking thoughts of demons and monsters from her head, Kushina purposefully approached the sobbing boy. Some of the onlookers took cautious steps back. The woman knelt before the boy and carefully touched his shoulder. "Hari-kun," she repeated. The boy opened watery, swollen eyes to look back at her uncertain face for a moment. His loud crying had subsided and the flow of his tears slowed as he stared at her. "Hari," Kushina said again, carefully. "What happened?" The boy's eyes widened again, despair written all over his face as tears sprung again to his swollen eyes. He backed up a step, the crowd mimicking him, then turned abruptly and ran, people moving out of his way to give him a large berth. Kushina stared after him a moment, then cursed under her breath as he disappeared into the trees at the edge of the clearing. With a sigh, she took after him. Harry dodged through trees, running as fast as he could. He couldn't believe that had happened. Not here. Not when he was just beginning to like it, when he was just beginning to fit in. Now they would all know that there was something wrong with him. That he was a freak, like his aunt and uncle liked to say. He made his way into the playground, ignoring the laughter and gleeful calls of the other children. Single-mindedly, he dashed into the large cement tube that lay off to one side. Not a favorite toy for the children, but a good place to hide. He crawled inside and settled against the rounded wall, knees drawn up to his chest. Worriedly, he wondered whether she would tell Sensei. Probably, he decided, and Kakashi, too. He lowered his head to his arms miserably as sobs racked his body again. What would they do? Would he still get to share a room with Kakashi? He doubted it. Maybe they'd clear out a little space in the closet for him, or maybe they'd just leave him on the streets somewhere, like Uncle Vernon thought he should have done. Maybe if he explained to Kushina that he hadn't meant to do it, and he wouldn't do it again, he could convince her to keep it a secret. The boy doubted it. He didn't think he'd be able to express his intentions well enough. Miserably sighing into his arms, Harry's grip on his knees tightened. He really was stupid. How could he have let that happen? He didn't want it to happen, but he knew he'd made it happen, somehow. Just like he somehow caused the milk carton to explode when Dudley tried to pour it on his head. Or like he'd made Uncle Vernon's pants fall down when they went to school that first time and his uncle had been lecturing him for the whole car ride that he needed to keep his hat on in school and he'd better not say anything to anyone and how much trouble he'd be in when he got home if he heard Harry had done anything to disturb his Dudley's education. Harry didn't know how it happened, just that it did and it was his fault. It didn't take long for Kushina to find the boy. His path through the underbrush was relatively obvious, and it just took a few questions of the people in the park to be pointed in the right direction. She knelt down at the entrance of the cement tunnel, peeking in at the crying child. The woman sighed, running a hand through her hair. She wasn't sure what to do in a situation like this. Could Harry really be dangerous? But the Hokage would have known. He'd never have let something dangerous into the village. And besides that, she'd known Harry for a while now. And he'd never been anything but a lost, shy little boy. Smiling slightly, Kushina rolled up her sleeves and crawled into the tunnel. Harry didn't even notice her until she was beside him, wrapping an arm around his shaking shoulders. The boy jerked in surprise, then looked up at her with wide, red-rimmed eyes filled with fear. Instead of speaking, she had no idea what to say. Kushina gently moved her hand in a soothing motion, up and down the boy's arm. Harry relaxed a little, but continued to watch her warily for a moment longer. He slumped after a while, dropping his head back into his arms. A few more exhausted tears escaping him. Kushina waited patiently until he moved again, this time snuggling a little closer to her side. I'm sorry, the boy whimpered meekly. I don't want to. Kushina frowned slightly at the little boy, wondering what he meant by that. She released a long breath in the form of a sigh and smiled down at him again. Shush, Hari-kun, it's okay, she assured him. Harry looked at her doubtfully. Kushina's smile quirked a bit more naturally. I mean it, she insisted, and in a rare, maternal moment, she rubbed a stray tear from his cheek. Stop crying now. It's okay. Harry sniffled a little more, but rubbed his eyes and cheeks, his tears finally subsiding. He wasn't sure why she was being so calm about this. By now, she should certainly be screaming at him. But he'd take her calm mood while it lasted. Maybe she didn't think he'd done it. At last, the woman began to unfold herself, and tugged Harry a little towards the entrance. Outside, Kushina took a moment to stretch, wincing as the weight was returned to her swollen ankle, which hurt a lot more after her little run through the forest than it had all day. She tested out her weight on it cautiously. But it seemed to hold up. She glanced down to see Harry climbing timidly out after her. Come over here, Hari, she directed, holding out an arm invitingly. The boy looked at her cautiously, but obeyed, silently moving to her side. Kushina directed his hands to her jacket, and closed his fingers around the material. Now, she said with a small smile, hold on tight, okay. Harry stared at her in confusion, but held on as she raised her hands to form quick seals. In a swirl of wind and smoke, the pair of them disappeared. For an instant Harry felt the sensation of moving at obscene speeds. Then a second later the world jarred to a stop again and they reappeared in the hall outside of the Hokage's office, smoke and leaves picked up by the ninjutsu slowly settling around them. Harry blinked rapidly, looking around himself in confusion. Kushina grinned and ruffled his hair. See? She asked. I can shunshin, too. The boy flashed a brief, tentative smile. But it disappeared quickly as his worried look resumed. With a sigh, Kushina motioned towards the doors in front of them. Let's go, Hari-kun, she said, hobbling towards the door, trying and failing not to favor her injured leg. Harry trailed behind her to the door and the kunoichi knocked quickly.